Hello everyone. Today I am honored to introduce the Vikasit Bharat 2047 program held in IIFA Manchester Degree College, and representing the various dignitaries on the dais, we have Guru Prashant sir, Principal in charge, as the chairperson. Then we have Srinivas sir as the vice chairperson, and Sudeepa ma'am as the director. The speakers in today's program who will present their visions for 2047 in India are Chaitra, Charu, Sakshi and Ananya. So once again I welcome you all to this program. Thank you.
Myself, Sakshi Dubey. I am from IFL and Manchester Degree College. It's my honor to present a vision about Viksit Bharat 2047. We'll start with the intro. A Viksit Bharat 2047 envisions a transformed India thriving in all aspects like economic, social, technological and environmental. It's a vision that embraces sustainable development, inclusivity and innovation to propel the nation forward. This believes into the key facts of Viksit Bharat 2047 and its journey towards achieving the vision. First, we'll start from economic prosperity. In Viksit Bharat 2047, India stands as global economic powerhouse, characterized by robust growth, technological advancement and inclusive development. The nation has leveraged its demographic dividend to foster vibrant entrepreneurial ecosystem, driving innovation and job creation. Strategic investments in infrastructure, education and research have propelled India to the forefront of emerging markets, attracting foreign investments and fostering trade partnerships. With a diversified economy and a skilled workforce, India has overcome the challenges of poverty and equality, ensuring shared prosperity for all citizens. Second is to grow social cohesion and inclusivity. Viksit Bharat 2047 places a strong emphasis on social cohesion and inclusivity, recognizing the diversity of its population as a source of strength. Through progressive policies and initiatives, the nation has bridged the gaps of caste, creed, gender and geography, fostering a more equitable society. Access to quality education, healthcare and basic amenities is no longer a privilege but a fundamental right for every citizen. Empowerment programs have uplifted marginalized communities and ensuring their active participations in the nation-building progress. Viksit Bharat 2047 celebrates its cultural heritage while embracing the spirit of pluralism and tolerance, making India a beacon of unity in the diverse world. Third is to technological advancement. In Viksit Bharat 2047, India has emerged as a global leader in technology and innovation. Driving progress across various sectors, the nation has harnessed the power of digitalization, artificial intelligence and emerging technologies to address pressing challenges and unlock new opportunities. From smart cities to rural connectivity, technology serves as an enabler of inclusive development, improving governance and enhancing the quality of life. India's thriving startup ecosystem is at the forefront of disruptive innovations, creating solutions tailored to the needs of a diverse population. Through investments in research and development, India continues to push the boundaries of scientific discovery, contributing to global knowledge and competitiveness. Fourth is to go on a last, environmental sustainability. Viksit Bharat 2047 is committed to environmental sustainability, recognizing the imperative of preserving the planet for future generations. India has embraced renewable energy sources, transitioning towards a low-carbon economy and reducing its ecological footprint. Conservation efforts have restored biodiversity hotspots and protected natural habitats, ensuring the preservation of India's rich environmental heritage. Sustainable agriculture practices have enhanced food security while minimizing the effect on the environment. Through awareness campaigns and community engagement, India has fostered a culture of environmental stewardship, empowering citizens to take collective action against the climate change. The conclusion comes, which is the Viksit Bharat 2047 represents a vision of transformed India, poised to take its place global leader in the 21st century. Through inclusive growth, technological innovation and environmental stewardship, the nation has overcome its challenges and unlocked its potential. As India continues its journey towards progress and prosperity, it remains committed to the value of democracy, pluralism and social justice, ensuring a brighter future for generations to come. Thank you.
From IFA Lancaster Degree College, and I'm honored to present my vision on Viksit Bharat 2047. Viksit Bharat or Developed India encapsulates the vision of modern progressive India that harnesses its immense potential across various sectors to achieve sustainable development and prosperity for all its citizens. This concept envisions India as a global powerhouse in innovation, technology, economy and social welfare. At its core, Viksit Bharat emphasizes comprehensive development across all domains. Economically, it focuses on fostering entrepreneurship, attracting investments and creating employment opportunities. This includes promoting sectors such as information technologies, manufacturing, agriculture and services, while also ensuring equitable distribution of wealth and resources. Economically, Viksit Bharat in 2047 stands as a global economic powerhouse with a diversified and resilient economy. It has successfully transitioned to a knowledge-based economy with a strong emphasis on technology, innovation and sustainability. The country's GDP per capita has significantly increased, driven by a thriving entrepreneurial ecosystem, a robust manufacturing sector and booming service industries. Education remains a cornerstone of Viksit Bharat in 2047, with a focus of nurturing talent and fostering lifelong learning. The education system is highly adaptive, incorporating emerging technologies such as virtual reality and artificial intelligence to deliver personalized and interactive learning experiences. Quality education is accessible to all, bridging the gap between urban and rural areas and empowering every citizen with the skills needed to succeed in the knowledge economy. Innovation and technology continue to drive progress in Viksit Bharat in 2047, with India emerging as a global innovation hub. The country leads in frontier technologies such as quantum computing, nanotechnology and space exploration. Government initiatives and public-private partnership catalyze innovation ecosystem across the nation, fostering collaboration between academic, industry and research institutions. Infrastructure in Viksit Bharat in 2047 is world-class, supporting seamless connectivity and sustainable development. High-speed rail networks, smart cities and renewable energy infrastructure are ubiquitous, ensuring efficient resource utilization and minimal environmental impact. Green space, clean air and eco-friendly transportation options contribute to high quality of life for citizens. Social inclusivity and empowerment remain core principles of Viksit Bharat in 2047, with a focus on eradicating poverty, reducing inequality and promoting social justice. Comprehensive welfare programs, universal healthcare and affordable housing initiatives ensure that no one is left behind. Gender inequality, diversity and inclusion are deeply ingrained in the fabric of society, fostering harmony and unity among all communities. In conclusion, Viksit Bharat in 2047 represents the culmination of India's aspirations for inclusive and sustainable development. Through visionary leadership, technological prowess, and a commitment to social progress, India has transformed into a model nation, inspiring the world with its resilience, innovation, and unwavering spirit of progress. Thank you.
From IFL and Castro Degree College. I am honored to present my India in 2047. As India approaches its centennial year of independence in 2047, it is essential to envision the nation's future with a sense of aspiration and determination. By 2047, I envision India as a global powerhouse driven by technological innovation and sustainable economic progress. However, this growth must be inclusive, ensuring equal access to equality of education, healthcare, and opportunities for all regardless of socio-economic backgrounds. Persistent inequalities, environmental degradation as infrastructure deficiency pose significant challenges. To address this, India must prioritize equitable policies, invest in renewable energy resources, and robust infrastructure development. The education system of foster critical thinking, problem solving skills, or ethical values will be crucial in nurturing a skilled and responsible workforce. In conclusion, the vision for India in 2047 is one of the prosperous, inclusive, and environmentally conscious nation that harness its diversity and collective efforts to build brighter future. By overcoming obstacles and embracing sustainability, India cements its status as a global leader and inspiration of generation to come.
Once again, stay for you have to speak on. Okay.
Hello everyone, my name is Chaitra. I am honored to present my vision for India in 2047. I'll start with the background of India. Wow, this was the Bharat of our forefathers. It had the tradition of Omkara and Shrikara. It was the cradle of four Vedas, the Rig Veda, Samaveda, Atharva Veda, and Yajurvedas. Pali and Sanskrit contain innumerable references to the greatness of Bharat. Lord Krishna says he will take multiple incarnations on this holy land. It was the land of great art and culture and various kings. Bharat was the land where pearls, diamonds, gold, and other precious gems were traded freely among the people in the streets. This golden age was beset by attacks from foreign forces like the Mughals, Portuguese, Dutch, French. Precious battles were fought, and in addition to the looting of wealth, the destruction of our culture was started. Innumerable beautiful temples, statues, and idols of gods were destroyed beyond the recognition. It was the time when human sacrifices were offered in battles. In addition to the Mughals, the guns and the cannons of the Portuguese, the British brought down the curtains on a land on which it was thought the sun would never set. In the course of these times, the name of our land was changed from Hindustan to India. For almost 500 years, the blood of our patriots boiled under the foreign yokes as moved witnesses. The non-violent Saint Mahatma Gandhi Ji, the martyr Bhagat Singh, the freedom fighter Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose of the Indian National Army, and others who sacrificed themselves for the freedom of our country have to be remembered with gratitude. The size of our motherland on getting independence ought to have encouraged the people to higher efforts to advancement. But the blood of the Indians was cooled. Now it is known as the land of corruption, and the streets of the country resemble the general ward of a government hospital. This is about the background of our India. India in the present, India is still under the list of one of the developing countries because the people are not honest, loyal, and have no patriotism and undergo religious conversions because of the benefits offered by other religions. This has resulted in overlooking our culture, which is the foundation of our country. Hindustan's cultural system had Vedas, mantras, Vastu, Upanishads, Ayurveda, and natural medicinal practices to bring harmony in life, to have good health, wealth, prosperity, and happiness. India in the present time has overcome a number of problems. In the 1970s, under Indira Gandhi, the country faced a severe food shortage. This was sorted out by Indira Gandhi and M.S. Swaminathan. From being a net food importer, India turned into a net food exporter. It is an exporter of sugar, wheat, oils, etc. Vastu for the country. India is located in the northeastern hemisphere of the earth, which represents a holy place and a place of the gods according to Vastu Shastras. Hence, keeping our country clean is very important to bring back our treasure and to prevent upcoming cruel diseases and existing chronic diseases as well. According to Vastu, the northeastern direction represents holiness. It is the living place of the gods. Vastu Purush head is placed in this direction and is also the place of the element of holy water and also the place of the planet Jupiter who rules this direction. That's why India is the place of gurus, yogis, sardars and images. According to Vastu principles, the northeastern direction should not be loaded heavily and should be kept clean, which means we should not build tall apartments, skyscrapers, which place pressure on the earth. This leads to adverse effects across the world like earthquakes, hurricanes, tornadoes, and volcanic eruptions. Because of not following Vastu principles, negative energy and evil powers have overpowered the entire world, and people have been facing a number of diseases, untimely deaths, and disharmony in life. Vastu remedies to overcome problems are: do not go against nature, follow Vastu principles, keep our nation clean, building heights should be restricted, make Sanskrit a mandatory subject of study in all educational institutes from primary to graduation. This will bring tremendous changes in the world, since chanting of some mantras helps in removal of negative energy and evil powers. In Mysore, there is a constraint that no building should be higher than the palace. It may have been our forefathers' dreams to follow Vastu principles. If we follow the same, it may be beneficial. Problem of malnutrition in India. Malnutrition is a lack of nutrition. It causes many diseases. Agriculture supplies food. Thus, agriculture needs to be given more importance, especially organic agriculture. Similarly, chemical fertilizers should be stopped to have more crop in a short time period. Unseasonal cropping should be stopped. Cultivating crops in sunlight and water which are in northeastern parts ensures nutrition and vitamin-rich yield of crops naturally. Farmers should be provided proper education and loan waiver of benefits in case of failures of crop yield and crop insurance for free. True value of the crops should be given to the farmers. Many people say that the Narendra Modi government has not given importance to agriculture. Rather, it has given more importance to industrial developments, which is not good for India. My vision for India in 2047, are clean nation, rich in multicultural values, health, wealth, peace, harmony, prosperity and happiness. Goodwill for all the people across the world. Nation of well-educated, kind and energetic people. Nation free of negative energy and evil powers. Being a secular Hindu loving country and respecting other countries and religions. Respecting, encouraging, giving opportunities to others, talents and potentials irrespective of our status. Promoting agriculture and not acquiring agricultural land for industrial developments. 100% literacy, 100% employment to overcome poverty. Conclusion is we cannot leave each other. We need our neighbors and neighboring countries. Every country across the world lacks something. Fulfilling that lack brings harmony to everyone. Thank you all.
The Viksit Bharat for 2047. It means that how many people can expect the India to be stands in the year of 2047. There are many challenges are there in every aspect, not only within the country or not only within the state. It will be there in every countries to be stand up in the number one position. So why we need to stand up in number one position? Because the ruling the world is one of the major ambition of the today's scenario. So for that, India was in different standing positions. It was in 145 position, 110 position. Okay, in the last year, it was standing in the 2013. It was in 10th position, 11th position. But now we are in 5th position. Economically, we are in 5th position. So in upcoming days, in other days also, or in upcoming years as well. So India wants to be stand in a number one position, okay, and to be competing with the other countries. While competing with the other countries as well, most focusedly we require all the kinds of facilities to be available in the country. Not only related to the technology, not only related to the industrialists, not only related to the food, everything to be available frequently. The people who are living their lives and as well as their standard of living. Their standard of living. You may compare an example of the United States. The standard living of the people is much more there to India. But the people who are living in United States, the people can live a happy life in India compared to the United States. So for that we are expecting that India has to be stand for 2047 as a number one position, and they can lead all the kinds of the programs or all the kinds of the country.
I am R. Srinivas from the faculty IFA College, and first of all I would like to congratulate the students who made a very excellent presentation regarding their individual vision of how India will be, how they foresee India in the era of 2047. But I will also add few words of mine, and then see, we all say, the general notion is, when we take out history books, when we say India had a great culture, we had a big civilization, they all say that. But when you look at now, when you compare that and this, are we there? Are the present mindset of Indians right now, or my generation, they were not having the same kind of enthusiasm to say the same thing, that we are a great civilization, we are very good in everything, in all fields. There was a huge gap. The past we see the past, we keep the past as a benchmark, and then we say, okay, we were so. We were good, we excelled in science, technology, everything. But now we are not on the same platform like other countries, not presently, but I'm saying. But what was the reason for this? This was the reason I like to say is India has huge talent. I'm not decrying India, or I'm not demeaning India. India has wealth of talent in this nation. But we have become demoralized because of the 200 years of colonial legacy. We are not able to forget the British ruled us and they demoralized us. Okay, in demoralized sense, they said that you are not supreme. Okay, you are not good, you are good for nothing. They made us feel like that. Because of they introduced their system of education model, which doesn't suit us. Our education system model was more holistic in approach. They used to teach everything, but now it is not like that. So we are following blindly what the British left us. We are in the same shackles. So I would like to blame the governance post-independence, 200 years of British rule and post-independence. We have not had the independent outlook to live, to think for ourselves. The nation did not have an independent standing. But I am seeing a lot of changes now in the present governance. Okay, their geopolitical presence is much better, and they are saying.
And I'm congratulating my students. They have presented nicely here. So one thing I must tell here that they are aware of this growth of our country. That is very good. Keep it up. And individuals rather criticizing if you contribute something, like if you like your contribution should be there towards your nation. Okay, so keep it up, guys. Keep it up, and it will be better next time if you participate. Okay, so already sir they told many things about our nations, and you know about this. You have shared your viewpoints. That is very good. Okay, keep it up, and once again congratulate my students.
These were the presentations from IFL Lancaster Degree College. Lastly, I request our Honorable Chairperson, Vice Chairperson and Director to make a few concluding remarks on the occasion. Stop.
Okay. Good evening, Chaitra. How are you?
Good evening, sir. I am fine. How are you, sir?
I'm fine, thank you. And how did the festival go?
Sir, festival went well. I enjoyed.
Okay. So today we're going to continue with the adjectives. Okay.
Okay.
So we're talking about grammar point 11. It is the order of adjectives.
Okay.
So you have the PDF, right?
Yeah, sir, I have.
So I'll read. Okay. Read
Yeah.
it. If you have many adjectives in one sentence, you must
Okay.
put them in the correct order or it will not sound strange.
Okay.
Right?
Yes,
So you remember what an adjective is? An adjective is a word which describes a noun. Right?
yes, sir.
So let's suppose you have a noun like table. Right?
Okay.
Then let's suppose you have 3 or 4 adjectives. Old, brown, wooden, dining. Right?
Okay. Okay.
So you must put these 4 adjectives in the correct order. Old, brown, wooden, dining table. Okay.
Okay.
So if you change it, dining, wooden, old, brown, table,
Okay.
it will sound strange, right?
Yes, sir.
So if you have many adjectives in one sentence, you must put them into the correct order or it will sound strange. Okay?
Yeah. Hmm.
So there are different types of adjectives.
Mm-hmm.
Some are opinions, right?
Okay. Yeah.
So opinion adjectives, examples are nice, beautiful, good. Okay?
Yeah.
So these go first. Hmm?
Okay.
Then fact adjectives. Okay? Those
Okay.
which can be verified. Old, expensive, leather. Those are the three examples.
Old, expensive, leather.
Yeah. They go after the opinion adjectives. Right?
Oh, yeah.
And they go in the following order. Right? First comes the size. Then comes the age. Then comes the color, country of origin, and material. Okay?
Okay. Mm.
So you should get a hang of it, like if you read a lot or if you listen to a lot of audiobooks, right?
Yeah.
You unconsciously pick up the grammar, right?
Yeah.
And if you read, you'll also pick up the vocabulary, right? The spelling and thing. Okay.
Yeah.
So here, look at the order. First, you must mention the size, big.
Yeah.
Big is
Big.
the size. Then you must mention the age, new.
It, yeah.
Then color, black. Okay.
Yeah.
Country of origin, Italian.
Okay.
And then the material, leather, sofa.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it reads big, new, black, Italian leather sofa. Right?
Yeah.
So in order to get a hang of, how to order the adjectives when you have many in a sentence, many which
Oh,
describe a noun, then you must do a bit of reading on your, in your free time and things like that.
okay.
Okay, so continuing, it is rare to have many adjectives in one sentence describing one noun, right? It's
Yeah.
rare.
Sir, here in the sentence, so far is a noun, right, sir?
Sofa is a noun. It's a common noun. Yes. So
Common
all
noun.
the so all the others are adjectives. Big.
Yeah, they have described the sofa that it is big, new, black color, and country of origin is Italian, and the material is leather.
Yeah. So okay.
Yeah.
So it's rare to have many adjectives in one sentence describing one noun. An easy
Okay.
way to remember them is the saying, a little old lady had Canadian wool gloves, right?
Yeah.
Now, what does this? It's called, a mnemonic device. MNEMONIC Mnemonic device. It helps you remember. Mnemonic is from memory, right?
Okay.
It helps you
Yeah.
remember. So see, a little old lady had Canadian wool gloves. So see, little is the size.
Yeah.
Old
Oh,
is the age.
yeah.
Lady is the noun, right?
Noun. Yeah.
So a little old lady had
Yeah.
Canadian wool gloves. Canadian is the country of origin. Wool is
Of
the
gloves.
material.
Material. This is for gloves. It is
Uh,
described gloves.
in describing gloves, the common noun gloves, right?
Yeah.
So the pairs little old and Canadian wool must be together. Therefore, little old and Canadian wool must be together. Therefore, if you want to add a color, it must go between these pairs, right?
Okay. Yeah.
So, see, a little old lady had brown Canadian wool gloves. If you want to add a color, it must go
Okay.
between little old and Canadian wool. Brown Canadian wool gloves.
Ah. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
So next year the exercise, we don't really have to do the exercise. Okay.
Okay.
So all the chapters in this book are very short, right?
Okay, sir.
So we'll continue with adjectives. So this is part of the TOEFL IBT, right?
What, sir?
TOEFL, Test of English as a Foreign Language, Internet.
Okay. 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 Okay.
Okay. So we'll continue with adjectives next time. Okay, Chetra?
Yeah, sir. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, thank you. Good night.
Yeah, sir. Good night. Had your breakfast, sir?
Breakfast?
Sorry, dinner.
Yeah, I'm going to have you.
I have had.
Good. You use the correct time. Okay. Okay, Chaitra. See you.
Yeah, sure. See you.
Yeah. So turn to page 37.
Sir, page 37.
Yeah, just click on that and page 37 of the textbook, adjectives, grammar
Oh,
point 9, page,
sir, 37. Okay.
yeah, just scroll down,
Yeah, sir, I got it.
okay?
Yeah, sir, 37. Exercise,
Not exercise, page 37 of the textbook, not of the PDF counter.
oh, okay. Yeah, sir, grammar point text is 9.
Yeah, grammar point 9, adjectives, okay?
Okay, sir.
So it says adjectives describe nouns.
Yeah,
So nouns are usually common nouns, right?
yeah.
So if you have a common noun like boy, you
Mm-hmm.
can describe it with various adjectives like young, tall boy, young boy, good boy, right? Okay.
Yeah,
So if you have a noun, you can describe the noun with an adjective. Okay.
yeah, yeah, sir.
So without them, life would be very boring. Okay.
Yeah,
However, nouns can have many qualities, right?
yeah.
There can be many nouns in one sentence. Okay.
Okay.
To avoid confusion, specific rules have been developed about adjectives.
Yeah.
The important ones are, okay.
Mhm. Okay.
So we have around 3 important rules on this page. Okay.
Yeah, sir.
So the first rule is adjectives always stand before the noun they describe. Right?
Yes, sir.
So you have a noun like ball, you can describe it with adjective like red. Red ball.
Yeah.
Then you have a common noun like canyon, you can describe it with adjective like huge. Huge canyon.
Okay.
So adjectives always stand before the noun they describe. That is the first rule. Okay?
Okay.
So the second rule is adjectives go between the article and the noun, right?
o-
Okay. So you have a common noun like tree,
Okay.
then you have an article like a,
Okay.
then uh, you can have an adjective like a majestic tree.
Okay.
Okay. So adjectives go between the articles and noun.
Okay.
Okay.
Uh,
Okay.
this goes between article and noun.
Yeah. Articles are always the first adjective, right?
Okay.
So what does it mean? See,
Art-
if you have articles are actually a type of adjective.
okay.
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 So if you have a tree, a is an adjective because it describes.
Yeah.
And if you change it to the tree, the is also
That's
an article.
it.
The is also an adjective. Okay.
Sir, and demonstrative adjectives, those
Huh?
are all also adjectives. These,
Huh?
that.
Yeah, those are demonstrative adjectives.
Okay.
Okay. So then you have a common noun like city. Okay. The city. Okay.
Yeah.
The is an adjective. Then you can have the crowded, busy city. Okay.
Okay.
So busy is an adjective. Crowded is a past participle
Okay.
acting as an adjective.
Okay.
Remember the past participle ends in ed as it does here in crowded.
Okay.
So it
E-D,
is
N, right, sir? E-D-E-N,
ENNTD.
yes. T-D, yes.
Okay. So the crowded, busy city, right?
Okay.
Then the third rule is adjectives are never plural. You don't have singular and plural in adjectives,
Okay.
regardless of the number of the noun that they describe. So, see, adjectives are never plural, regardless of the number of the noun they describe. So, noun like a singular noun like tree,
Mm-hmm.
okay, and a plural noun like trees.
Okay.
They both can be described by tall. The tall tree, the tall trees.
Okay.
So adjectives are never plural regardless of the number of the noun that they describe. Okay.
Okay.
Then this can be confusing when you're describing things which contain pieces, right?
Okay.
If an airplane has
Mm-hmm.
250 seats, okay?
Okay.
So 250 seats.
Mm-hmm.
It is a 250 seat airplane, not seats. So the seat, the word seat becomes singular.
Okay.
So it is a 250 seat airplane. Okay.
Okay.
If a girl has 8 birthday parties,
Okay.
but she is an 8-year-old girl, not 8 years old girl. Okay?
8-year-old, right? Sir?
Yes, this is her 8th birthday party.
Mm-hmm.
So she is 8 years old.
Oh.
She is a 8-year-old girl.
8 years or 8 years, sir?
She is 8 years, but 8-year-old.
8 years, 8-year-old, not 8 years old.
Yeah, not 8 years old. Okay.
Okay.
To remember this, keep in mind the key idea, what you're talking about, right? What is this key idea? Look at this sentence. It is a 250 seat airplane, right?
Okay.
In that sentence, there is one key idea, the airplane. There's only one. It's a singular airplane.
Okay. Airplane is singular, so that's why seat is singular.
Yeah, therefore use the singular form.
Okay.
However, if you want to emphasize that the girl has lived for 5 years, not 5 years,
Okay.
say she is 5 years old. This stresses the 5 individual years. Okay?
Okay.
So, but see, one point about this, look at the first rule. Adjectives always stand before the noun they describe. There
Okay.
are exceptions to this rule. For example, if I say boy and I say intelligent boy, okay?
Okay.
Intelligent stands before the noun, okay?
Yeah.
But if I change it to after the verb, the boy is intelligent. So here it comes after the verb
Sir, okay, after the verb?
or before the noun.
Okay, sir. You had taught this. I have forgotten my
Okay. So this first rule in this book, okay, adjectives always stand before the noun they describe. It has an
after the
exception.
verb.
It has an exception, okay?
Okay.
Hmm. Okay, grammar, we'll do one more, right? Just one more page.
Okay.
So grammar point 10, comparatives.
Okay.
Often you want to describe more than one thing.
O-
Okay, you want to describe more than one thing and show a relationship between them. Now look at the example to understand this.
Okay.
You can show how they compare to one another by using the comparative form of adjectives.
Okay.
So you have a noun like, girl. Okay.
Okay.
Now we have a noun like man, or we'll take one more. Take a noun like what? Uh, okay. What noun? Okay, we'll take a noun like man. Okay.
Okay.
Then we'll say he is tall. Okay. Hmm?
Yeah.
You want to compare two men. He is the taller.
Okay.
So taller is the what? The comparative.
Comparative.
If you want to describe two nouns, if you want to describe more than one noun,
Okay.
especially if you want to describe two, then you use the comparative.
Okay.
Okay. So the comparative form of the adjectives is quite simple to make. It is determined by the number of syllables an adjective has. Right?
Okay.
So, like for example, I gave that word. If you say tall, okay,
Hmm.
it has one syllable.
Okay.
So, if I say red, also it has one syllable.
Okay.
Okay, but if I say what intelligent, right?
Two syllables.
No, intelligent, four syllables.
Agent.
Intelligent, so four syllables. Okay.
Okay.
So the comparative is determined by the number of syllables an adjective has. Okay.
Okay.
So if it is one or two syllables, then you add er. Okay.
What's that?
If it's one syllable, then you add er.
Okay.
See, tall, taller. Okay, young, younger. Okay. But
Okay.
if you say intelligent, more than one or two, then you will use more. More intelligent, more beautiful,
Okay.
right? Okay.
Oh.
Beautiful is
Mm-hmm.
also an adjective. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So if it has more than one syllable, then you use more. Okay.
Okay.
And so I'll read that rule again. The comparative form of adjectives is quite simple to make. It is determined by the number of syllables an adjective has. Okay.
Okay.
One syllable. Add er to the base form.
Oh. Okay.
Add er to the base form. For example, small, smaller. One syllable.
Okay.
Cheap, cheaper, new, newer, close, closer. Okay.
Okay.
Then two syllables. And the adjective ends in y. Add
Okay.
er to the base form. Okay.
Hmm.
For example, noisy. Okay.
Yeah.
So it's noisy. It's two syllables. It ends in y. So add er.
Okay.
Noisier. Noisier. Okay.
Okay.
Then busy, busier. Okay. Remove y and add ier. Okay.
Okay.
Then doesn't end in y. It's got two syllables. Hmm? Add
What's that?
more in front of the base form. Okay.
Okay.
Crowded. So it's got two syllables. Crowded. Okay. It doesn't end in y. It ends in d. Crowded. So add
Okay.
more. Add more in front of the base form. More crowded. Okay.
Okay.
Modern. It doesn't end in y. More modern. Okay.
Hmm.
Complex. More complex. Okay.
Okay.
Then three or more syllables. Okay. If the adjective
Okay.
has three or more syllables, add more in front of the base form. Okay. For
Okay.
example, expensive. Expensive. Okay. So it's three syllables, add more. More expensive. Okay.
Oh, okay, 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 sir. For three or more syllables, three
Yeah.
more is the best.
More.
Okay.
Hmm? And then
Okay.
impressive, right? More impressive. Okay. Beautiful, more beautiful. Okay. Okay.
So second syllable also,
Ah,
uh, crowded border, border. What is
that
this?
is because they don't end in Y.
Oh,
Two syllables which don't end in Y. Okay. Hello.
yeah, sir. I'm listening.
You followed.
Yeah, sir. I got it now.
Okay. So there are always exceptions. Here is a list of the most common. Good, better. So these are irregular adjectives. Bad, worse. Fun, more fun. Old, older. So fun is single syllable, right?
Ah,
But even though it's
more.
single syllable, you're adding more, right? And for good, you're using another word. For bad, also using another word. Okay?
Ah,
Old, Single syllable. Older. You can be used for anything. Older, TV, older, fan, can be used for anything. Older person also. Elder,
Okay.
old is the positive. Okay. So you're describing one noun. Okay. Old person. You're describing one noun. Then you'll use the positive, which is old, but the comparative, older, you're adding ER. Okay. Older can be used for anything. Can you say older person, older fan, older light, like that? Can be used for anything. But elder, elder is used for brothers and sisters only. Elder brother, elder sister. Okay.
Yeah.
Then last part, far. Far is a positive. Okay.
What
So
is
we
it?
have far is a positive. So the city is very far. Okay.
Okay.
Far has two comparatives, farther and further. Okay.
Okay.
Farther is used to modify for distance, mostly for distance. It is farther by 5 kilometers. Okay.
Oh,
Further means deeper, used for research, investigation. That's what it says here, right?
yeah.
Further study, right,
Yes.
will prove the thesis, the theory. Okay.
Okay.
Further means deeper, used for research or, okay.
Okay.
So these are the 2 points that we have about grammar. Okay.
Okay, sir.
And there's one more, just one more. Okay.
Okay.
Next page. That is
Sir, what?
page 39. Okay.
Yeah.
So last paragraph. Things to keep in mind when you're making comparison structures. Okay.
Okay.
Make sure that you use than, THAN, to introduce the second thing you are comparing. Okay.
Okay.
Than. So Miss Mount Rushmore is more crowded than Mount Washington. So the second thing
Okay.
you're comparing is Mount Washington. The first thing is Mount Rushmore. So to introduce the second thing, you have to use than. Okay.
Okay.
Make sure you compare things which are the same. So you can't compare chalk and cheese. That's the same thing, right? You can't compare chalk and
What
cheese.
a talker?
You can't compare chalk, what you write with on the blackboard, chalk with cheese.
Yeah.
Okay. So you must compare things which are the same, right? Wrong. The
Oh, yes, yes,
hotel,
yes.
okay. The hotels near Mount Rushmore are more expensive than Mount Washington. See, why is this wrong? Here, the hotels near Mount Rushmore. Okay, that's the first thing. Hotels.
Okay.
So the hotels near Mount Washington are more expensive than hotels near Mount Rushmore are more expensive than Mount Washington. So here, the second thing that's been compared with hotels is Mount Washington.
Okay.
So what is correct? The hotels near Mount Rushmore are more expensive than those near Mount Washington. Okay?
Okay.
And those is what? Those is a demonstrative adjectives, right? Adjective. It refers to hotels. Okay?
Yeah.
So it is possible to use less with any adjective. Okay? 1, 2, or 3 syllable. In many situations, however, it might make more sense to change the word. Less warm, less small, less expensive, less noisy. You can use less with any adjective. But it might make more sense to use another word. Less warm, you can replace it with cooler. Okay?
Okay.
Less small, bigger. Okay?
Oh,
Less expensive, cheaper, less noisy, quicker, less dangerous, safer. Okay. So next, that's it, right? About adjectives.
Okay.
Okay, so that's it. Then we have the exercises, which okay. So there's no need to do the exercises right now. Okay.
Yeah. Okay, sir.
Okay, Chitra. Thank you.
Okay, sir. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Okay.
Why are you
Then
laughing?
no, I'm doing something. Hello.
Good morning, Chaitra.
Good morning, sir.
So today we'll continue with TOEFL grammar. Okay.
Okay.
So I'll send the PDF.
Yes, sir.
Now you can open the link and scroll down to page 46. Page 46.
Okay.
So grammar point 12, participle adjectives. Right?
One moment, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, can you read the first sentence? Just the part of the first sentence.
It is sometimes important to describe a noun in relation to other nouns
Okay,
in
okay, okay.
how it
Okay.
affects them.
So, what we're doing is we are continuing with adjectives, right?
Yeah.
We'll go over it now. Grammar point 12, participle adjectives, right?
Yes.
So, you remember what an adjective is? An adjective is a word which describes a noun, especially a common noun, right?
Yes, sir.
And what is a participle? You have two types of participles, right? One is called the present participle, okay? And the other is called the past participle.
Past participle.
Yes. And you remember
Present
this.
participle is also called gerund, right, sir?
Yeah, that's what we'll see. So, the present participle is also known as the ing form because
Okay.
if you add ing to any verb, okay,
Sir, you had told once that it is gerund something, right, sir?
it is a gerund, but gerund is one which acts as a subject or object. Here it's describing a noun. A gerund, see, for example, if I say running is a good exercise, okay, running forms the subject of the sentence, right?
Yeah.
And running has got two parts. The verb run, okay, plus
Yeah.
ing. Hmm?
Yes, sir.
And so that forms the subject or object of the sentence. Okay? A good exercise is running. There it forms the object of the
Object.
sentence. Okay? So, a gerund acts as a subject or object. It acts as a noun. Nouns come in the beginning or end of a sentence. Okay?
Okay.
But the participle, as it's called, it describes a noun. Okay?
Yeah. Participle
Running.
adjective describes the noun.
So, running, I will say, shining sun, right?
Sir?
We'll use another example, shining sun, right?
Okay. Shining is a participle. It is describing the sun.
Yes, that's right. So, okay. So there it's acting as the same participle, it's acting as an adjective, right?
Yeah.
So, as I was saying, we have two types of participles. One is the present participle, which ends in ing, okay, and the other is a past participle. Can you fill us in on the spelling of the past participle, Chaitra? What are the five common the past participle? Yes.
ENT.
Okay. So the past participle ends in no. I'll tell you. Okay, I'll remind you. So the past participle ends in D, ED, N, EN, or T. Right? Okay.
Yeah.
So we have those two types of participles. Now we'll read what is in the text. Right?
Yeah.
It is sometimes important to describe a noun in relation to other nouns in how it affects them or how they affect it. Okay? In this situation, verbs can easily be changed to adjectives. Right? So just now we spoke about how we can change run, the verb run, into running.
Running is present participle.
And shine. The sun shines. Shine is a verb. You can change it into an adjective like shining. Shining sun.
Okay.
So verbs can easily be changed to adjectives. They're called participle adjectives. Okay?
Okay.
The trick to understanding participle adjectives is to remember what does the action and what receives the action. Right? So, in a sentence, you have a subject. The subject does the action. Right? So, the subject is what does the action, and the object is what receives the action. Right?
Okay.
So, okay. So, the doer of the action.
The doer of the action is described by present participle.
Yes.
ing.
Yes.
The
And
receiver of the action is described by the past participle ed.
yes. So look at these examples. The star shines.
Yeah.
In this case, the star is the doer of the action.
Okay.
It's shining, right? Therefore, if we want to use the verb as an adjective, we would use the present participle. The shining star. Okay.
Okay.
The sun is setting. In this case, the sun is the doer. Therefore, the present participle is used. The setting sun. Okay?
Yeah.
So, the next example is the astronaut has repaired the telescope.
Repaired is the receiver.
No, repaired is the verb. It's the past participle. Right?
Telescope is the receiver.
The telescope is the receiver of the action. Therefore, if we want to use the verb as an adjective, we need to use the past participle, the repaired telescope.
Okay.
Okay. Don't be confused by the passive voice. Can you remind us what the passive voice general structure is, Chaitra?
Oh, sir.
Okay. The passive voice general structure is be plus past participle, right?
Yeah, yes.
Okay. So, remember, here we have an example. The sun was destroyed by a comet, right?
Yeah.
So, was destroyed. Was destroyed. Be plus past participle. Be forms are is, am, are, was, were, right?
Yeah, sir.
So, is, am, are, was, were plus past participle destroyed.
Yeah.
The sun was destroyed. The star is the receiver of the action.
Okay.
Even though it is the subject of the sentence.
Yeah.
And therefore, the past participle is the destroyed star.
Okay.
Okay, note in this case it would be very logical to say the destroying comet.
Yeah.
The nebula, next example is the nebula was photographed by the rocket.
Okay.
Is this a passive voice or active voice, Chaitra? The nebula was photographed by the rocket. If it
It's
is
indirect speech, right?
no, not indirect speech.
Oh,
Once
sorry.
you-
Okay, sir. I will tell you that this is passive voice. Was photographed. P plus B. Past participle.
Okay, what is the subject of the sentence? The nebula was photographed by the rocket. What is the subject?
Nebula's object is rocket.
No. That's what. You got it the other way.
Subject, sir.
Subject of this sentence is the rocket. The rocket destroyed the nebula. That is the active voice. Rocket is the subject.
Sir, rocket is the subject. How come, sir? It is in the at
No,
the
no.
end, right, sir?
Look at what
Oh,
this
okay.
part. You understood? Don't be confused by the passive voice, it says.
Okay.
So the nebula was photographed by the rocket. If you change it into active voice, the rocket did photograph the nebula.
Yeah.
So the rocket is the subject. Okay?
Active voice, it will become subject. In passive voice, subject and object will interchange, right?
Yes. In passive voice, the subject and object are interchanged. So here, the nebula was photographed by the rocket. The rocket photographed the nebula. So the photographing rocket
Okay.
and the photographed nebula.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
So next page, things to remember about participle adjectives.
Okay.
Participle adjectives are the same as regular adjectives. They must stand before the noun they describe and they must always be singular.
Okay.
The unexplored moons. Okay?
Okay.
Next, past participle adjectives, ed endings can only be made from transitive verbs. Okay, do you at least remember what a transitive verb is?
No, sir.
Okay, so in a sentence like he kicked the football, right?
Okay.
The subject, the action passes over from he to football. The action of kick, it passes over from subject to object.
Okay.
So, kicked is a transitive verb. When the action passes over from subject to object, it's called a transitive verb.
Okay.
But in a sentence like the sky is blue, the action doesn't pass over from subject to, there's no object, right? The sky is blue, the action does not pass over. So it's called an intransitive verb,
Yeah.
right?
Yes.
So I'll read it again. Past participle adjectives, ed endings can only be made from transitive verbs. Verbs that take direct objects. Okay?
Okay.
The difference between transitive and intransitive verbs will be discussed in detail in Unit 3. Right?
Yeah.
Discover is a transitive verb. So the example is discover is a transitive verb.
Okay.
An astronaut discovered a planet.
Okay.
So if you want to use discover as an adjective, you'll say the discovered planet.
Okay.
Explode is an intransitive verb. The star is exploding.
Okay.
So if you say the star is exploding,
Okay.
and you were to use explode in the past participle, the exploded star.
Is wrong they have written here, sir?
It is wrong because here the star is exploding. The action is
Yeah,
continuing.
so it is like exploding star.
This action is continuing, exploding. But
Yeah.
if you change it into the past part, exploded, the action is over.
Okay, sir. Now here, if they have given a past participle, we will write past participle only.
Hmm.
Transitive. If it is in past present participle, we will participle only.
So, past participle adjectives, what does it say? 1 minute. Past participle adjectives can only be made from transitive verbs, right?
Okay.
Do not include objects in participle adjectives.
Okay, sir. Now I got it. Past participle adjective made by transitive verbs. Right, sir?
Here, past participle adjectives must be used with transitive verbs.
Okay. Then intransitive for it is intransitives for
No, you should not use past participle adjectives with intransitive verbs.
okay, okay.
You can use the present participle, the exploding star.
Okay, that is intransitive verbs.
Yeah, for intransitive verbs, you can use the ing form, present participle, exploding star.
Present participle, present participle.
No. You see, the star is exploding, right?
Okay.
So here, the star is the subject.
Okay.
It's the doer of the action. So if the subject can be described by a present participle,
Okay.
star, exploding star, right?
Okay.
Okay. Do not include objects in participle adjectives. If the verb has an object,
Hmm.
um, the satellite is approaching the planet.
Okay.
The satellite is approaching the planet, right?
Yeah.
So here it is, if the verb has an object. So what is the verb? It is approaching, right? Approach.
Yeah.
So here, do not include objects in participle.
If the verb has an object, do not include objects in participle adjectives. If the verb has an object.
So here the subject is the satellite, the planet is the object, approach is the verb, the tense is present continuous. So what does it say here? Do not include objects in participle adjectives. So we should not say the approaching the planet.
Yeah. Do not include objects in participle.
Do not include objects in participles. So anyway, this sounds like a mistake many Indian students make. Here in this country. See, the approaching the planet satellite.
Oh.
Anyway, we'll come back to this rule, right?
Yes, sir.
So it's not quite clear what it is. So,
Hello, sir.
yeah, 1 minute. I'm trying to understand. So, see, do not say the approaching the planet satellite, it says, right?
Yeah.
But what does it mean, do not include objects in participle adjectives? Okay, so anyway, this is a mistake that many students make here. And see, here, do not include objects in participle adjectives, right? So, if I say, if I were to use a participle adjective for satellite, I would use the approaching satellite, right?
Yeah.
And if I were to use a participle for the object, I will say the approached planet, right?
Yeah.
So what it says here is, do not include objects in participle adjectives. So actually it says do not say the approaching the planet.
Yeah, sir. The eating the apple. Who will say the eating the apple boy?
No, they say it, no. They say it many times, I heard it. The eating the apple boy. I've heard it actually. Such mistakes. So it's a mistake we must avoid.
The approaching the planet.
No, that's a mistake they make.
Okay, sir. We should not do that. Right.
Okay. Note in these situations you can change that into an adjective clause, right?
Yeah.
And so here the satellite that is approaching the planet. How is that an adjective clause? Can you tell me, Chaitra? The satellite that.
What, sir? Could you repeat, sir?
In these situations, for example, the satellite is approaching the planet. You change it into an.
The approaching satellite.
No.
The approaching planet.
No.
Then what, sir?
See, it says the satellite that is approaching the planet, right?
Okay.
So here, what you have is a noun that is satellite. Okay? Now, the satellite that is approaching the planet, that refers to satellite, right?
Yeah.
So that is approaching the satellite. That is the subject. Is approaching the planet is the predicate,
Okay.
and is approaching is the verb. So it's a dependent clause.
Yeah.
A dependent clause which is describing a noun like satellite. That is an adjective clause.
Okay.
Now, the boy is eating the apple. If you want to put an adjective clause in that, the boy who is eating the apple. Okay. So, the boy is the subject. Who is eating the apple? Okay. Who refers to the boy? It's a subject. Is eating the apple is the predicate.
Okay.
So subject and predicate are there. It's a dependent clause. It is describing boy, so it is an adjective clause. Okay?
Okay.
Okay, last part actually.
Yeah.
Names of the planets. The English names of the planets come from Latin and the Roman names. With the exception of Sedna, all the planets are named after the Roman gods. The names are Mercury, Venus, Earth, Mars, Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, Neptune, Pluto, and Sedna. Okay. Okay, this doesn't, I don't know what this PDF is doing.
Sir, first we had 12, right, sir? 12 planets.
No, we had 9. Now it's 8.
Huh?
Pluto is not a planet.
No, sir. See,
No,
sir,
it's-
1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 they have given. 2 they have not given, sun and moon.
Sun and moon are not they're not planets.
Then what they are?
They are celestial objects. Sun is a star. It's not a planet.
Is it,
Moon is also not a planet.
The solar system, 9 planets, this is what was that youngsters have been teaching, teenagers, not teenagers, kids.
So there are only 8 planets. Anyway, we'll stop there for today, Chaitra. I'm sorry about I didn't go through this. I don't know what it is. Okay?
That's okay, sir. No problem. It's actually good.
Okay. So,
Sir, I have PDF, I have saved it.
good. Okay, fine.
Sir, what you have had for breakfast? What do you have had for breakfast?
I have had chapati and alugade palya.
Okay. Okay, sir.
Okay, Chaitra.
Sir, you know, sir.
Hello everybody, today I wanted to do a poem called Stammer by the Malayalam poet K. Sachidanandan. So first we'll read the note on the author. K. Sachidanandan was born in 1946 and he is a bilingual poet who writes in Malayalam and English. Bilingual means he uses 2 languages. One is Malayalam, the other is English. He was born in the Thrissur district of Kerala and studied masters in English at Maharaja's College, Ernakulam. So he is a postgraduate in English from Maharaja's College, Ernakulam. He worked as a professor of English in different institutions. He has published 24 collections of poetry and several critical essays and travelogues. So he's got a vast output of literature to his name. He has published 24 books of poetry, several critical essays and travelogues. Travelogues are records of trips that one takes. He has translated many of his Malayalam poems into English. Sachidanandan has won many awards and medals. His works have been translated into many languages. Now we'll come to the note on the poem itself. The original Malayalam poem Vikku is translated into English by the poetess Stammer. Now, Vikku is the title of the original poem written by the poet. It is translated by the poet himself into stammer. What is a stammer? A stammer is commonly thought of as a speech handicap. For example, the way normal people speak is the continuous flow of language, but in some people they tend to hesitate. As I wanted to say, that is an example of a stammer. So this is about this speech handicap called stammer. According to the poet, stammer is not an impediment but a different mode of communication. So most people think that a stammer is annoying or irritating or upsetting, but the poet has a different take on this. He views stammer, it's not an impediment, it's not an handicap, it's not a handicap, but a different mode of communication. So what are the two main modes of communication we have? Speech and writing. Like that, uh, stammer is also a mode of communication. How can a stammer be a mode of communication? How can it be a method of communication? It is in the silence that falls between the words. Now, a silence is a very important part of speech. For example, if you were to speak continuously without pausing, without any differentiations in tone, there's no rising tone or falling tone, there are no pauses, juncture, variations in intonation, pitch, etc., your speech would become monotonous, and in fact it would become meaningless. So a pause, a silence, is essential to convey meaning. And if you take the written form of the language, you see that between two words, usually you have a gap. The gap between two words of printed material, any two words of printed material, that represents a pause. That differentiates one word from the other. So what the poet is trying to say is that the silence that falls when a person stammers, it is a method of communications. That is, it's a method of communication. That is, the pauses can be meaningful. The suggested speech, the staggered speech has the potentiality to be highly suggestive and multi-layered as opposed to clear, vociferous, and unobstructed speech. So the staggered is when something is piled up. When a person stammers, uh, as I was saying, when a person stammers, it is called staggered speech. The staggered speech has a potentiality to be highly suggestive and multi-layered. So there are different layers of meaning in the pauses of a stammer, which is as opposed to clear, vociferous, and unobstructed speech. So, which is monodirectional and limited in its ability to be expressive and evocative. So, what the poet is saying is that normal speech is clear. Okay, it is clear, it is vociferous. Vociferous means it is heard by every person, every listener in a room or a place. It is vociferous and it is unobstructed. But most of this speech is monodirectional. It's in one direction. It is from the speaker to the listener. And it's limited in its ability to be expressive and evocative. Now, one example of how silences can be evocative can be given in, for example, when you hear, a religious chant. For example, if one of the common religious chants people here listen to in the morning is the Suprabhatam. Kaushalya Supraja Rama Purva Sandhya Pravartate Uttishta Narasha Dula Kartavyam Daivamangitam. So there it is, the variations in the tone, they have the potential to be evocative. Evocative means they make a person act, because he feels like acting. So what the poet is saying is that the silences in uh, in a stammer have the silences in a stammer have the potential to be evocative, right? They can be meaningful. The pause between two words in the speech is as much significant as the gap between the words that make up a poem. So even the silences can be meaningful. For example, if you have two friends, and they're comfortable in each other's company, then often they may sit silently, right? There's not much said between them, but there's nevertheless unseen bond between them, right? Or it can be a hurt silence between two people when not much is said but a lot is conveyed through the hurt silence between one person and the other. Or a silence can also be a stony silence. For example, between two rivals, right? Two rivals in a place or in, any situation. A stony silence when nothing is said and everything seems to have, you know, come to a halt. So, you see, these silences, the pause between two words in a speech, the silence or the pause between two words in a speech is as much significant as the gap between the words that make up a poem. The silence that exists between two spoken words is the most meaningful of all the words. So, silence is very meaningful, right? It conveys a lot. It makes a person act, think, or behave in certain ways. So, it is as essential to moderate your speech. Moderate means the the way you say something is as important as what you say, right? So that is what the poem is about. So now we'll come to the poem itself. So first, to begin with, the poet says quite clearly, a stammer is no handicap. It is not an impediment. It is a mode of speech, right? Categorically he says it is a mode of speech. A stammer is a silence that falls between between the word and its meaning. Now, you see, when a person says something, right, it takes some time, not, let's say, it doesn't take a long time, but it takes some time for the meaning of the words to be understood clearly by the listener. So, in that interval between what is said, what is heard, and the meaning understood, there is a silence. So that is the stammer. A stammer is a silence that falls between the word and its meaning. Okay? Just as lameness is the silence that falls between the word and the deed. So the poet brings in another handicap, that is lameness. Lameness is being crippled in the arms or the legs, right? So when a cripple is coaxed into acting, right? It is so a stammer is the silence that which is like that of a lame person trying to walk or trying to lift up something with his crippled limbs, right? So the poet continues in the third stanza, did the stammer precede language or succeed it? So when we go back to the origins of language, when we go back, let's imagine that language as it exists now did not always exist. If we go back in time, and there are people who study the origins of language, there are linguists who study the origins of language, and if you go back right back to ancient times, to the time of the cavemen, when there was no speech, there was no communication, right? There were only guttural sounds, the sounds made in the throat, like right between. So we'll imagine that those were the origins of language, right? But then, as time passed, as the caveman somehow became more civilized, and a time came when the first guttural syllable, something like that, was understood by another ancient caveman. Okay, so that meaning, what seems to be meaningless to us, but it actually conveyed meaning. It's like a stammer, right? The stammer could be a relic of the methods of communication used in our prehistoric ancestors. There are many relics, there are many parts of our prehistoric ancestors in our mind. For example, all the instincts that we have to sleep, to eat, to do so many things, to drink. All these are relics of the minds of our prehistoric ancestors. Like that, the guttural sounds, the stammer, the staggered speech could also be a relic of the prehistoric ancestors which still lives in us. Okay, so the poet asks, okay, even today we stammer. So the poet asks, did the stammer precede, did it come before language, or did it succeed language? Once language was developed to a great extent, people still stammered. So did stammer precede language, or did it succeed it? Is it only a dialect or a language itself? Right? So a dialect is a version of a language. For example, there are many varieties of Kannada or Hindi or Marathi or any other language, but the version of the language spoken in one region is not like the version of the language spoken in another region. So those versions of the same language, for example, the Kannada spoken in Bangalore and that spoken in Dakshin Kannada, right? Those versions of Kannada are dialects. So the poet asks, is a stammer only a dialect, or is it a language itself? Right? Are the silences, okay, in a staggered speech, are they a language in themselves? These questions make linguists stammer. So when you ask a professional scientist of language, a linguist, such questions, the linguists themselves are unclear, right? The linguists themselves cannot answer such questions, even though they may have spent a long time studying language, right? So next stanza, each time we stammer, we are offering a sacrifice to the god of meanings, right? So we see, each time we pause, each time we when we hesitate, right, we're conveying a great deal of meaning, right? So each time we stammer, says the poet, we are offering a sacrifice to the god of meanings. So in the Indian pantheon, that is the number of gods, there are gods for each and every function, each and every part of the body, each and every object of nature, like the tree, the stone, the rat, the elephant. There's so many gods in the Indian pantheon, right? So now the poet brings in what may be yet another god which can be added to the Indian pantheon, that is the god of meanings, right? Is in Kannada, you can perhaps be roughly translated as Arthadevate, right? So each time we stammer, says the poet, each time we pause, each time we hesitate, in that pause, when we convey meaning, we are offering a sacrifice to the god of meanings. When a whole people stammer, says the poet, stammer becomes the mother tongue as it is with us now. So mother tongue, how do we learn the mother tongue? Nobody says, for example, if I say in Kannada, Nanige ondu lota coffee beku. Nobody taught me to say that. I automatically pick up the words by the words spoken by those around me. That's how the mother tongue is learned, right? It's a spoken language, right? Nobody taught me to say that. So when a whole nation, when a whole people stammer, see, now the poet talks about a whole nation stammering. Does a whole nation stammer? Do we all stammer? Do all the people in all the countries stammer? When a whole people stammer, stammer becomes their mother tongue. So now the stammering becomes, it's like their mother tongue. They learn to stammer. Each child in the succeeding generation stammers. Now we may think that we don't stammer. Our speech is clear, unobstructed, and vociferous. But the poet says, it is so with us now. We are stammering. We are hesitating because there is no perfect communication between two people. See, if I say one thing and the listener, many times intentionally, the listener translates it according to his capacity, and it comes out as something else, right? So, okay, so the meaning, the intended meaning to be conveyed and what is actually conveyed, they're two different things. So there's no perfect communication possible. Let's say between father and son, parents, father and son, let's say the parent belongs to one profession, the son wants to follow another profession. Each becomes an expert. One becomes an expert in business, the other becomes an expert in, let's say, physics. There's no communication part, there's no language, common language, right? And let's say between any two people, okay, I mean one thing, but the meaning is not conveyed, it is understood, misunderstood, and that misunderstanding can be perhaps intentional, right? And so it goes on. So the whole nation, the whole people, all the people stammer, okay? So if there's no communication, if you can't talk with your friend, then what's the use? You keep silent, right? You keep silent. But as a poet says, the silence that falls between two people can convey meaning, right? So the whole poet says that really, we all stammer, right? God too must have stammered when he created man. That is why all the words of man carry different meanings. So God too must have stammered when he created man. Now there are many theories of creation. Okay, if you look at the religious texts, for example, in Hinduism, they say the word Om, created, creation, everything in creation, not only the earth, not only the planets, the whole of the universe was created when, God intonated Om. But the poet says God too must have stammered when he created Om. God must have said something like Om. So he must have stammered, says the poet. How can God have stammered when he created man? God is a perfect being. We are perfect beings. That's what we think. Nobody can, there's no equal to us. So many ideas of pride, ego, all these, which are well known, right? When God created man, he must have stammered, says the poet. So, as a result of that stammer when he created man, that is why all the words of man carry different meanings, right? So, this is a literal interpretation. If you open a dictionary, even a small dictionary, like for example, Oxford Learner's Dictionary, and you come to the first letter of the dictionary, A is called the indefinite article. It's got 26 different meanings. You can put a meaning in a sentence, a different meaning in a different sentence. You can use the same A with two different meanings in two different sentences in the same sentence. Okay. Just the letter A or the word A has got 26, 27 different meanings. So it is with all the 500,000 words in the vocabulary, in the lexicon of English, or you say Kannada, or you say any language, right? So again, each word carries a different meaning. Now I say something else is understood, something else is reported, and that gets acted upon. That becomes a whole set of, it starts with a misunderstanding, okay? And it snowballs into something quite unintended, either by the speaker or the reporter. It snowballs, right? So, for example, there's a story of Albert Einstein. Albert Einstein was asked by a newspaper reporter to describe his home life. Okay, what he did at home. So, Professor Einstein said, I'm hardly ever at home, but when I'm home, I'm commonly occupied with my physics, with my theoretical physics. At home, until midnight, I work on my problems in physics, and because of this preoccupation that I have with my subject, whatever salary or whatever money I get, I have to give to my wife because she has to look after the household expenses. Now, Einstein described his home life in this way. The very next day, the newspaper report came out. Professor Einstein is made to work hard. He has to burn the midnight oil, even at home. And his wife takes all the money from him. Okay. Now, this is the report. So, they both mean the same, but the words of man carry different meanings, right? So, what is said, what is reported, what effect that has on listeners, plural, that is, because God stammered when He created man. That's what the poet says. That is why everything He utters, from His prayers to His commands, stammers, like poetry. So, everything a person says, everything he utters, from his prayers, from the religious mantras, to the short sentences, come here, sit down, to the commands, okay, they're all misunderstood by the listener. Okay, but it's like poetry, says the poet. How is this, a command? If a teacher commands a student, come here, okay, sit down, show me your homework. If he commands. Now, it seems on the surface of it to be what? To be cruel. To be, for a 6-year-old child or 6-year-old child to be talked to like this, a 6-year-old child doesn't understand. This teacher is being almost like a dictator. Come here, sit down. Where is your homework? But you see, it is misunderstood by a listener. We may feel the teacher should not talk like this, but really it is misunderstood, because if the child were to be pampered, please come here. Why don't you show me your homework? Have a seat. If that were to be a continuous process, this pampering, a child would become good for nothing, right? So, as one of the great authors says, even our misfortunes, even our embarrassments, even our all the negative things that happen to us in life, okay, they are the material with which to make our art, right? So all our embarrassments, misfortunes are materials, they are resources to fashion our art. So the art is the art of life. Whatever negative things happen, they're all resources to fashion our art. Just as when the parent scolds the child, beats the child, when the teacher scolds the child, beats it, and the child becomes a first-class student, he becomes a first-class citizen, and so on. So you see, from the commands to our prayers, everything stammers, but these are like poetry. Just as a poem is a song meant to be sung, our life is something to be celebrated, right? So the poet ends on a note of optimism. Okay? So that is the poem stammer. Thank you.
Chaitra, BSc second sem interior design student from IFA Lancaster Degree College. Today I am speaking about vision for India to 2047. First I will start with the background of our country. Wow, this was the Bharat of our forefathers. It had the tradition of Omkara and Shrikara. It was the cradle of the 4 Vedas, which are the Rig Veda, Samaveda, Atharva Veda and Yajur Vedas. Pali and Sanskrit contain innumerable references to the greatness of Bharata. Lord Krishna says he will take multiple incarnations on this holy land. It was the land of great art and culture and various kings. Bharat was the land where pearls, diamonds, golds and other precious gems were traded freely among the people in the streets. This golden age was beset by attacks from foreign forces like the Mughals, French, Portuguese, and the vicious battles were fought, and in addition to the looting of wealth, the destruction of our culture was started. Innumerable beautiful temples, statues and idols of gods were destroyed beyond the recognition. It was the time when human sacrifices were offered in battles. In addition to the Mughals, the guns and the cannons of the Portuguese, the British brought down the curtains on a land on which it was thought the sun would never set. In the course of these times, the name of our land was changed from Hindustan to India. For almost 500 years, the blood of our patriots boiled under the foreign yokes as mute witnesses. The non-violent Saint Mahatma Gandhi ji, the martyr Bhagat Singh, the freedom fighter Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose, the Indian National Army, and others who sacrificed themselves for the freedom of our country have to be remembered with gratitude. The size of our motherland on getting independence ought to have encouraged the people to higher efforts to advancement. But the blood of the Indians was cooled. Now it is known as the land of corruption, and the streets of the country resemble the general ward of a government hospital. India in the present. India is still under the list of one of the developing countries because the people are not honest, loyal, and have no patriotism, and undergo religious conversions because of the benefits offered by other religions. This has resulted in overlooking our culture, which is the foundation of our country. Hindustan's cultural system had Vedas, mantras, Vastu, Upanishads, Ayurveda, and natural medicinal practices to bring harmony in life, to have good health, wealth, prosperity, and happiness. But India has overcome a number of problems. In the 1970s, under Indira Gandhi, the country faced a severe food shortage. This was sorted out by Indira Gandhi and MS Swaminathan. From being a net food importer, India turned into a net food exporter. It is an exporter of sugar, wheat, oils, etc. Okay, I will narrate about Vastu for the country. India is located in the northeastern hemisphere of the earth, which represents a holy place and a place of the gods according to Vastu Shastras. Hence, keeping our country clean is very important to bring back our treasure and to prevent upcoming cruel diseases and existing chronic diseases as well. According to Vastu, the northeastern direction represents holiness. It is the living place of the gods. Vastu Purush's head is placed in this direction and is also the place of the element of holy water, and also the place of the planet Jupiter, who rules this direction. That is why India is a place of gurus, yogis, santas, and inventors. According to Vastu principles, the northeastern direction should not be loaded heavily and should be kept clean, which means we should not build tall apartments, skyscrapers, which place pressure on the earth. This leads to adverse effects across the world like earthquakes, hurricanes, tornadoes, and volcanic eruptions. Because of not following Vastu principles, negative energy and evil powers have overpowered the entire world. And people have been facing a number of diseases, untimely deaths, and disharmony in life across the world. Vastu remedies to overcome problems do not go against nature, follow Vastu principles, keep our nation clean, building heights should be restricted. In Mysore, there is a constraint that no building should be higher than the palace. It may have been our forefathers' dreams to follow Vastu principles. If we follow the same, it may be beneficial. Make Sanskrit a mandatory subject of study in all educational institutes from primary to graduation. This will bring tremendous changes in the world, since chanting of some mantras helps in removal of negative energy and evil powers. Problems of malnutrition. Malnutrition is a lack of nutrition. It causes many diseases. Agriculture supplies food. Thus, agriculture needs to be given more importance, especially organic agriculture. Similarly, chemical fertilizers should be stopped to have more crop in a short time period. Unseasonal cropping should be stopped. Cultivating crops in sunlight and water, which are in the northeastern parts, ensures nutrition and vitamin-rich yield of crops naturally. Farmers should be provided proper education and loan waiver of benefits in case of failures of crop yield and crop insurance for free. True value of the crops should be given to the farmers. Many people say that the Narendra Modi government has not given importance to agriculture. Rather, it has given more importance to industrial developments, which is not good for India. My vision for India in 2047 is clean nation, rich in multicultural values, health, wealth, peace, harmony, prosperity and happiness. Goodwill for all the people across the world. Nation of well-educated, kind and energetic people. Nation free of negative energy and evil powers. Being a secular Hindu, loving country and respecting other countries and religions. Respecting, encouraging, giving opportunities to others' talents and potentials irrespective of our status. Promoting agriculture and not acquiring agricultural land for industrial developments. 100% literacy, 100% employment to overcome poverty. Conclusion is we cannot leave each other. We need our neighbors and neighboring countries. Every country across the world lacks something. Fulfilling that lack brings harmony to everyone. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. Today we're going to do a part on question forms in grammar, right? Question forms have at least 3 parts. One is question tags, framing question tags. The second is the WH questions, and the third is actually it's called framing questions. Okay. So first we'll take up question tags. Okay. Now we'll see what a tag is later, but for this topic, that is question forms, we need to know a bit of background, right? The background is we need to know about pronouns and verbs, right? So the pronouns are these: I, you, he, she, it, we, you, they, right? Okay? So these are called personal pronouns. We have gone into pronouns in detail a bit earlier, right? So here what we need to keep in mind is that we need to keep these pronouns in mind. I, you, he, she, it, we, you, they. Out of these, we see that these on the left, I, you, he, she, it, they're singular, and these on the right, that is we, you, they are plural, right? Singular means they refer to one. I am one. I is singular. You referring to one person is singular. He, she, it are singular. Similarly, if I say we, It is plural, both of you. It is plural and they is also plural. Right? So we need to keep that in mind. The next topic we need to have a bit of background is about verbs. Right? Now we've gone into verbs also in some detail earlier. Now we'll just brush up. Right? So verbs are divided into two groups, main verbs and auxiliary verbs. Right? Examples of main verbs are sit, stand, walk, okay, etc. Right? Sit, stand, walk, talk, etc. Right? Now you can quite clearly see that these have meaning. If I say sit, you know what it means. If I say stand, you know what it means. If I say walk, you know what it means. Talk, run, eat, sleep, all these have meaning. They are main verbs. Right? The second group of verbs we need to consider are the auxiliary verbs. Auxiliary verbs are divided into two. Primary auxiliaries and modal auxiliaries. The primary auxiliaries, that's a name. Right? It's the name of this group. The primary auxiliaries are forms of have, do and be. They are also known as the have forms, do forms and be forms. The have forms are have, has, had. Right? The do forms are do, does, did. Now, these are very common words. Right? Only thing, right now we're classifying them as primary auxiliaries. Right? And the be forms are is, am, are, was, were. Right? So these group of verbs is called the primary auxiliaries. Next we have the modal auxiliaries. The modal auxiliaries are can, could, will, would, shall, should, may, might, must, need, ought to and dare. Right? So these are called the modal auxiliaries. Right? Now, we need to keep one of the characteristics of verbs in mind. That characteristic is the tense. Right? Tense means time. So if I say sat, it is the past tense of sit. If I say stood, it is the past tense of stand. If I say walk, it is the past tense of walk. Right? So all the main verbs have present. Okay. So the main verbs have tense. Sat is the past tense of sit. Stood is the past tense of stand. Walk is the past tense of walk, etc. All the main verbs are present and past tenses. These also have tenses, right? If I say he is and I compare it with he was, you see that was is past tense, is present tense. And if I say they are and I compare it with they were is past tense, are is present tense. Similarly, I did is past tense, do and does are present tense. Was and were are past tense, are and is and am are present tense. Had is past tense, have and has are present tense. Right? So these have tenses, right? The primary auxiliaries. Now we come to the part on question tags. Now, what do we mean by a tag? You have an assertive sentence like he is here. We have an assertive sentence like he is here. If you add a tag at the end, it will become a question, right? So what you're doing is you're changing an assertive sentence into a question. A question is also called an interrogative sentence, right? So how do we form the tags? How do we form the tags? Now, to understand this, we need to know that there are two types of sentences. One is the positive sentence, the other is the negative sentence. The negative sentences, they have the word not. Okay? they have the word not. For example, he isn't here. This is a negative sentence because this word is not, right? Negative sentence, right? And a positive sentence doesn't have the word not, okay? So, in this sentence, we have an auxiliary. In these two sentences, we have auxiliary. The auxiliary is. Now, how do we form the tag? If the sentence is positive, take the auxiliary, make it negative, and add the pronoun form of the subject. Now, this is the subject. The subject is already a pronoun, right? Now, what do I mean by pronoun form of the subject? Let's take this example. Instead of he, if I say Ram is here, right? Now this sentence is positive, it has an auxiliary. Take the auxiliary, make it negative. The pronoun form of the subject, the pronoun form of Ram is he, right? Now, suppose this was Sita. Sita is here, right? So, again, you have an auxiliary, take the auxiliary, make it negative, right? Add the pronoun form of the subject. The pronoun form of Sita is she, right? So, for any noun, any given noun subject, you can substitute one of these pronouns. You can substitute one of these pronouns, right? So, this is for a positive sentence. Now, if the sentence is negative, and it has an auxiliary, the sentence has an auxiliary, take the auxiliary, make it positive, add the pronoun form of the subject, right? We'll look at two more examples. One is positive, the other is negative, right? This is the auxiliary, right? He can read, take the auxiliary, make it negative, and add the pronoun form of the subject. And the second sentence is negative, take the auxiliary, make it positive, and add the pronoun form of the subject, right? Now, this set of sentences has an auxiliary. Here it is, here it's can. Remember the auxiliaries are these, right? Suppose a sentence doesn't have an auxiliary. Now, in these three, the verb is a main verb. Here it is goes, here it is went, here it is go. These three are main verbs. So how do we form the question tag, right? To form the question tag for these, we need to use a form of do, right? See, the do forms are do, does, and did, right? So the do forms are do, does, and did. Now, how do we choose between them and how do we form them? Now remember, did is past tense. I did is, if I say I did my homework yesterday, it is in past tense. Now out of these three, went is past tense. Now, this is a positive sentence. It doesn't have a negative word. If the sentence is positive, take did and make it negative, right? And add the pronoun form of the subject, right? Okay? Now, here, between these two, this one has the S. If the verb ends in S, use does. The sentence is positive, take does and make it negative. Add the pronoun form of the subject. This one doesn't have the S, use do, right? So this will become don't and this is they. Ram goes there, right? This ends in S, so it becomes doesn't he, right? Ram went there, This is past tense. Didn't he? Ram and Sham. Go there. It's plural. It's a plural subject. So use they. Right? So this is basically how you form.
Positive sentences, right, sir?
These are positive sentences.
Negative sentence example.
Okay, so that actually, see, negative sentences, right? So keep this in mind. I'll erase this part, right? Now, okay. Forming of negative sentences is also similar to this, okay? Forming of negative sentences is also similar to this. Now, here we have Ram goes there. Now you want to form the negative of this, right? Ram, okay, goes there. Now, you want to form the negative. Let us say, we'll take the other two also. Ram went there, right? And Ram and Sham go there, right? Now, okay? So you have to ask the question type. Now we want to make this negative. Again, how do you make it negative? You have to use a do form. One of do, does, or did, right? Okay. So see, Ram goes, it has S. Ram does not go there. Right? Now this is past tense. Ram did not go there. Right? And this is plural, so we'll say Ram and Sham do not go there. Right? So this is how we form the negative. Right? Why? Because, see, let's suppose you have a sentence. He is here. We'll take the same sentence.
Yeah.
Now, where do you have the negative word? You add it after the auxiliary. He is not here. Right? So, in all these sentences, you see you have an auxiliary. Right? You add the negative word after the auxiliary. Right? Now, okay, one point you need to keep in mind is, see, here it is goes, but here it is does not go. Here it is went, but here it is did not go. So here it is go, but here it is do not go. Now what does it mean? Once you bring in a do form, then what happens? You add a main verb, right? You add a main verb.
Base form.
The main verb is always in what is called base form, right? So, for example, go is in the base form, right? The main verb is in the base form. What do you mean by the base form? The base form doesn't have any suffixes, right? Does not have any suffixes, right?
And it will be V1 form only.
It will be in V1 form, right?
No,
V1.
V2,
Okay,
V3.
so it is go and goes.
Present participle.
This is the base form, right? Okay.
And no
Now-
suffixes.
No suffix, right? So it doesn't have a suffix, right? Now, how do you form the question type for this? Ram goes there. Now you have an auxiliary, right? So take the auxiliary and make, this is a negative sentence. Ram does not go there. Make it positive, right? Does he, right? Now, Ram did not go there. It's a negative sentence. Did he, right? Ram and Sham right? So, okay. So these are the question tags for the negative sentence, and these are the question tags for the positive sentences without an auxiliary. If the sentences only have a main verb, this is how we form the question tags. Now, just as a sort of a little bit of detail, okay? Now, see, here, so we can examine it like this, right? Now, you know that a verb which has S or ES, for example, go plus ES, right? It is described as singular, right? It is described as singular. And a verb which does not have an S or ES, it is described as plural, right? This is the topic of subject-verb agreement. So see, Ram goes there. It is singular. Subject is singular, verb is singular. Okay? So this one, okay? Does is also singular, right? Does is also singular because it has the yes, right? They go there. Okay? So this is, so see, Ram goes there. It is singular. Subject is singular, verb is singular. Okay? So this one, okay? Does is also singular, right? Does is also singular because it has the yes, right? They go there. Okay? So this is plural, this is plural. So do is doodle, right? Past tense, no question of subject verb agreement, right? Okay? So this is the bit of detail. So that is it about question tags. Okay? Thank you, Kusuma and Chaitra. Hello everybody. Today we're going to do quite a special exercise. Okay? So today the chapter we're going to cover is called dictionary work. Right? Dictionary work deals with the definitions of words in a dictionary. Right? So the word we're going to define is this word, which is be. The word be is called a primary auxiliary verb. Right? And so it is actually a verb. And these are the various definitions of the word be. Now, the word be has, okay, 7 different forms, right? 7 different forms. The 7 different forms are is, am, are, was, were, being, and being. These are the 7 different forms of the primary auxiliary verb be. And these definitions, all these definitions, are taken from this dictionary, right? This dictionary called Merriam-Webster Online. So all these definitions are taken from the Merriam-Webster Online Dictionary, right? So now here what we're going to do is my student Chaitra is going to explain what each of these definitions means, and she's going to give the word, right? For example, the definition past tense, first and third person singular. She's going to give the word. She's going to give the word, and she's going to narrate an example sentence for each word.
Hi everyone. Today I'm going to explain regarding a definition of B form, which is primary auxiliary verb. First definition is past tense, first and third person singular is was. Example sentence is I was going, he, she, it was there. Past tense second person singular is were. Example sentence is you were going. Past tense plural word is were. All of you were. Past subjunctive is were. If I were, if she were, he were, it were. Past participle word is been. He, she, it has been. Present participle is being. He, she, it was being carried out. And present tense first person singular is am. I am doing. Present tense second person singular is are. You are writing. Present tense third person singular is. He, she, it is there. He is there, she is there, it is there. Present tense third person plural is are. They are working. Thank you.
I have a question.
Yes.
Can you explain what you mean by the subjective, please?
So subjective, singular subject, plural verb. This is singular subject. Plural verb.
Illustrating this, what do you mean by singular subject?
This is singular subject. I, she, he, it. And plural word is were.
So, would I be right to say that if I were rich is the subjunctive case?
Yeah, if I were rich.
Is it the subjunctive?
Sir, one note I have. Is this singular can become a plural subject?
Then it won't be in the subjunctive case.
It would be the subjective case if it becomes if they were.
It's not in the subjunctive case.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Hi, good afternoon all. This is Chaitra. This is the speaking class lesson on tenses. Tense denotes the time of action. They show when the work is done. The English language has only two tenses, present and past, and we do not have a future tense. But there are common ways to talk about the future. The part of speech that is mainly concerned with the passage of time is the verb. The verb indicates action. Here are some examples of present simple and past simple. Ram plays. Ram played. Present progressive example is Ram is playing. Past progressive example is Ram was playing. Present perfect tense example is Ram has played. And an example of past perfect tense is Ram had played. Present perfect progressive example is Ram has been playing. Example of past perfect progressive is Ram had been playing. Note that wherever there is she, he, it comes, we have to add yes to the verb. For example, she works in a company. He eats chocolates. The dog barks at the thieves. Let us now understand the present and past in detail. The present simple and the present progressive. The present simple takes the verb form, verb plus yes or es. The present simple is used in the ways which are in the following ways. To express habitual action. These are the actions that take place through force of habit or habitually. Example, she attends music class every day. I go for a walk in the evening. And to express universal truth. Example, light is faster than sound. The earth revolves around the sun. And in dramatic narratives, example, Saurabh immediately hurries to his capital. Cinderella rushes down the stairs. And to express a planned series of actions in the future, example, the match starts at 10 a.m. The Prime Minister leaves at 9 o'clock. And in broadcast commentaries on sporting events, example, the ball hits the boundary. Ronnie passes the ball to Jim and he scores the point. And to describe the status, example, Dev owns a villa. He knows many things about this company. And to show a progressive action, here comes the bus. There goes our English teacher is an example. Let us move on to the present progressive tense. The present progressive takes the verb form am, is, or plus verb plus ing. Ing is present participle. We use present progressive tense to describe or to express an action happening at the time of speaking. Example of it is, my uncle is cleaning the car. The boys are playing hockey. And to express a temporary action, which is, I am reading Great Expectations. Sheila is learning French at the French Institute. Express one's immediate plans. I am going to Orion Mall today. Raj is leaving Delhi tonight. Are the examples. And to describe repeated actions, why are you yelling at him always? Village games are becoming popular these days, or the examples. Note, use of the present simple or the present progressive. The present progressive is also called as present continuous. Sometimes we may use either the present simple or present progressive when we talk about a temporary state. Example, Radha is feeling sad today. Radha feels sad today. Sometimes we use a combination of both the present simple and the present progressive, as in the narration of stories or commentaries. Cinderella is crying and then there appears an angel. The bowler moves towards the wicket. He is playing well. Next, we will discuss about the tenses which are present perfect and the past simple. The present perfect tense takes the verb form have or has plus past participle verb. It is used to express recent past actions whose time is not given and is not definite. Example, I have done the work. The dog has eaten its food. To express time indicators like just, already, ate, recently, etc. The bus has left already. My Bob has just finished cooking, or the examples. To express past actions which happen further back in the past, provided the action could be repeated in the present. Example, she has written a number of articles I have seen him in this campus. It can be repeated in the present. The simple past takes the verb form verb plus past form ed. The simple past is used in the following ways: to express actions in the past with a definite time. Examples: the steamer sailed yesterday. Banu left the college last week. To express her past habit. Examples: during those days I worked till midnight. She always carried an umbrella. To talk about the facts of the past. Examples: our college was established in 2000. The Sepoy Mutiny took place in 1857. Note: use of present perfect and past simple tenses. Present perfect tenses are used in the situations where unfinished action that started in the past and continues to the present. I have known Rajesh for 12 years. I still know him. And the past simple is the finished action. I knew Rajesh for 10 years, but now we have lost the touch. The other examples of present perfect and past simple are: finished action in someone's life when the person is still alive. They have been to London many a times. And finished action in someone's life when the person is no more. My great grandmother went to London twice is an example of past simple tense. And one more example of present perfect tense is finished action with a result in the present. Example: I have lost my purse, therefore I cannot pay now. And the similar example of past simple of a situation when the action is finished with no result in the present. Example: I lost my purse yesterday. No result in the present. In case of unfinished time word like this week, this month, today is one more scenario of present perfect tense which we use to describe. Example: I have seen Jaya this week. And one more situation of past simple tense which we use is in case of finished time word like last week, last month, yesterday. Example: I saw Jaya last week. Next, we'll move to the past progressive and past perfect tense. The past progressive tense takes the verb form was, were plus verb plus ing. We use the past progressive to express past actions which continued for some time. Example: I was reading a novel last night. They were listening to radio all the evening. And to express continuous action interrupted by another action with the simple past. Example: while Rajesh was getting ready, the phone rang. I was sitting in my garden when Rakesh walked in. Next is the past perfect tense, which takes the verb form had plus the past participle form ed-en. We use it under the following circumstances to describe an action that took place in the past time and was completed in the past. Example: the donkey had eaten all the hay, the cat had drunk all the milk. And to express unfulfilled wishes or hopes. Example: I wish I had accepted the offer. I wish I had joined the university. And one more circumstance is if two actions happened in the past and it is necessary to show which action happened earlier than the other, we use the past perfect under such circumstances, and other past action is expressed in the simple past. Example, the fire had burnt down the house by the time the fire engine arrived. And one more example is, when I reached the station, the train had left. Next is present perfect progressive tense, which is used to indicate an action that started in the past is still continuing. It takes the form has or have plus been plus verb plus ing. Example, the tap is leaking. It started to leak last week. The tap has been leaking since last week. And one more example is, the children are studying. They started to study an hour ago. The children have been studying for an hour. The next is past perfect progressive tense is used to indicate a continuous action that was completed at some point in the past, and it takes the verb form had plus been plus verb plus ing. Example, I had been working in the company for 5 years when I got the promotion. And one more example is, Lakshman had been reading novels for several years when he was in school. Okay, let us talk about the future. We often use will to talk about the future. Example, I will write a letter to my friend tomorrow. I think India will win the match. We use the present simple tense to indicate something that is scheduled. Example, our summer vacation starts next week. The train arrives at 7 in the morning. In the morning, it has already been scheduled. And the next example is, sometimes we use the present continuous to talk about the plans. To make a plans, we use present continuous tense to talk. Example, my friends are visiting me tomorrow. Visiting me tomorrow, it is a plan to meet or to visit a friend. And the next example is, we are attending a special class tomorrow. Sometimes we use the verbs like plan, want, hope, etc. to refer to the future. Example, the plan to get married next month. I hope to see you tomorrow. Sometimes we use may, might and could when we are not sure about the future. We could watch, example, we could watch a movie together. We could watch a movie together, but it has not been confirmed or scheduled. And one more example is, they might even stay for lunch. And one more scenario, in case of if, we use the present tense form to refer the future. Example, the children won't be able to play if it rains. And India enters the finals if she wins the match today. Sometimes we use going to talk about plans and to indicate that something is likely to happen. Examples, I am going to meet the doctor today. And don't jump on the sofa, you are going to get hurt. Thank you.
Okay, we start. Good morning, everybody. There is Sakshi, Chaitra, and Kusma. Okay. Today we will do the poem "The Earth Never Dies" by the African Nigerian poet. Okay. The Nigerian poet Ni Osundare. Right. So first we will read the note of the poem. Ni Osundare is a Nigerian poet. Nigeria is a country in
South Africa.
He is a dramatist, literary critic and political activist. He is a dramatist in many plays. Right?
literary critic of literature. He has been a committed writer with a staunch belief in freedom of speech. Right? Freedom of speech. I have my view, you have your view. We'll sit at a table and discuss the principle of democracy. Freedom of speech. Vasundhara has won numerous awards for his poetry. His collection of poems, The Eye of the Earth, won the Commonwealth Poetry Award, and Waiting Laughters won the Norma Award. Right? So he has won 2 great awards. Right? This poem portrays with its vivid imagery the total destruction of nature. Right? So this is a very common theme in the news everywhere. People are talking about the environment. People are talking about the destruction of nature. Right? So the poem speaks about that. And the poem has vivid imagery. Vivid is clear. Images. See, I may be speaking, but I'm trying to draw a picture in your mind of what I'm speaking. So any group of words which evokes a picture, that is imagery, right? So the poem portrays with its vivid imagery the total destruction of nature, right? In his quest for supremacy and insatiable greed for material acquisition, man has dealt an axe blow to ecology. Ecology is nothing but the science of the environment, right? And man has dealt it's an axe blow. Like you take an axe and you chop down a tree. Man has dealt an axe blow to the earth, right? Why? Why has he done this? In his quest for supremacy. See, there are so many creatures on earth. Many of them are stronger than man. But man has overcome the apes which are 10 times stronger than each individual man. Yeah. Man has overcome the elephants, man has overcome the lions, which can rip people to shreds. So it's a quest, it's a search for supremacy, right? He has overcome all forms of other creation. So it's a quest or a search for supremacy and insatiable greed. See, I have this comfort, I want more comforts. I have this food, I want more food, richer food, more delicious food. I want my coffee to be imported from Colombia. I want my sweets to be imported from Turkey, right? I want my clothes to be from Japan. I want my shoes to be imported from England. Insatiable greed. Insatiable is that which cannot be satiated or met. It cannot satisfy the greed. He's got an insatiable. That's why he's dug into the earth, he's polluted the air, he's populated all areas of the earth, including the Arctic and he's insatiable greed. Right? And quest for supremacy. So he's dealt an axe blow to ecology. Will the earth survive this onslaught by irrational man? Irrational. See, it's not rational. If I were to chop down all the trees and build buildings, where will I get the air from? If I were to discharge my effluents, that is from the factories, no doubt I am living comfortably from the income from my factories. But if I were to discharge the effluents, that's the wastewater, into the rivers, where will I get water from? If my factory gives off a lot of smoke, where will I get air? Air, water, food, sunlight. Right? It's irrational. In a way, he's chopping at the branch on which he's sitting on, like Kalidasa. You know, Kalidasa is he chopped down the branch and he's sitting on one end, he's chopping the branch. Okay, it's irrational. Right?
Okay, sir, is Kalidasa chopping the branches?
No, before he became the poet.
Before he became the
before
poet?
He married the princess, he was retarded. He didn't have that much brains.
Okay, retarded. Oh, good. I got it. Kavirata Kalidasa movie, right? Then he became poet, right?
Yeah,
So after
he
marrying
married
the princess, I also.
And the princess says, go and meet the goddess Kali.
Yeah, Kali, he prayed Kali and he wrote some poem. Then he will forget everything.
He held forth of all subjects under the sun.
He will forget, right, sir? He will forget her wife. Later on, she will come. She will come to find her, right, sir? Find him. She will come to find him.
Yeah. So, you see, it's like Kalida. You see, man is irrational. Will the earth survive this onslaught by irrational? See, this onslaught is an attack by man. Will the earth survive? That's what the poet is asking. The poem in the beginning is depressingly bleak. It's very bleak. Bleak means dark.
Bleak.
Bleak is dark, it's somber, serious.
Okay.
Depressingly, see, no need for so much seriousness. Right? So, the poem in the beginning is depressingly bleak in its depiction of contemporary reality. Contemporary reality, whatever goes on. Contemporary means of the present time. The realities of the present time. About the environment. In his depiction, in his drawing or contemporary, but ends with a note of optimism. Optimism is still there's hope.
Oh yeah, Ashavati.
Ashavati, yes.
Pessimist is Nirashavati.
Nirashavati, yes. So,
That I know.
Nirashavati in the Shuruvagi, Ashavati.
Pessimist to optimist. Yes.
The poem is also written for performance and artists. Meant to be performed. Right? Meant to be sung. So, now the poem begins. I will read the poem. Lynched the lakes, slaughtered the seas, mauled the mountains, but our earth will not die, here, there, everywhere. Right? Lynched. Lynching is a practice which is done against robbers on the highway, you know. Someone robs a person on the highway, going on the highway, robs him. The villagers will catch him. They tie a rope around his neck or around his legs or around his body, throw the rope over the nearest branch and pull him. Right? That's the end of it. Right? So the lakes of the earth, all the lakes, they've been lynched. Effluents have been discharged. Right? You take almost any surrounding water body, you'll find it's black. Any surrounding water body, right? Can get it. Lynched the lakes, slaughtered the seas. Now, it's going on right now. The ships, you know, nowadays cruise ships,
Yeah.
they're the rage. So what happens? People go on cruises. Those cruise ships, they're huge, the size of this road, right? And literally thousands of people travel on it. Now each of those people has a plastic water bottle, he has a plastic food packet, he just throws it, right? So how much plastic waste? The whales come, they come from the depths of the ocean, they ingest this plastic. Their internal organs are crushed. Okay, they're stuck with it. See, marine life is being suffocated because of the activities of man. Water bodies are polluted because of the activities of man. Right? Slaughtered the seas. Marine life is being wiped. That's what the poet is saying. Mauled the mountains. Mauled. And see, you have a bear, let's suppose a grizzly bear enters. You run here and there in the room. It catches you. What first thing it does is, just does this with the arms. It will maul you. Right? Then it will do one on the head and that's the end. Right? Mauling is that act. Right? Mauled the mountains, even the mountains. You know, they build tunnels under the mountains. They build railroads around the mountains, they climb the mountains, they leave the plastic there. Mount Everest, the tallest mountain in the world. How much plastic waste, you know? Okay? You take a look at any, effort, whether it's in the mountains, whether it's in the ocean. Nowadays they have these boats which clean up the rivers. You know, dredging, it's called dredging. They have these arms like this which is spread out and they go like this, the boats go like this and the garbage is directed against a conveyor belt. It rises up on the conveyor and it's packaged inside and you know, so many things go on, right? So the lakes, the seas and the mountains, they've been polluted by the activities of man. But our earth will not die. Right?
Here, there, everywhere, a lake is killed by arsenic urine.
What's that?
Arsenic urine from the bladder of profit factories. A poison stream staggers down the lake. See, what is this arsenic? Arsenic is a poison. Where do you find poison? See, these chemical factories, you see, all cities, they were actually built on the rivers. Because these rivers, they were the roads in which people could travel. Before there were forests, on this side there were forests. Here there were the rivers. They could travel from city to city on the rivers. They were the original mode of transportation, right? As the roads improved, as cities were connected by roads, these water bodies lost their importance, rivers, lakes, things like that. So they built factories in the cities, right? And these factories have effluents, arsenic, poison, chemical factories, right? So what happens? Here, there, everywhere, and a lake is killed by arsenic urine. It discharges into the lake. The only way of escape from the water is evaporation. It evaporates not out. There's no inlet. Inlet to the lake is also has factories. The water comes into the lake from factories. It gathers, it concentrates in the lake, full of poison. No marine life. A lake is killed by arsenic urine from the bladder of profit factory. Now, the factory owner is making a pile of money, a ton of money. But at the same time, he is taking away the water supply for the people. Right? A poison stream staggers down the hills. How does water flow? Water flows from top to bottom. It never flows from bottom to top. So all these rivers, all the water flow goes down the hills. But it's all poison. They're all poison, right? Coughing chaos in the sickly sea. Finally, the river enters the sea. Sea becomes sickly.
What's
Right?
your say becomes?
Sickly. All rivers,
Sickly.
rivers discharge into the sea. Right? Even the Ganga, the Yamuna, or whatever is going to the sea. So the sea becomes sickly. The wailing wail. Wail is a sound. Sound, you see, wail is a sound made by, like if a person were to be hurt, that is a wail. The whale is wailing, belly up like a frying fish. You have a fish which is frying on the tawa. These whales, they eat all that poison, they drink all that poison. Then they become belly up. They go like this on the water. Right? Belly up like a frying fish. Belly is the stomach. The stomach will point towards the sky. Okay? Crest the chilling swan song of parting water. A swan song is a song sung by a swan just before it dies. It swings the song and drops. Right? So the parting waters, the waters of the ocean which are parting, which are waves, this whale is showing that it's singing the swan song of the oceans. Okay? But will not die. That's the conclusion of the poem. Okay? Who lynched the lakes? Who is responsible? Is it one person? Is it one factory? So it is mankind with M capital. Mankind. Who lynched the lakes? Who slaughtered the seas? Who? Is it one man? Is it one country? Who slaughtered the seas? Who? Whoever mowed the mountains, whoever. Right? Our earth will not die. And the rain falls. Acid on burning forest. See, you have a factory in America, right? It's discharging a lot of smoke into the atmosphere, lots of poisonous gases. Nowadays it's different, there are all sorts of controls. But in the old days, what they used to do was, the smoke used to go straight up from the factories. It goes into the atmosphere, concentrates in the clouds. All these poisonous chemicals, they concentrate in the clouds. They're blown by the winds to Europe, they're blown to Asia.
and there they rain. What sort of rain will come out of those poison clouds? Acid rain. Acid means it's actually acidic, right? So the rain falls acid on balding forest. The forests have also been leveled for wood to make matchsticks. The trees have been cut down to make matchsticks, right? On bordering forests, the branches amputated by the septic daggers of painted clouds. Septic is acidic. Dagger is a knife. Each drop of water of acid rain that falls from the sky is like a septic dagger from tainted. Tainted is made impure. See, pure water is got by pure clouds. But all these poisonous clouds from the factories in the different parts of the world, you get acid rain in one part of the world because of some activity going on in another part.
Yeah.
Right? So all these forests, once the acid rain falls on the leaves, they just shrivel. Right? Their branches amputated. Amputated means cut off. Right? By the septic daggers of painted clouds. Weeping willows drip mercury tears. So that is actually a type of wood. Willow is a type of wood. It's called a weeping willow because of the sound it makes, the wind makes. Right? Weeping willows drip mercury tears. Mercury is a poison. Discharged from a factory. Right? Discharged from a factory.
Mercury discharged from the factory is poison, but the real mercury is a poison,
No,
sir.
it also goes up in the form of vapor, mercury vapor.
Okay, mercury belongs to Buddha, right, sir?
Mercury, Buddha, not Buddha. I don't know, maybe. Mercurial means very active, not sitting quietly.
Yeah, it won't come to anybody's hand like
No,
this.
that is an adjective.
Temperature, in the temperature
Yeah,
testing,
right.
mercury they will.
It will immediately show the rising temperature.
Yeah.
That is mercurial. That mercury is actually poison. But how is it manufactured? In the factories, right? It goes up into the atmosphere, is discharged into the rivers. Weeping willows drip mercury tears in the eye of storming terrains. Terrain is a landscape. It can be a mountain, it can be a plain, it can be a valley, it can be a hill. Terrain. All the land on the earth is sobbing, crying, according to the poet. The nuclear sun rises like a funeral ball, reducing man and meadow to dust and dirt. Nuclear sun. Nuclear reactions are going on in the sun. Hydrogen is being converted into helium, lot of it. Finally, nuclear power is actually dangerous. Radioactivity. After all of man's activities will have been completed, right? Then what will happen? A nuclear sun will rise like a funeral ball. In a funeral you have some light, right? Funeral ball, reducing man and meadow to dust and dirt. Man and meadow. Nowadays we have so many meadows. Meadows are fields. Man will be reduced to dust and dirt, fields and grass and trees and all living creatures will be reduced to dust and dirt. Right? But our earth will not die. Right? In spite of all this, the poet says, but our earth will not die. Fishes have died in the waters. Right? Fishes have died in the waters. Fishes. Birds have died in the trees. Birds. Rabbits have died in the burrows. The under the ground. The rabbit lives in the. Rabbits have died in the burrows. Rabbits. Our earth will see again, washed by a new rain. So after all life has gone, what will happen? Nature will reclaim. Nature cannot be suppressed. You can keep on polluting her, but she will reclaim. More, once you think you finish, it will again new life, give rise to new life. You see, it's like this. You have some village, some villages are abandoned.
Yeah.
Once there was center of human activities. People used to go and trade and do this and so many things. All human activities, marriages, festivals,
school, college, everything is going on. They abandoned for some reason. The trees will grow. Through the houses will grow. The grass will grow on the roads. Nature will reclaim. Right? Our earth will see again eyes washed by a new rain. So after all the acidy rain, after all the rain will fall as pure as ever. Right? The westering sun will again resplendent like a new coin. Again, after the funeral, this white, red and yellow funeral ball, once again it will become pure white, like it is now. Like a new coin, like a new coin. The wind unwound will play its tune, trees twittering, grasses dancing. The wind unwound. Now the wind is wound. Wound means like a spring, you wind up a spring. The wind cannot blow freely. Why? Because of the buildings in the cities will stop. Once everything has been flattened, the wind will roar, will become unwound, will play its tune, trees twittering, twittering again the birds will twitter, grasses dancing, hillsides will drop with blooming harvest, flowers, trees, grass, crops, everything, right? Blooming harvest. The plains batting their eyes of grace and grace, grass and grace. The plains will have grass and will be graceful to look at. The sea will drink its heart's content. All the rivers, right? They will empty into the sea, but there will be pure water. The sea will drink to its heart's content. However much water it wants, it will drink. When jubilant thunder flings open the sky gate and blue rain tumbles down. So jubilant is happy, festive. Festive thunder flings open the sky gate. When it pours, torrential downpour, opens the sky gate and the new rain tumbles down in drums of joy. Earth will see again this earth, our earth. Right? So that's how the poet ends on a note of optimism. Right? Okay? So this is a poem about the environment. In fact, a question has been asked. You've traveled, right? You've traveled. You've gone from north to south, east to west, and you watched many videos, right? What do you see on those journeys? No, you don't see cities all the time. You see grass, you see fields, you see mountains, you see the sunlight, right? Here and there on YouTube or some other media, social media, you see the icebergs falling. You see this volcano, right? Here, one or two videos. But in real life, it's been asked, what do you see on your journeys from north to south, east to west of the country? You see, the environment has not been destroyed, except where? In the cities, right? Near the city, right? So you can compare, right? What do you know, what do you see with what one is, right? So at least one thinker has called this science of environmentalism exceedingly depressing. Who is that thinker, Chitra?
Poet.
No, it's Nietzsche.
Sir?
Right? Nietzsche.
Nietzsche is?
I'll tell you. Okay, Nietzsche is a philosopher. A great thing. Nietzsche. Nietzsche is the name of the philosopher. And he calls this science of environment, theory of the environment, exceedingly depressing. Okay? So you can verify it by yourself, right? Except, where man has broken ground in the city. There's no, okay? So, thank you.
Again, today we're going to do the second chapter, which is active and passive voice. Right? So, the word voice refers to the verb. Right? The word voice in active passive voice refers to the verb. Yeah? So, I'll write two sentences. John opened the door. Right? John opened the door. The door was opened by John. Right? Now we say that John opened the door is in active voice. The door was opened by John is in passive voice. Now why? See, here in the first sentence, John is the subject. It does some action. John does some action which is opened the door. If the subject of the sentence does some action, it is in active voice. Now, in the second sentence, the door was opened by John. The door is passive. It is acted upon by John. So, if the subject of the sentence is acted upon, then it is in the passive voice. Right? Now, what are the changes we made?
Subject does the action. Subject acted upon on the subject.
Right? The subject is acted upon. Right? That is passive voice. Now, what are the changes we made? See, John is the subject and opened the door is the object. Okay? Make object into subject, subject into object. Opened is a verb. Opened is in past tense. O-P-E-N-E-D is V2. Right? Now, what is the verb? Was opened is the verb phrase. Now, was is a form of be. What are the be forms again? Be forms are is, as, are, was, were, being, and being. Right? So, is, am, are V1, was and were are V2, and V3 is being. Right?
This is IH.
Now, opened is V2. Opened is simple past. So, it becomes was opened. See, the door was opened by John. So, what is the structure of the passive? It is B plus V3. B plus V3 is called the general structure of the passive. Okay? Now, again, let's suppose the sentence says, John opened the doors. Now, this doors is plural. This word doors is plural. So, here it becomes the doors. But this becomes where.
The doors were opened by John.
So, you remember that a verb which ends in the suffix s is singular. But a verb which does not end in the suffix s is taken as plural. So, was is singular because it ends in the suffix s. The door was opened, but where is plural because it does not end in the suffix s. The doors were opened by John. Right? Now, we'll change the tense. If I change it to V1, John opens the door. Right? Now, opens is simple present. Verb plus s. Now, this becomes the door is opened by John. Right? So, here the passive is B plus B3 is opened. Is singular. Suppose if John opens the doors, then it becomes the doors are opened by John. Right? Okay. Now, suppose we change the tense once more. John is opening the door. John is opening the door. This present continuous. Then this becomes the door is being opened
by John. Right? Now, the ing form, the present participle shows continuing action. Continuing. Right? Is opening, the action is continuing in the present.
Present participle.
So it's a present participle shows the continuing action. Now in the passive, the door is being opened. Being shows the continuity of the action. ing. Right? So we have B plus V3. Right? Next.
It's B plus V3. Always B plus V3 is passive.
Passive. So once you see a B form and then you see the V3, then you can be sure it's the passive voice.
Is open. The door is open. Is.
Is the B form.
B form.
Open is the B.
These are the B forms. Is, am, or, was, were, being.
B. Okay?
Sir? 1 minute, sir. Yeah, you said then this being is also a B
So
form, sir.
no. See, opening is opening. This ing form shows the continuity. Is being opened. This is the B form. This is the V3.
This will become V3. Okay, sir.
Okay?
Okay.
Now, we change the tense once more. John has opened the door. This is present perfect.
Okay, sir, I will say.
This becomes the door.
The door. Okay, sir. Had.
No, has.
Sir, it will become B plus.
Has been.
Has been opened. Oh, this one only, sir. I'm getting confused.
So here see, this has opened is has plus V3, present perfect.
Present perfect. Has opened also.
This shows completed action.
Yeah, completed action.
So this shows completed action. Been
Has been.
opened.
Okay.
Now
Sir,
John.
here tense won't get changed, right, sir?
Tense won't get changed. This is.
Already in that form, right, sir?
So John has opened the doors. This becomes the doors.
Doors have been. Sorry.
No problem. Okay. Now,
Tense won't get changed. Right?
tense won't get
Doors
changed.
have
But
been
see.
opened.
Okay. Now, then John had opened the door. This is past perfect.
Past perfect.
So this is past perfect, had plus V3. The door had been opened by John. Had been opened by John.
John. Okay, sir.
So okay. John.
The doors had been. Here also same had been.
The doors had been. So for past tense, the idea of agreement.
Singular plural same comes, right, sir? Had. In that present perfect tense, if the singular is had, if the singular comes
Yes.
So this one has.
Then the
The
has
door
or-
has opened. The doors have to become have.
Yeah.
For the plural.
Even for is opening.
Are. But it's already in
Past tense.
past tense. Then past tense for singular plural had only comes.
Yeah.
For singular and plural.
So John was opening the door in the past continuous.
The door was being opened by John.
So this shows a continuity. It's a B plus B3.
Okay, sir.
John will open the door.
The
Door will be opened by John. So B itself is a form of B.
Okay, sir. Here it will become V3.
Will be opened.
Word of V3. Okay, sir.
Then John will be opening the door. The door will be being
Opened by John.
This is okay. John will have opened. This is a future perfect. The door will have been
opened.
Opened by John. Okay.
Okay, sir.
Now you see one thing I found out with my correspondence with my professor in the US yesterday. What he
Yesterday,
said.
sir.
Yes.
So you have gone to Thailand?
No, it's online course. EFL online course.
No, sir. You said that you have gone to Thailand.
I have not gone. It's online. I did EFL course online.
Which course, sir?
EFL.
TF.
EFL means teaching English as a foreign language.
Teaching.
Teaching English as a foreign language.
Okay.
EFL certificate I did online.
Okay, sir. Okay.
Now, see. Here, if I say is watching, right? Just now we said it's the present continuous.
Yeah.
But there are three aspects to this. This one shows the tense.
Yes. Yeah.
Watching is called aspect. Aspect is, there are two types. Continuing
Yeah.
and completing. Continuing and continuing aspect. Third is the mood. Mood is indicative, right? Then imperative, okay? And subjunctive. We'll leave out these two. We'll come to that later. Indicative means it just states, it just makes a statement. So if I say, is watching, I say is present tense. Watching is a continuing aspect. Mood is indicative, right? Now, if I say is watching is this, right? These three labels, tense, aspect, and mood. Now, if I say is watching, then we can also add voice. This is active voice.
Yeah.
But if I say is being watched, right? Now what happens? This is the present tense.
Present tense.
Okay? This shows the continuing. Okay, so this one, if I see, this is what present, continuous, right?
Is being watched.
Present continuous, passive.
Passive.
The voice is passive.
Yeah.
Okay?
This is present continuous active. Present continuous passive.
So if I say has opened, now what happens?
Perfect.
This is the present tense.
Present perfect tense, sir.
This is the completed aspect,
Yeah.
right? And the mood is indicative. And the voice is active. Right?
Yeah.
But
Has
if I say
been.
has been opened, you're right. Right? Has been opened. Then
It is present perfect passive indicative.
perfect passive. Right, indicative. Right? 4 term labels. Yesterday I had.
Sir, are you still studying this one?
No, it is correspond. On LinkedIn, there's a
Oh, okay. They will teach, right, sir?
No, just discuss.
That's it, sir. Active voice, passive voice.
Okay, we'll do exercises.
Yeah. So then what about this two? Imperative and subjunctive.
Definitely.
That you will tell later. Which one do you say? Prepositions. If I come tomorrow, if you are free, no, sir.
No problem.
Superlative, that most
Adjectives.
adjectives.
Okay.
Adjectives, preposition. Simply it's like a revision and I won't ask again if
No, it's okay.
paragraphs I have got the introductory and 34 sentences each paragraph should contain 3 to 4 topics.
So
here
Last should be the conclusion. Bye-bye.
is a quiz on Google. Active passive voice, quizzes is the first one. What you have to do is you have to indicate whether the sentence is active or passive. Now if the subject does some action, whatever tense, then it is active. But if the subject is acted upon,
Acted upon is a passive.
so if you see the V plus V3 form, that is passive. So what is the first one? I ate
I ate
a
a
cake.
piece of chocolate cake. Active voice.
Active voice. The librarian read the book to the students.
Active only.
Active. The money was stolen.
Active only.
No, was
The body was
stolen by the thieves.
yeah
So that becomes passive.
passive.
They are paid by their boss on Fridays.
They are paid on Fridays. Passive.
Passive. The movie is
It's
being
being made in Hollywood is passive.
passive.
I washed my car 3 weeks ago. Active only. Sir.
Active. His hair
Was cut by passive only.
I will introduce you to my boss this week.
Active only.
Will introduce this
I will.
simple feature. I will introduce. Subject is acting, so it is acting. It would have been fixed on the weekend. So it is have been fixed.
Fixed. It is have been. This is passive.
Passive. Right? The national anthem is being sung by this.
Passive.
Check on sound.
100%.
Congratulations, children.
Thank you, sir. That was only I got two mistakes. I would have done two mistakes.
Yeah. You would have made.
I would have made.
Okay, tomorrow we'll do comparative adjectives. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Good morning, Chaitra and everyone. Okay. So today we're going to do language activity on phrases. Right? Phrase. So we are on page 71 of the PDF. Page 71 of the PDF. So first we begin with the definition of a phrase. Okay? A phrase is a grammatical term referring to a group of words that does not include a subject and a verb. Right? Now, a sentence has different parts, as we know. Okay? For example, if I say Humpty Dumpty sat on the wall. Okay? Humpty Dumpty is a noun. It's a subject. Sat is a verb. Okay? Now, if you leave out the subject and the verb, on the wall. On the wall is a phrase. Right? So a phrase is a part of a sentence which does not contain a subject and a verb. Or in other words, it does not contain a noun or a pronoun or a verb phrase. Okay? So I'll read that definition again. A phrase is a grammatical term referring to a group of words that does not include a subject and verb. A phrase is any group of words that does not contain a subject completing an action. Okay, subject completing an action. So if any action is done, there must be a doer of the action. So if I say Ram goes to the forest, so the verb is goes. Who is the doer? It's Ram. So a subject is also known as the doer of an action. Right? So if it doesn't contain a subject, then it's a phrase. Next, continuing. When a group of words contains a subject doing an action, subject plus verb. Subject plus verb. Okay? Subject verb, it becomes a clause. So if a phrase contains a subject and a verb, then it becomes a clause. We did this in types of sentences.
Yeah.
So we have two types of clauses, independent and dependent.
In
right?
sentences.
In sentences. So when a part of a sentence contains a subject and a verb, then it becomes a clause. If it doesn't contain a subject and a verb, then it becomes a phrase.
Sir, subjects are?
Subjects are nouns or pronouns. right?
So without nouns and pronouns, how can we make a phrase?
No, a phrase doesn't contain. See, I gave that example. Repeat the example.
Okay.
Little Jack Horner sat in a corner, right?
What's that?
Little Jack Horner sat in a corner.
Okay, little Jack. Jack is a.
Little Jack Horner is a subject. It's a noun. Okay? Sat is the verb. Leave out the subject and the verb. In a corner. In a corner is a phrase. Whereas Little Jack Horner sat in a corner is a clause. It's an independent clause.
Yeah.
So two different terms. One is clause, one is phrase.
Yeah.
Right? Phrase doesn't contain subject and verb, whereas clause does contain subject and a verb. Okay? Phrases can be added to sentence to make them more complex. So you can add phrases to a sentence. Little Jack Horner sat in a corner eating a Christmas pie. So there you have one more phrase, eating a Christmas pie. Right?
Yeah.
So you can add phrases to sentence to make them more complex. So you can keep on adding phrases. Right? Consider this. Concepts can begin with a single word and develop into a compound sentence. Right? So the example given, match is the word. Right?
What's up?
Match is the word. No, you can add words.
Match is the word.
Match. Match can be a cricket match or it
Yeah.
can be a football match like that.
best.
Right? So match is a word. After the match, that is a phrase. Right?
Yeah.
The Indian team played. The Indian team played. That's a clause.
Yeah.
Right? So after the match, the Indian team played. I felt ecstatic. So I felt ecstatic. Ecstatic means very happy, extremely happy.
Okay.
After the match that Indian team played, I felt ecstatic. Right? So that becomes a sentence. So you can take one word, make it into a phrase, add a subject and a verb that makes it a clause, and then you can form the sentence. So we're going in the reverse order, not from the sentence to the phrase. We're going from the word to the phrase to the clause to the sentence. So we have the various building blocks of a sentence. Right?
First, whether it will starts with clause
First
and
starts with word. Then first starts with goes on to phrase.
phrase.
Then it goes on to clause, and finally you have the sentence.
Okay.
No. After it can be elaborated further. After the match that Indian team played, I felt ecstatic because the team performed wonderfully. Right?
First, it has to start with the
Word. It starts with the word match. Then you have a phrase after the match. Then you add a clause. The
Yeah.
Indian team played.
Yeah.
Then
After the match is a phrase.
Phrase. So then you have a complex sentence. After the match that the Indian team.
After is a cop.
After the match is a phrase. After the match that the Indian team played, I felt ecstatic because the team performed wonderfully.
After
So
the
that's
match
a-
is a complex.
After the match is a phrase.
Phrase.
Phrase is a group of words that does not contain subject
Yes.
and a verb.
I-
Okay? Note. A phrase is different from a sentence because it does not make complete sense. So phrase does not make complete sense. If I say in a corner, you will ask what is in a corner or who is in a corner, like that. And if I say little Jack Horner sat in a corner, then you will understand.
Yeah.
So a phrase does not make complete sense, does not have any signs of punctuation. So there's no full stop, there's no comma, there's nothing. Right? Is only part of a sentence. So it's only a part of a sentence, does not have a verb. So a verb is the most important word in the sentence. It's an action word. See, if you do an action, then there is some meaning. If I say in a corner without a verb, then there's no meaning. In a corner, what is in a corner, what is it doing in a corner, who is in a corner, right? So verb is the most important part, right? Few examples of phrases. Under the table, during the day, so nice.
in a minute, everything to be near the bus stand. So these are various phrases.
In some time, after some time.
After some time is also a phrase. So then you can do the exercises, right? So you can do the exercises. Then we come to the next part, which is the clauses. We've already gone over clauses in the previous lesson in the types of sentences.
Independent or dependent?
Independent or dependent, right. Clause is a group of words that act as a sentence which gives some meaning. It has some meaning.
Okay.
Not, okay? A clause contains a subject. What is the subject? The doer of an action. Okay? And a predicate. Predicate includes a verb.
Yeah.
So predicate means whatever is said about the subject. Ram goes to the forest. Goes to the forest is
It's
what?
a predicate.
It's a predicate.
Yeah.
And the predicate includes a verb.
Yeah.
Okay?
Goes is a word.
Goes is the verb. Right?
Rama is a
Subject. It's a noun.
No.
Okay? Proper noun.
Yeah.
Right?
Subject. Okay. Oh, it's got clear.
Okay. So the predicate which tells us about the action of the subject. Action.
Yeah.
So Rama goes. What's the action that Rama does? Goes.
Goes.
So that tells us something about the action done by the subject. Some clauses as complete sentences can stand alone with absolute meaning. So some clauses can stand alone. I will repeat that clause even though we've used it many times. I have a chain, right?
Yeah.
The chain is made of gold. So I have a chain, that gives total meaning,
Yeah.
right? So it has a subject and a verb, I and have. The chain is made of gold is also gives total meaning, right? While other clauses cannot convey full meaning. So if I say I have a chain which is made of gold,
Yeah.
which does not give full meaning, right?
Yeah, but I have a chain, that's it.
Uh,
No.
So depending on the sentence and the meaning it conveys, a clause can be divided into two. Independent clause or main clause, dependent clause or subordinate clause. So there are two names, independent or main. Independent clause is also known as main clause. Dependent clause is also known as subordinate clause, right? Subordinate means it follows.
Yeah.
Subordinate is one who is below.
Yeah,
Like
like
we are
in
the
company,
in the
subordinate.
company, exactly.
Yeah.
So you see, independent or main clause, dependent clause or subordinate clause. Example. Ritika left home.
What?
Ritika left home is an independent clause.
Yeah.
Eric cracked the civil services examination in one attempt. That's also an independent clause.
Yeah.
Right? In the above two examples, the subject and the verb convey full meaning. Right? Independent clause or main clause. Now we come to the definition of independent clause or main clause. When the subject and verb make complete sense, it is called an independent clause. When she got a call from her mother. Now, when she got a call from her mother does not make complete sense.
Yeah.
Because he made up his mind strongly. That is also not an independent clause.
When
The above two examples are different.
When, because it has come. They have come.
In the sense that they cannot communicate full meaning.
Yeah.
Okay? After reading them, one would be forced to ask what happened after she got a call from her mother. When she got a call from her mother, you would be forced to ask what happened after she got a call from her mother.
Okay.
Similarly, what next after because he made up his mind strong? Because he made up his mind, what next? What happened next?
Yeah.
Now look at the following sentence. Ritika left home when she got a call from her mother. Now that makes sense. Eric cracked the civil services examination in one attempt because he made up his mind strongly. If you analyze this sentence, you understand that the second part of the sentence depends on the first part to express full meaning. Right? So dependent or subordinate clause. A subordinate clause begins with a conjunction like because. Begins with a conjunction.
Okay, subordinate clause.
Because conjunction like because,
Yeah.
with, when, as if, etc. depends on the main clause for it to complete the thought. Right? So now you can narrate the answer. Exercise. Right? Okay? Identify the clauses whether independent or dependent in the given examples. Now I'll narrate the sentence. You have to tell me whether it's dependent or independent. Students participated actively in the exhibitions.
Independent.
Independent. As they were talented.
Dependent, because it does not make complete sense.
Yeah.
Yet he was denied entry.
Dependent.
Dependent. He bought the ticket to watch the match.
Independent.
Independent. As if he was innocent.
Dependent.
Dependent. He acted smart.
Yeah.
He acted smart. Okay. He acted smart is?
He acted what is independent.
Independent.
Yeah.
He was let off.
Independent.
You cannot reach in time.
Dependent.
No, you cannot reach in time.
Independent.
Independent.
Okay, you cannot reach it. Say it makes complete sentence.
Yes. Yeah. Unless you start.
Independent. Dependent.
Dependent. Since he was innocent.
Dependent.
Good. Okay, so you got all of them right. So now you're given an exercise which you have to do. Make use of the following conjunctions to make the dependent clauses. So the conjunctions are after, because, who, whose, whom, what, whatever, before, since, until, when, that, if, etc. Right? So we'll end with one more exercise. Right? So, okay. Okay, so you can do the exercise that is given in the PDF. Okay? Thank you.
Okay,
Good morning, everybody. Today we're going to do the lesson Leaving by the writer M.G. Vasanji. First, we'll read the note about the author. M.G. Vasanji was born in 1950. He is a Toronto-based novelist of Indian origin. Toronto is in Canada. So he is from India, but he is based in Toronto. He was born in Nairobi, Kenya. He left Africa to study at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology at the University of Pennsylvania in the US, where he received his doctorate in nuclear physics in 1978. He moved to Toronto and was a research associate at the University of Toronto. So he studied and worked at world-famous universities. For example, he studied at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology. It is one of the Ivy League universities in the US. Ivy League universities are those which are the top 5 universities in the world. And so he studied at one of the top 5 universities of the world, that is MIT. And then he also studied at the University of Pennsylvania, and he's done his PhD in nuclear physics. So then in 1978 he moved to Toronto, where he is working at the University of Toronto. During this period he developed a keen interest in medieval Indian literature and history. A gifted writer, his works represent the convergence of cultures that characterize both East Africa and North America. So his literature is about how two cultures meet. Convergence means meet. Two cultures meet. One culture is that of East Africa, where he was born and brought up, and the other culture is that of the US, where he was living. Right? So how do these two cultures meet? And he was interested in medieval Indian literature and history. So his writings focus on issues of diaspora, migration, citizenships, gender, and ethnicity. So his books, they focus on the issues of diaspora. Diaspora, the Indian diaspora is what we call the NRIs, non-resident Indians. So we have people of Indian origin all across the world, in all countries of the world, and they are called the diaspora. So the issues of diaspora and migration, how culture shock happens. When you move to another country, how culture shock, where you used to one type of culture, another thing comes in, right? And migration, citizenship, gender and ethnicity. These are the themes of his writings. So now we read the lesson Leaving, right? Kichwele Street was now Uhuru Street. So if you look at the names of the streets, Kichwele Streets and Uhuru Streets, you see that they are African names. So they are names from probably
Kenya, right, where he was born and brought up, right? Kichwele Street is now Uhuru Street. The name of the street has changed from Kichwele to Uhuru. My two sisters had completed school and got married, and mother missed them sometimes. So now we're in the narrator's family. He had two sisters who had both grown up and got married, and he was living with his mother, and his mother felt lonely because she didn't have the company of her children. Mehroon, after a succession of wars, had settled for a former opening batsman of our school team and was in town. Right? Mehroon is the name of one of the sisters, and she had had a succession of wars. That is, people who had fallen for her. Wars are those who fall for a lady, right? After a succession of wars, had settled. Now she had settled means she had decided to marry a former opening batsman of our school team, and was in town. She was living in town. Razia was a wealthy housewife in Tanga, the coastal town north of Dar. Razia was the name of his other sister, and she was now wealthy. She had married a wealthy man, and she lived in a place called Tanga. Tanga, it's a coastal town north of Dar. Dar is probably a city or a province in Kenya. Firoz dropped out in his last year of school, and everyone said it is a wonder he had reached that far. Firoz is probably the name of the narrator's brother. So he dropped out in his last years of school, and everyone said it's a wonder he had reached that far. So Firoz was not a good student. He found it difficult to manage his studies in school, and everyone thought it was wonder. It's a wonder thing to wonder at that he reached his last year at school. Right, so he dropped out of school in his last year. He was assistant bookkeeper at Oriental Emporium and brought home stationery sometimes. And so there is in that town there was a book shop called the Oriental Emporium, and Firoz, the narrator's brother, was an assistant bookkeeper there, and sometimes they gave him free stationery. Stationery is bits of paper, pens, books, right? So he brought home stationery sometimes. Mother had placed on the youngest two of us, Alu and me. So now that the sisters had got married and Firoz had not done well, mother had placed all her hopes for rising in life. The mother depends on her son to take care of her when she's old. So she depends on Alu, that is the narrator's brother called Alu and the narrator. And she didn't want us distracted by the chores that always needed doing around the store. So she kept a store. She had opened a store, and she didn't allow Alu and the narrator to go to work in that store. She wanted them to study. So she didn't want to distract Alu and the narrator by making them do chores. Chores, C-H-O-R-E-S. Chores are small items of work. So she didn't want them to do work around the store. So she always wanted them to study. One evening she secured for the last time the half a dozen assorted padlocks on the sturdy panel door and sold the store. So one evening she decided to take a drastic step. What is that step? She locked the store with half a dozen, that is around 6 padlocks. She would lock the store with 6 padlocks so that no one could enter and rob the store. So when she had locked the 6 or 7 padlocks, she sold the store, right? This was exactly 1 week after the wedding party had driven off with a tearful Razia. So when his second sister, Razia, was married, she had sold the store. As soon as the wedding party had driven off with the crying Razia to where she lived in the coastal town of Tanga, right?
So when they had driven off with the Russia and she was crying because she had to leave home, she had sold the mother had sold the store, leaving behind a distraught mother in the stirred up dust of Uhuru Street. So the mother had become distraught. She had become, what will happen, okay. We moved to the residential area of Upanga. So after she had sold the store, they moved to a residential area called Upanga. After the bustle of Uhuru Street, our new neighborhood seemed quiet. So the store was in the marketplace. There was a lot of bustle, people going around, people on the road, people on the footpath, people coming in and going out of the store. So that was in the marketplace, the store. But now they moved to a residential area. Residential area means where there are not many shops. There are only houses, right? So they moved to the new neighborhood and it seemed quiet. It was a residential area. Instead of the racket is a loud noises. Racket of buses, bicycles and cars on the road, we now heard the croaking of frogs and the chirping of insects, right? So, they heard the sounds of nature in that area, the croaking of frogs and the chirping of insects. Nights were haunting, lonely and desolate and took some time getting used to. So nights were long, drawn-out affairs, right? So they were haunting. There was nobody there, and the narrator, he was lying in bed by himself. He felt lonely, and it was desolate. And after the bustle and noise of the marketplace, where the store was, this took some getting used to. Okay. Upanga Road emptied after 7 in the evening and side streets became pitch dark. So the area in which they lived now, it emptied. No one was there on the street after 7. And the side streets became pitch dark. There was no street lights at that time. So they became, absolutely dark with no illumination. Much of the area was as yet uninhabited. So there were not many people living there. Right? And the streets became pitch dark with no illumination. Much of the area was yet uninhabited. So it was a deserted area. There were not many people living there. Still a developing neighborhood. And behind the housing developments, there were overgrown bushes, large, scary baobab trees, and mango and coconut groves. So it was mostly an uninhabited place, and there were many trees, and it's almost like a jungle there. Okay, so sometimes in the evenings, when mother felt sad, Alu and I would play 2-3-5 with her. So 2-3-5 is probably the game where you slap the hands, like this. 2-3-5 is a game, where the children play like that. Yes, 2-3-5, a variation of whist for 3 people. So it's not actually a game of slapping the hands. It's actually a card game. Whist is a type of card game, a variation of whist for 3 people. I had entered the university by then and came back at weekends. So the narrator had studied well, and he had passed out of high school. He had joined the university, right? So he stayed in the university and he came back during the weekends. Alu was in his last year at school. He had turned out to be exceptionally bright in his studies, more so than we realized. So Alu was even brighter than the narrator. That year, Mr. Datu, a former teacher from our school, was also a former student, returned from America for a visit. So Mr. Datu, he was a former teacher from their school, and he had also studied in the same school. and he had gone to America. He returned from America that year. Mr. Datu had been a favorite with the boys. When he came, he received a tumultuous welcome. So everybody joined in welcoming him. There's a great big welcome, and it was full of noise and festivities. When he came, he received a tumultuous welcome. For the next few days, he toured the town like the Pied Piper, followed by a horde of adulating students, one of whom was Alu. So here, when Mr. Datu came back, he was like the Pied Piper. Pied Piper of Hamelin. Hamelin was a city in Germany. So the Pied Piper, he promised to do some work for the council of the city, and he wanted some amount of money to be paid. He did the work, but they did not pay him. So the Pied Piper, he took his pipes and he played on his pipes and led all the children out of the town, and he hid them in the cave. So because they did not pay him. So now what happens? Mr. Datu was like the Pied Piper. Wherever he went in the town, the children would follow him. Right? So he toured the town like the Pied Piper, followed by a horde. Horde is a very large group of adulating students. Adulating is those who almost worship him, one of whom was Alu. The exciting event inspired in Alu the hope that not only might he be admitted to an American university, but he could also win a scholarship to go there. So when Mr. Datu returned, Alu became very excited. He hoped that he would be admitted to an American university, and he might also win a scholarship. Scholarship is, they pay a certain amount of the fees. Scholarship pays for the tuition fees. For example, if the tuition is around $50,000 per year, the scholarship gives you $40,000, like that. So you have to, or they can give you outright, scholarship, 100% scholarship. So you don't have to pay any fees and you can go and study. So the Alu had a hope of winning a scholarship to the university. Throughout the rest of the year, therefore, he wrote to numerous universities, culling their names from books at the USIS. The USIS is the United States Information Service. The United States Information Service has offices in all countries of the world. So Alu went to the United States Information Service office and he got the names of a list of universities and he culled, he made a list of universities and he applied to them. He asked for their prospectus, often simply at random or even only by the sounds of their names. So if you like the sound of the name, like Michigan or University of Philadelphia, then you would apply to them, right? Mother's response to all these efforts was to humor him. So when Alu tried so hard, mother tried to humor him. She encouraged him, right? She would smile. Your uncles in America will pay thousands of shillings just to send you to college. So their family was spread across the world. Alu and his family, Alu and the narrator had uncles in America, and they would sponsor his studies. They'd pay thousands of shillings. Shillings is the currency of that country, right? Just as rupees is the currency of this country, shillings are the currency of that country. They'll pay thousands of shillings just to send you to college, she would say. Evidently, she felt she was wasting his time, but he would never be able to say that he did not have all the support she could give him. So the mother thought secretly that, Alu was wasting his time, but she did not want him to think that he did not have any support. So young children, they require support, they require encouragement, they require some sort of guidance to be shown. So she didn't want him to think there's nobody there. So she smiled and she humored him. Responses to his inquiries started coming within weeks, and a handful of them were guardedly encouraging. So the universities wrote back to Alu, and some of them were, we have considered your application, but we're waiting. They were guarded, right? Encouraging. Gradually, Alu found out which were the better places. So he found out which were the better universities and which among them the truly famous, right? So finally he came across, which were truly famous, right? So soon a few catalogs arrived, all looking impressive. So these universities, they actually send very expensive catalogs to all their prospective students across the world. They're expensive looking, right? It seemed that the more involved he became in the application process, the more tantalizing was the prospect of going to an American university. So the more he applied, the more attractive it became. Tantalizing means it's there, all he has to do is reach out and grab it, right? So it becomes tantalizing, the prospect of going to an American university. Even the famous places did not discourage him. Even places like Harvard, MIT, okay, they did not discourage him. He learned of subjects he had never heard of before. Genetics, cosmology, artificial intelligence. The whole universe was out there waiting for him only if he could reach it. He was not sure if he was good enough. So now Alu has his own doubts. See, all these American universities are places where they teach advanced, complex, complicated information. So am I good enough? That's what the doubt he had in his mind. He felt, if he was good enough. He wondered if he was good enough. He suffered periods of intense hope and hopeless despair. So on one moment he felt extremely hopeful. He felt intense hope. On the other hand, the very next moment he might have felt desperate, despair. Will I ever make it to an American university? So, of course, Alu was entitled to a place at the local university. So, he could always enter the local university. At the end of the year, when the selections were announced in the papers, his name was on the list. He had entered university. But some bureaucratic hand, probably also corrupt, dealt out a future prospect for him that came as a shock. He had applied to study medicine. He was given a place in agriculture. So, somebody in the bureaucracy means the office of the university, he'd applied for medicine, but they'd given him a seat in agriculture, right? So now he's going to become a farmer. He's going to study agriculture. An agricultural officer in a rural district somewhere was not what he wanted to become. So in some remote place he becomes an agricultural officer and he looks after the cows and the grass and things like that. It's not what he wanted to become. However patriotic he felt, no matter how much he wanted to serve his country, he did not want to become an agriculturist. He had never left the city except to go to the national parks once on a school trip. His only encounter with agriculture had come on a visit to a national park a few times, right? When Alu received a letter from the California Institute of Technology, that's one of the world famous universities, Caltech. It's involved in the moon landings, right? The 1969 Apollo space mission, Caltech was involved in that. So, offering him a place with a scholarship. He had also got a scholarship. That is, they pay a portion, if not all, of his fees. He was stupefied at first. So he becomes wrapped in disbelief. Have I actually managed to get a seat in Caltech? He can't believe what he has read. Right? He becomes stupefied. He becomes stupid with disbelief. Right? He read and reread the letter, not believing what it seemed to be saying. So, because of his disbelief, right, he cannot believe it immediately. He read and reread the letter, afraid that he might be reading something into it. So, maybe I read it wrong. So he reads it again and again just to make sure he got it right. He asked me to read it for him. When he was convinced there was no possibility of mistake, he became elated. So once he was convinced there was nothing wrong with what he read, that he had really got a seat in the University of California, he became elated. He became extremely, intensely happy. Then, the hell I'll do agriculture, he said. Oh, I don't think I'll do agriculture. But first he had to contend with mother. So now, he has to convince his mother. Mother was incredulous. Mother could not believe that her son had got a seat in the California Institute of Technology. Remember, if you pass out from a university in the US, virtually the whole world and literally millions of dollars are open to you, right? Mother was incredulous. Go, she said. Don't you kick my head. Don't tease me. So she also can't believe it. Don't eat my head. And don't tease me, she says. But it's true, he protested. They're giving me a scholarship. We were at the table, the three of us, and had just poured tea from the thermos flask. They had just poured tea from the thermos. Mother sitting across from me stared at the saucer for a while. Then she looked up. She stared at the saucer. So she puts the tea in the saucer. She can't believe it even now, right? Is it true? She asked me. Yes, it's true, I said. All he needs to do is take $400 pocket money with him. Only $400. How many shillings would that make? She asked. Almost 3,000. And how are we going to raise this 3,000 shillings? Have you bought a lottery? And what about the ticket? Are they going to send you a ticket too? That is the airplane ticket. And she said this, Alu's prospects seemed to get dimmer. So once mother did not immediately, encourage him, Alu's prospects of going to the university in the US, they got, slightly dampened. His hope became dampened. She was right. It was not a little money that he needed. So $400, 3,000 shillings means a lot of money, like almost 30 lakhs, right? Can't we raise a loan? He asked. I'll work there. Yes, I'll work as a waiter. A waiter. I know you can do it. I'll send the money back. So you can take a student loan, he said. And I'll pay back the loan by working part-time, as in a restaurant, as a waiter. You may have uncles in America who would help you, mother told him, but no one here will. You may have uncles in America who will help you, but here no one will. Right? Alu's shoulders sagged. So he's sitting like this and his shoulders droop. They suddenly lose strength and his chest caves in. And he sat there toying with this cup. So close to tears. Now he's almost crying. Mother sat drinking from a saucer and frowning. The evening light came in from the window behind me and gave a glint to her spectacles. So the evening light, there's drinking tea in the evening, the light from the windows came and gave a shine to her spectacles, shine on her spectacles. Glint is a shine. Finally, she set her saucer down. She was angry. And why do you want to go away so far from us? Is this what I raised you for, so you could leave me to go away to a foreign place? Won't you miss us? Where do you want to go? Do we mean so little to you? If something happens. Alu was crying. A tear fell into his cup. His nose was running. So many kids go and return and nothing happens to them, he said. Why did you mislead me then? Why did you let me apply if you didn't want me to go? Why did you raise my hopes if only to dash them? So why did you make me go so high and then disappoint me so cruelly? Right? It's a crushing blow. He raised his voice to her the first time I saw him do it and he was shaking. So it's the intense emotion he's feeling. He's shaking, literally trembling with the emotion. So he did not bring the question again. He did not bring up the question again, and he prepared himself for the agricultural college, waiting for the term to begin. At home, he would slump on the sofa, putting away a novel a day. So he'd slump away on the sofa, he'd just lie back on the sofa and read novel after novel. He read one novel every day. If the unknown bureaucrat at the Ministry of Education had been less arbitrary, Alu would not have been so broken, and Alu's mother would have not felt compelled to try and do something for him. And so that office worker who had given him agriculture instead of medicine, if he had not been so careless, Alu might have taken that rejection with some degree of equanimity. But now, and now even mother feels something compelled. She feels, forced to do something for Alu. So what does she do? A few days later on Sunday morning, she looked up from her sewing machine and said to the two of us, let's go and show this letter to Mr. Velji. He's experienced in this matter. Let's take his advice. So Mr. Velji is an elder in that community. Let's go and show this to Mr. Velji. Let's go and show this letter from Caltech. He will advise us. Mr. Velji was a former administrator of our school. Right? He had a large egg-shaped head and a small compact body. With his large forehead and his big black spectacles, he looked the caricature of the archetypal wise man. So the wise man means, he has a bald head and egg-shaped head right? So he also had the bearing of one. Bearing means the way he carries himself, the way he stands, the way he sits, the bearing. The three of us were settled in his sitting room chairs, staring about us and waiting expectantly when he walked in stiffly, like a toy soldier, to welcome us. "How are you, sister?" he said. "What can I do for you?" Alu and I stood up for advice. Alu and I stood up respectfully as he sat down. "We have come to you for advice," mother began. "Speak then," he said jovially with a great deal of cordiality, and sat back, joining his hands behind his head. She began by giving him her history. She told him which family she was born in, when our father died. Common relations were discovered between our families. So common relations between Mr. Velji's families and the narrator's family. Now this one here, she pointed at me, goes to university, and this one wants to go to America. "Show him the document," she commanded Alu. As if with an effort, Alu pushed himself out of the sofa and slowly made his way to placed the documents in Mr. Velji's hands. Before he looked at them, Mr. Velji asked Alu his result in the final. How many marks have you got in the final exam? At Alu's answer, his eyes widened. "Huh?" He said, "All A's?" Right? "Yes," replied Alu, a little too meekly. Mr. Velji flipped the papers one by one, cursorily at first. At first, he did not pay much attention to the papers. He just skimmed them, just looked at the heading of each paper. He looked at each one cursorily at first. Then he went over them more carefully. He looked at the long visa from the carbon copies, neatly bound behind the original. So he looked at the visa also. He also got the visa, right? He read over the friendly letter from the foreign student advisor from that university, foreign student advisor. He was charmed by the letters of invitation from the fraternities. Fraternities are the teaching staff. So letters of invitation came from the teaching staff also. Finally, he looked up a little. The boy is right. The university is good, and they're giving him a bursary. Bursary is a stipend. If he studies there, he'll get an amount, right? "I congratulate you. But what should I do?" asked the mother anxiously. "What is your advice? Tell us what we should do." "Well," said Mr. Velji, "it would be good for his education. So as far as his education is concerned, this is the best." He raised his hand to clear his throat. So he raised his hand to his throat. He said, right? This is going to say something important. Then he said, "But if you send him, you will lose your son." "It is a far place, America," he concluded, wiping his hand briskly at the finished business. "So once you go to America, that's it. You'll forget all about your home country. You'll forget all about your family. Right? Now what will you have? Tea, orange squash?" So that's it, Once you go there, that's the end of it. His wife appeared magically to take orders. So, then in his house, right? So his wife appeared magically to take orders. And all the rich kids go every year and they're not lost, muttered Alu bitterly as we walked back home. Mother was silent. Okay? That night she was at the sewing machine and Alu was on the couch reading. The radio was turned low, and through the open front door a gentle breeze blew in to cool the sitting room. I was standing at the door. The banana tree and its offspring rustled outside. There's a banana tree and a small banana, and they rustled in the wind. So rustling is the sound made by the leaves in the wind. A car zoomed on the road, throwing shadows on neighboring houses. A couple out for a stroll, murmuring, came into sight over the uneven hedge. Groups of boys or girls clattered before dispersing for the night. The intermittent buzz of an electric motor escaped from mother's sewing machine. So the electric sewing machine is electric motor driven. So intermittent buzz as she presses it, right? It was a little darker where she sat at the other end of the room first. Presently she looked up and said a little said relaxedly, "At least show me what this university looks like. Bring that book, will you?" Mother had never even seen the catalogue. She'd always dismissed it. The catalogue means where they have pictures of the buildings, of the classrooms, of the dormitories, hostels, right? And had never shown the least bit of curiosity about the place. Alu wanted so badly to visit, right? Now, the three of us crowded around the glossy pages, pausing at pictures of neoclassic facades. Neoclassic is like the churches, the cathedrals, the spires, the columns, and all the architecture of that university. New facade is how the outside of the building is, right? And domes, and there were domes and columns towering over humans. Students rushing about in a dither of activity. The students were, going from here to there in a dither of activity. Classes held on lush lawns in ample shade. It all looked so awesome and yet inviting. It's something, isn't it? Whispered Alu, hardly able to hold back his excitement. They teach hundreds of courses here. They send rockets into space, into other worlds, to the moon. Right? So Caltech, that's what it's famous for, right? If you go away to the moon, my son, what will become of me? His mother is probably joking, but we'll see what happens. Her eyes gleaming as she looked up at us. Alu went back to his book and mother sat to her sewing. A little later, I looked up and saw mother deep in thought, brooding. Mother was thinking hard. And as she often did at such times, she was picking her chin absent-mindedly. She was doing this to her chin. It was, I think, the first time I saw her as a person, not only as a mother. I thought of what she must be going through in her mind. What is she thinking about? Right? She had been 33 when father died, and she had refused several offers of marriage because they would all have entailed one thing, sending us all to boarding. So she had refused several offers of marriage after that because all of them would involve sending her children, to the boarding school, right? And the orphanage. Pictures of her before his death showed her smiling and in full bloom. So when the father had been alive, plump but not excessively fat. She was plump but not excessively fat. Her hair puffed fashionably. So wearing high heels and makeup. There was one picture posed at the studio which father had touched up and enhanced. Right? So they had enhanced the colors. Red lipstick becomes, bright red lipstick, scarlet lipstick, like that. Then enhanced it, which now hung beside his. So her picture and their father's pictures hung beside each other. In it, she stood against a black background, holding a book stylishly. The nylon pachadi painted a light green. So she was wearing a gown. Pachadi is a gown, right? With folds falling gracefully down, the blue borders decorated with sequins. Sequins are the bright things. They sew onto the clothes. I'd never seen her like that. All I'd seen of her was a stern face getting sterner with time, as the line set permanently and the hair thinned and the body turned squat, her voice thickened. I recalled how Alu and I would take turns sleeping with her at night on a big bed, how she would squeeze me in her chubby arms, drawing me up closer, right, to her breast, until I could hardly breathe. So she was so affectionate to us, we loved them so much. And controlled myself and hoped she would release me and let me breathe. She looked at me, looking at her, and said to me, promise me that if I let you go, you will not marry a white woman. Oh mother, I won't, said Alu, and promise me that you will not smoke or drink. Right? I promise, he was close to me. Alu's first letter came a week after he left from London, where he stopped over to see a former classmate. So he leaves for the States, right? It flowed over with excitement. How can I describe it? The sight from the plane, mile upon mile of carefully tilled fields. That's the countryside of England. Tilled is the ploughed field. The earth divided into neat green squares. Even the mountains are clean and civilized. So in Africa and places like Third World, it's all dirty and squalor. But there, everything is cleaner, right? And London, it seemed that it would never end. Blocks and blocks and blocks of houses, squares, parks, monuments. Could any city be large? How many of Dar es Salaams would fit here in this one gorgeous city? Dar es Salaam is the capital of one of the countries in Africa. A bird flapping its wings, Mr. Wilgie nodding wisely in his chair, mother staring into the distance. Right? So,
That is the end of the story. Thank you. So, good morning, Chaitra and everybody, in case anybody was listening to it. Today we're going to do grammar. Okay? We're on page 34 of the PDF, where the topic that we're going to do is concord, also known as subject-verb agreement. Now, agreement means there's a harmonious relation. Okay? Here the harmonious relation is between the subject and the verb in the sentence. Concord also means harmonious relation, right? So we can title this topic as either subject-verb agreement or subject-verb concord. Okay? Both mean that the subject and the verb have to agree with each other in number, right? Number in grammar, means singular or plural. So, singular subjects take singular verbs, plural subjects take plural verbs. Okay, that's the basic rule. That's the basic rule of this topic. That, I'll repeat it, a singular subject takes a singular verb and a plural subject takes a plural verb. Now, in a sentence like, the chair is in the room, the chair is a subject and it is singular, and is the primary auxiliary verb, which is a form of be. The chair is in the room. So the singular subject, the chair, agrees with the singular verb is. Okay. But in a sentence like the chairs are in the room, the chairs are in the room, the chairs is the plural subject and the plural subject agrees with the plural verb are. Right? Now, we can recognize singular and plural subjects. Right? For example, I've given the same example so many times. Ram is in the room. Ram is a singular subject. Is a singular verb. Ram and Shyam are in the room. Ram and Shyam is a plural subject. So, how do we recognize these singular verbs and singular subjects? Singular subjects are okay. You can recognize singular and plural subjects. How do we recognize singular and plural verbs? Okay. The rule of thumb is that a singular verb ends in S. Right? So we have verbs like is, has, does, looks, reads. All these verbs end in S. Reads, R-E-A-D-S, looks, L-O-O-K-S, writes, W-R-I-T-E-S. All these verbs end in S, so they are singular. Okay. So that is the basic, basic foundation on which we need to read this chapter. And what does it say? I'll read it. It says, the agreement of certain grammatical items with each other in number and person is called concord. So here we have, again, the rule is, the basic definition is stated. The agreement of certain grammatical items. Which are these certain grammatical items we're talking about? Subjects and verbs, right? So those are the two main grammatical items we're talking about. Certain grammatical items with each other. Okay, that is singular subject takes singular verb, plural subject with each other in number and person is called concord. Number we just talked about, singular and plural, that is number. Okay, so the agreement of certain grammatical items with each other in number and person is called concord. Now we talked about number so far. Number means singular or plural, and verbs agree with subjects in number. But what do we mean by person? Person is another grammatical term.
Okay.
It is, you remember we've done this, it's to do with pronouns.
Oh, okay.
So pronouns means mainly first person, second person and third person pronouns, right? So
Rama is a
now,
no.
some of the various pronouns that are there. I and me, we and us
First
belong
person.
to the first person. You is the second person, singular and plural, subject and object. Okay? And he, she, it are the third person singular pronouns. Him, her and it are the third person singular objective case pronouns. They and them are the plural pronouns. Right? So, now what does it mean the verb agrees with the subject in number? Suppose I have a subject in the first person, I. Then the verb we should agree with I. Means you say I write, I read, I look, I listen, I am. Okay. Now that's person. But if we come to the third person, he writes. See, I write, but he writes. I read, but he reads. She reads. It reads.
I do, she does.
I do, she does.
He does.
So,
they does or they do?
they do.
Yeah.
So, basically, when we come to this aspect of the definition, we can say, in general, that the verb takes an S only for the third person singular subjects. Third person singular subjects. The verb takes the S only for the third person singular subject.
Word
he
takes
does,
third
he
person.
does, he reads, he looks, he listens, she writes, she waits.
Yeah.
Okay? So he, she, it, if the subject is he, she, it, you take the S.
Yes.
For all the other person, I write, you write, we write, you write, they write.
Only for the second persons they will take yes.
Only for the third person singular it takes the S. Third person singular.
Yes, third person. You, that is second person.
Second person. So, how do we identify whether the subject is singular, whether it's first person, second person, or third person?
First person, I.
You have a sentence like, Ram is in the room. Now, how do we...
Ram is, it becomes...
Exactly. So, you say Ram is not I, Ram is not you. So, Ram should be he. Similarly, if they say the chair is in the room,
it will become...
It. So, by substituting a pronoun for the subject, you can get the person.
It is a third person.
It is third person, he, she. So, you can get, by substituting a pronoun for the subject, you can get the person. Of the subject. Okay? So, basically, as I said,
I, he, she is our first person. You.
I, me is first person.
I, me is first person.
You is second person. He, she, it.
Third person. They are third person plural. They
is third person plural.
Them.
Them is the objective case.
Objective case.
Okay. So anyway, it's not so. What you're doing is
he's third person.
You're actually, you see, if I give you a sentence like, they have a book, the books belong to them. You don't basically think. You think you know it's right. Right? But here, to understand subject-verb agreement, we have to go through these divisions, like grammatical definitions, right? So that is the definition. I'll read it once more.
Okay.
The agreement of certain grammatical items with each other in number and person is called concord.
The agreement of certain grammatical items or subject,
like subject and
verb, with each other in number is singular or plural.
Person is first person, second
person, third person.
Okay. Concord of number is the most important. So, whether it's concord of number, whether it's concord of person, concord of number is the most
important. Singular,
okay.
plural.
Singular subject goes with the singular verb phrases. Verb phrase means what? What is a phrase? A
group of words. Yes.
So if I say go or goes, it's a single word.
Yeah.
But if I say is going, am going, are going, it's a verb phrase. Similarly, has been going is a verb phrase.
Yeah.
Okay. So, verb phrases. Plural subject goes with plural verb phrases. Okay. We have been going. Plural subject like we have is plural because it does not end in s. We have been going to the college.
Continuous tense.
To the
Perfect continuous
university.
tense.
So, plural subjects take a plural.
Present
agree with
perfect
the plural
continuous
verb phrase.
tense.
The door is shut. Now it's quite clear. The door is it is shut.
Yeah,
The doors are shut. Doors is plural, they are shut.
they are sure.
Okay?
Okay.
When we're talking about the present, now present, you remember the present, verb plus s or es is the present, simple present tense. Okay? Verb plus s or es is the simple present tense. Right? When we are talking about the present, we add s to a verb if one person of the
Yeah, present tense.
he, she, it is performing the action of being described by the verb. Okay? Now, what we're saying there is we add s to a verb if with the subject is he, she, or it.
He, she, or it is a third person singular.
It's performing the action. So, there performing the action means he shuts the door.
Yeah.
So, who is
Present.
performing the action? What of shutting? It is he. He shuts the door, but okay. Are being described by the verb. If there is a vowel in front of y, the y does not change when we add s. Now here we come to the spelling rule. Spelling rule. See, you have S-A-Y. The example given is say. Say has a y in it. There is a vowel in front of the y, that is a.
Yeah,
If
okay.
there is a vowel in front of the
Why?
the y does not change when we add s. S-A-Y, S-A-Y-S. We add s, S-A-Y-S. Okay? Play.
Sir, if there is a vowel in front of y, where it is in front of y?
See, S comes first, then comes A, then comes Y.
Yeah.
So before Y, you
Yeah.
have A. The
Yeah.
the A is a vowel.
Yeah.
So if there's a vowel in front of Y, the Y does not change if we add S.
Okay, in front of y. Y before y. They say
Y
y.
is at the end, A comes before. If you want to add S to S-A-Y, the Y does not change. Now it means if you have something like, spelling, this is spelling rule as I said. See, if you have T-H-I-E-F, to make the plural,
T-H-I-V, yes.
right? So this is spelling rule, right? Play. Again, before the Y and A comes, so
Yes.
he plays, right? If there's a consonant in front of Y, the ending becomes IES. Now, consonant.
Okay, R is a consonant.
R is a consonant, so Y changes to IES. Try,
Worries.
T-R-Y, T-R-I-E-S. Worry, W-R-Y,
Twice.
worry, right?
Sir, instead of this,
What?
okay, RY comes, then it becomes IES. Like that.
If there's a consonant in front of Y,
Yeah.
then it becomes IES.
like how I had been taught.
Okay?
Okay, sir.
We add ES to verbs
Irregular.
in O, SS, CH, SH, and X. Right? So go ends in O, goes. Right? Miss ends in S, misses.
Watch.
Okay, watches, fixes. Right? Some plural nouns are
Always used with the singular word.
Some plural nouns are always used with singular word. Now, plural nouns. If you take a word like games name, billiards.
Yeah.
And billiards ends in an S. Or if you take a name like Olympics,
Okay, these are all plural nouns used with a singular verb.
they're used in a singular. Aerobics is a good exercise.
Yeah, aerobics are we cannot write. Aerobics is,
Yeah.
Olympics is, billiards is. Okay, athletics
Athletics is
is
a sport, right?
science. We have
Sciences. All of them end in S.
physics,
Phonetics,
economics.
Physics, economics.
Economics.
Nouns denoting amounts.
Yeah, 6 months it is an amount. It's a
It's a
long.
number. 6 months is a long time to be off school.
6 months, or we cannot write. 6 months
months
is
one.
a long time to be off school.
This 1,000 rupee note is a counterfeit. 1,000 rupees.
Rupees.
Not 1,000 rupees.
We should not write rupees, right, sir?
No, 1,000 rupees note. 1,000 rupee note.
Okay. I was like telling rupees, 5 rupees, 6 rupees,
No,
10
5
rupees.
rupees is okay. 5 rupees is a small amount.
Okay.
Okay, but then you're talking about subject.
So 5 rupee is no 5 rupees is like
5 rupees is. But see here you have 1,000 rupee note. Note is the noun. Rupee is the adjective.
adjective.
So adjective
Noun.
becomes
A
singular.
carbon noun, adjective, singular.
Adjective becomes singular. 1,000 rupee note. Okay.
1,000 rupee because
1,000
this
rupee
this
note.
1,000 rupee, yeah. Okay, that's why it is rupee is singular.
But 1,000 rupees is something larger.
1,000 rupees is
1,000 rupees.
Sir, rupees or rupee, please.
No, 1,000 rupees is high price to pay for cup of coffee.
Yeah. Now I got
1,000 rupees is a high price to pay, but 1,000 rupee note is something.
Yeah, because it is amount. That is an amounts.
Also, you notice the word note is a noun. Note is a common noun.
Yeah.
So there you have, that's the adjective. 1,000 rupee is the adjective. It's modifying note. 1,000 rupee. It becomes singular.
Describes. Okay. Adverb is the counterfeit is an
Counter is called as an adjective.
adjective.
It describes the note.
Yeah.
So in set expressions, more than one, if you use it in singular verb, more than one person was appointed. See, more than one is a phrase.
Yeah.
More than one child, more than one car, more than one bus. More than one is used with a singular verb.
Okay. More than one is used with this.
Right?
More than one person was appointed. More than one person is appointed.
Is in present tense.
Yeah.
Was is.
Okay. So like organizations and countries, we have to use singular.
No, we have to use singular. The Association of Farmers, that's an organization. The Association of Farmers has its ends in S, so it is singular.
Sir, so could you repeat this? The association?
The Association of Farmers has pleaded.
Farmers is plural, has is for singular. We have to
There
use.
you have association. It's not farmers, it's the association. It's one association.
Okay.
But if it was associations,
Yeah, it is plural here.
then it will become have.
Okay.
The Association of Farmers has pleaded for subsidy.
It has to be have, but we have to use has here.
Because
Association and countries, we have to use has. Organizations and countries.
Organizations and countries. Okay. Okay.
So example, association has, like that. Associations has.
Example, club, team, public, government, group, all those take the singular.
Countries, example.
India is.
Okay.
China is.
Okay.
We use a singular verb. Next rule is we use a singular verb with neither, nor, either, or if there are just two people or things involved. Two people, either Ram or Sham. Two people.
Singular verb.
Neither Ram nor Sham. If there are two people or things, either the chair or the table.
Neither nor, either or.
Neither the chair nor the table.
Neither the chair nor the table.
If you have only two things.
Okay.
If one of the nouns is plural, either the chair or the table.
Table.
If one of the nouns is plural, then the verb agrees with the nearer noun. You place a plural verb next to the verb, either the table or the chairs have. Either the table or the chairs are.
Then the verb agrees with the nearer noun.
Nearer noun.
Okay.
Whether if you place a singular noun next to the verb, then it will become singular.
Singular,
If
okay.
it's plural, the table or the chair, tables or the chair. is-
Tables or the chair is, table or the chairs are.
Exactly.
Okay.
Okay. So, but,
It is neither chair
nor the tables.
nor the tables.
Are.
Neither chairs or nor the tables. Nor the table is.
Yes.
Can be singular, plural, plural also. It can become singular,
It
plural.
can be, but the more general usage is you place the plural noun next to the verb.
Okay.
So that the verb will become plural.
Okay.
You only two things, Ram or Shah.
Okay, table or chairs. Table, not chairs. Like that.
Yes. So the example is given: neither my father nor my father, neither my mother nor my father was invited to the party.
Father is a singular, right, sir?
So father, you agrees with the nearest her.
Neither the captain nor
Neither
his
the captain
officer.
nor his officers.
Officers
were.
were. Officers is a plural, so where is used here?
Exactly.
Past tense, it is past tense.
Past tense, plural.
Past tense, plural.
Huh?
Neither
And
the
it's also its passive voice, were awarded the prize. B plus past participle.
Okay, sir, it becomes like this also, and this is passive voice also.
B plus past participle, were awarded the prize.
ED past participle.
So, when we talk about the verb phrase, you have three characteristics, as I said. One is the number, the other is the person, third is the voice,
Okay.
active or passive, right?
Number,
Person, and
voice, active voice.
So, when you talk about the verb phrase, all those three come in and they have to agree with the subject.
Sir, passive voice, active voice.
You see, neither the players nor the captain
was
awarded the memento. See, if you say awarded, then you see neither the players nor the captain, they're doing something, they're acting.
Yeah.
Awarded.
Captain was awarded. Yeah.
If you say B plus, neither the captain nor the players were
awarded.
Then it becomes passive.
Passive. Oh, okay, sir. When it plural comes, it becomes passive. Singular comes, it becomes active.
It's got nothing to do with singular and plural. See, if the subject does some action,
Okay.
the players awarded, the captain awarded the prize to the players.
Okay.
The captain is the doer.
Doer, yeah.
He awarded the prize to the players. Now, if you interchange, if you make it passive, the players were awarded the prize by
the captain. By because it is an
passive. Passive means the players are receiving.
Yeah.
They are passive.
Yeah.
So if the subject does some action, that is active. Subject is acted upon, then it becomes passive.
Yes. Subject acted upon. Subject does is passive.
Subject does is active.
Subject does is active. Acted upon subject is passive. Yeah. Here these two are active.
One way you can recognize it by the form of B. B forms is, am, are, was, were. B, being. So once that B comes in, where is the form of B? You say, and the awarded is a P past participle.
Sir, and another way is this becomes word, so it will become passive.
Passive. B plus past participle.
Yeah.
Passive.
Okay, sir.
Okay. These are plural verb with scissors. Scissors is actually, it's a pair. It ends in S.
Where it is?
Scissors, trousers, people, police.
Okay.
The police arrest.
We use a plural verb with scissors, trousers, people, police.
The people are.
Yeah, people, it won't change people's like that. People.
Person is singular. The person is, the people are. If you say the police arrest wrongdoers, doesn't mean singular. You see, the police means the whole police force, all the policemen. And, okay.
Policeman.
Policeman, police women.
Yeah.
So, police means it's plural. So it takes the plural verb.
Okay.
And one more thing, it says here quite clearly on the previous page, when we're talking about the present. Okay. That means when we talk about the past, if you say arrest, take a verb like looked, ed.
Past participle.
Ed.
Yeah.
Looked is simple past as well as past participle.
Past participle both.
I looked, you looked, he, she looked, we looked, you looked, they looked. It doesn't agree, it doesn't need to agree. If you say the past tense, or I will look, future.
Yeah.
I will look, you will look, he, she will look,
they will look.
they will.
Yeah.
So, now you see, it doesn't apply to the past and the future tenses. It applies only to the present. And until the S is added only for the third person singular present. For all other persons, I, you, we, you, they, it doesn't take place.
Okay.
That's how we can narrow it down.
Okay.
Okay. So next, we use a plural verb with scissors, trousers, people, and police. We use a plural verb with a number of, a number of.
A number of some.
And a singular verb with the number of. You say the number of people present, a number of, see.
Okay, we use a plural number with a number of and a singular verb with the number of.
So you see, the number of people.
Okay, sir.
You say the, it's a definite article.
Yeah, definite
The
article.
number is one definite number.
Yeah.
So it becomes singular.
Yeah.
But if you say a number, it's indefinite.
Indefinite,
So
yes.
it becomes a plural number. So then.
Okay,
Give an example.
if we have used a number of, then it is plural.
But if you use the number, then
It will be a singular.
Okay.
Okay.
Then on next page is example. Each of this is an exercise.
So
You can do the exercise, right?
the crew.
Crew is taken as singular or plural. It's given mentioned in the. You can check. The crew were tired after
The crew was tired after the contest.
Crew is singular. Yes,
Yeah.
you're right.
Crews were.
Crews were, yes.
Each of my students
Has or have his own computer.
has his own computer.
Now, how do you justify it? Why not have? Why do you say has is correct? I'll say.
Yeah.
But why not?
Each of my students has because we have.
No, there's no profundity about it. It's there in the sentence. You don't have to look at the ceiling.
Okay, sir. It is an amount students.
It's not, the students is not an amount.
Okay, I will tell. Okay. Sorry.
It's there in the sentence.
His.
No.
Each is a singular.
Each makes it out of all the students.
Students one.
Computer.
Yeah.
Each of the students has his own computer.
Yeah.
Okay.
There are many avenues. You should not worry.
So.
There is a plural.
No, there is not plural. The subject here comes after the verb. See, here comes the bus. There goes the bus. Here, there, it.
Avenues is a subject.
The subject comes after the verb. If you say the bus comes here,
Yeah.
comes before. Here comes the bus.
Yeah.
So the bus is a subject.
Comes is a verb.
Comes is the verb. The bus is. So here the subject is many avenues.
Okay.
So that's
Avenues
plural.
is a like a noun, pronoun.
So
Plural.
It's not a pronoun.
Common avenue.
Exactly.
Yes.
Good.
Thank you.
Then my family were or was traveling by
My
that time.
family was traveling by the.
So you're saying one family.
Yeah.
How do you know?
My
it's one?
families were. It will.
Yeah. Okay.
Our families. Like
Our
that.
families.
My will become. I will have only like that.
One of the children has or have caught fever. No. What do you have?
One of the children has caught fever. One it is a singular.
One makes it singular. Yes. Out of all the 4 children,
Yeah.
one makes it singular.
Each of like one of like that. War and Peace is a great novel by Tolstoy. It is a novel. Name of the novel, War and Peace.
It's one.
One.
What he means to do with his money is what I'd like to know.
Yeah, his money is in money.
So,
What he means to do with his money is right or wrong, sir?
is
Then I have said correct.
yes, you're right. So many times you get the correct answer without
Yeah.
But sometimes you need
Without
to-
knowing the rules and all this.
Okay, let's do this also.
Simple sentence.
Simple language activity to sentences. There are three types of sentences. Simple sentence, it contains only one main independent clause, has no dependent
And has
clause.
no dependent clause. I
So-
still remember the joys of my childhood is one.
So what is a clause? Clause is a part of a sentence which has a subject and a verb.
Okay.
So
Yeah.
I'll give that example again. I have a chain. I is a subject, have a chain is the predicate, or it contains a verb.
Predicate.
Subject and predicate. Predicate contains a verb. Whatever you say about the subject is a predicate.
Yeah.
I have a chain.
Yeah.
So have a chain is a predicate, have is the verb.
Yeah.
So now.
Have it. Yeah. Have it is.
So that is the main clause. It makes sense on this one. If I say I have a chain, it makes a main clause. But if I say, again, the chain is made of gold, it's also a main clause.
Yeah.
Chain, it makes sense.
Made will become
The
verb.
chain is made of gold. It makes sense. The chain is the subject, is made of gold is the predicate. Is made is the verb phrase. Now if I say, I have a chain.
First person subject I.
I have a chain which is made of gold. Now
House.
there, if you look at that sentence, which is made of gold, which form refers to chain.
Yeah. Which refers to child. What it is.
So chain is the subject, which is the subject, is made of gold is the predicate.
Predicate.
So,
Yeah.
But if I come up to you and say, which is made of gold, you'll say, what is made of gold? Right? So there you say, which is made of gold is called a dependent clause.
Okay.
Depends for its meaning on I have a chain.
Okay.
I have a chain.
Yeah.
Now that is the main clause. Which
Yeah.
is made of gold is the dependent clause. Main clause plus
Dependent clause.
So now, how do we define the three types of sentences? Okay.
Simple sentence.
Simple sentence. It contains only one main clause and has no dependent clause. No dependent clause.
Yep.
I still remember the joys of childhood. So I is a subject. Still remember the joys of childhood is the predicate.
Yeah.
Remember is the verb.
Yeah.
People living in glass houses should not throw stones at others. So there you have a verb phrase. People living in glass houses. That's the subject.
People is a common noun.
People who living in glass
Live in
houses, that's a
what?
noun phrase, is a subject.
Yeah.
Should not throw stones at others.
Should not throw stones at
is the
others.
predicate.
It is the predicate.
Should not throw is the verb phrase. Right?
Yeah.
So it's a
Yeah. Word phrase. Yes.
It's a main clause, right?
Yeah. Main clause.
It's a
Okay.
main clause.
Oh.
So I was glad to know of his success. I is the subject, was glad to know of his subject is the predicate.
I was glad and to know of his subject is a predicate. That is a main.
I is the subject, was glad to know of his success is the predicate. Was is the verb, right? Now the second type of sentence is a compound sentence. It has two independent clauses joined by a comma, semicolon, or conjunction.
Conjunction.
I have a chain and it is made of gold.
Yeah. I have a chain, comma, and it is made of.
No. I have a chain, comma, and. You should not separate two independent clauses with a comma. See, that's a common mistake people make when texting. I was there in Bangalore, comma. I was living in that house, comma. You should not separate two independent clauses with commas. You separate them with full stops. Or you should have a conjunction. I was living in Bangalore, comma, and I was living in that house. So you join with a conjunction, or you put a semicolon. I was living in Bangalore,
Okay.
in a house which was in jail, right?
Yeah.
Right? So, comma, see, all these punctuation marks are important. If you separate two independent clauses with a comma, that means it's called a run-on sentence.
Okay.
Run-on means it just runs on. See, without adequate pauses. It's as though you're saying one thing throughout your paragraph or essay without any pause. You're saying one sentence, which makes it meaningless. Right? So, a punctuation mark is a pause. A comma is a shorter pause, a full stop is a longer pause, semicolon is a medium-sized pause.
Okay, sir. Full stop is a
Longer pause.
longer pause. Comma is a
Shorter pause.
Semicolon
is a
medium size.
Right? So, compound sentence has at least two independent clauses joined by a comma, semicolon, or conjunction. Okay? Attend your classes regularly, comma, no main clause, or you will fail, fall short of attendance.
Fall short of attendance. I have full.
Or is the conjunction.
Okay.
See, you will fall short of attendance is the main clause. You
Yeah.
attend classes regularly. You is not stated, it's an imperative sentence. Imperative means order. Attend classes regularly.
Attend the order.
Imperative means an order or a request.
Okay. Please attend is a request.
Please attend classes. No, nobody will say please attend classes regularly.
Yeah.
Attend classes regularly.
Yeah, the teacher will say attend classes, order. And if any friends at all, please attend.
All of you
Please
also,
come to class. Yeah.
Yes, all of you should also.
Yeah.
Okay. So attend your classes regularly or you will fall short of attendance. So that's the conjunction.
Okay.
Comma and conjunction. That's a compound sentence.
Okay.
You must take a rich
Rich
diet
diet
or you will not gain weight. You must take a rich diet is one clause.
Yeah.
You will not gain weight is the other clause. Or is a conjunction.
Or is a conjunction.
So
Okay.
that's a compound sentence.
You will not gain weight is a
One main clause.
Okay.
See, you will not, if I come up here and
you
say
must take rich diet is one independent clause, that main clause. You will not gain weight is another one.
So
And
or
these
is-
two are joined by a comma, semicolon or conjunction. Conjunction here is or.
Exactly.
Okay. Then no need of this comma right, sir, here. They have put comma.
Comma is to separate two main clauses. Then you have
But you said we should not separate two main clauses.
It's not separated, you're joining them with a conjunction.
Yeah, or is a conjunction.
So you're joining, right?
You must take rich diet or you will not gain weight.
He gave me not only useful advice but financial help also.
But is a conjunction here.
Not only but also, that's a pair, not only but also. Okay? So third is a complex sentence.
Not only and but not only.
So see, what is it? We have single word conjunctions. And,
Yeah.
but, or, yet, still. Then you have pairs, either, or, neither, nor. Then you have one more, not only but also. It's not only this but also that.
Okay.
Okay?
Okay, sir.
Then you have a complex sentence. It is made up of an independent clause and one or more dependent clause. See, keep that example in mind. I have a chain which is made of gold.
Yeah.
I have a chain is the main clause, which is made of gold is a dependent.
Yeah.
So that's a complex sentence.
Okay.
See, I have a chain and it is made of gold is a compound sentence.
Compound sentence.
I have a chain is one independent clause. The chain is made of gold is the other. I have a chain and it is made of gold
Is a compound.
I have a chain which is made of gold. It has subject which.
Yeah. Okay.
It refers to chain, and so that's a complex sentence. Although my father was poor, he gave me the best possible education. Okay? So
Okay.
the independent clause comes here, although.
Yeah. Oh. Okay.
I am responsible for what I do. For what I do is a dependent clause. When I finish the book, I shall return it. So that's a.
I shall return it as a
when
dependent.
I have finished the book. That is a,
When I have, yeah.
that is a dependent.
Dependent clause.
So dependent clause can come either in the beginning or at the end of the sentence.
Okay, I am responsible for what I do is.
That is, they can interchange. And that is a dependency. For what I do is the dependent. So next year exercises which you can do.
Okay. Anna is cleverer of the two sisters. Identify the type of sentence. First one is just
It's a
sentence.
simple sentence.
Compound independent and clauses joined by, that is complex is first.
Okay, you can do that on your own, right?
Okay. Sir, first one is simple sentence. He stayed at home on account of his illness.
See, on account of is like a conjunction. It's a
Oh.
dependent clause.
Okay, it is then compound on account of his illness. He is working day or night so that he may improve his prospectus in life. Prospects in life.
So there you have a conjunction. So
And
is a conjunction.
Okay,
that,
yes, sir.
That is the that's this thing. That refers to working day and night.
okay, so that conjunction, it is compound sentence. Complex, sir.
No, compound. Sorry. Yes, so that is the conjunction.
He may improve his prospects in life.
One way of analyzing that
His
is
prospects means what he is.
What his future is. But he may improve his prospects in life is one independent clause. He is working day and night, so that is the conjunction.
As soon as I got the letter, I left for Delhi is a complex.
As soon as I okay.
Oh, correct. Okay.
He was inexperienced, so he suffered loss in business. It's a compound.
Oh, yes, sir.
See, fifth one, next page.
Okay, he was inexperienced. It is a compound. So he suffered loss in business. So she is very ill, but she goes to work. This is also compound. I cannot afford to buy many books, therefore I study in the library complex.
Is that a comma or a full stop? It's a comma, so it's a complex.
Yeah, complex. Okay, sir. Now I got it. Then here also, does it become complex? As soon as I got the letter, comma, I left for
It's a complex. So as soon as I got
Yeah.
It's an adverbial.
Oh, it is a confusion. For this also they have put comma here. Okay, sir. Therefore is a conjunction. That is a so that's why it is compound.
You see,
okay.
That comma, therefore is the reason. So, okay.
He is more a poet than a statesman. It is a simple sentence.
No, it's a complex sentence. He is more a poet than he is a statesman.
Than a state. Oh.
So then, okay, so you can decide on that.
Poet than a statesman.
So you can say than he is a statesman. He is more a poet than he is a statesman. Either compound or complex. Which is it?
Complex.
Okay.
Correct or not, sir?
Correct.
Correct or not?
It's correct.
Okay. I shall buy it at any cost. At any cost, complex.
Complex, yes, because
the boy in the blue shirt is the captain. Simple.
The captain is the boy in the blue shirt. What is it? Captain is a boy in the blue shirt. It's a simple sentence.
Yeah.
Okay.
Then these two, 8th and 9th, are a complex sentence. Sir, what I said.
8th and 9th.
Yeah, I shall buy it at any cost, and he is more a poet than a statesman. It is complex.
Okay, thank you, Chaitra and everybody.
I am not going to send them.
So please send it.
Send us, sir.
Yeah, you put one. That's it. Just take the send a message.
Okay.
A suitable image.
44 minutes.
Yeah, it's okay.
Shall I stop the recording, sir?
Stop it, please. Good morning, everybody. Today we are going to do the relations between men and women by Raja Ram Mohan Roy. Right? So first we'll read the note of the author. Right? About the author, Raja Ram Mohan Roy, May 22nd, 1772 to 27 September 1833, was an Indian socio-educational reformer who was also known as maker of modern India and father of modern India and father of the Bengal Renaissance. Right? So, first, he was an Indian socio-educational reformer. Socio means society. So social means society, to do with society. And he was also an educational reformer. What is the main reform he brought out in the field of education? Up to the time of Raja Ram Mohan Roy, traditional subjects were taught in Indian schools. Traditional subjects means the Vedas, the Upanishads,
the whatever you find, whatever is there about, you know, ancient Indian literature, right? The Rig Veda, the Atharva Veda, Sam Veda, the Yajur Veda, Ayurveda, all these were taught in the schools at that time, right? But once the British entered India, they brought with them the facts of science. They brought with them science. Now, science is a modern subject, right? Whereas if you look at, you know, the ancient texts like the Vedas, they say God is the reason for everything, and these are the aspects of God, right? These are the aspects of Indra, these are the aspects of Varuna, these are the aspects of Agni, right? Whereas science, what was it doing? About that time, maybe the Industrial Revolution was taking place in England. The steam engine, the factories were coming into being. Those were products of science. And what did the factories do? They produced cloth, right? Huge mills produced cloth. The steam engine made travel a simple affair. So they saw the value of science. And Raja Ram Mohan Roy, among others, felt, you know, it's all very well to understand and to experience, you know, the facts about, you know, the fire god and the wind god and so on and so forth. Why all of it. But, you know, now we have to embrace this culture, this literature, this body of knowledge, this field of science. We have to adapt to it. So it's thought to it that English was introduced into the schools. Right? So he was a socio-educational reformer who was also known as the maker of modern India. See, what we are studying right now, English, was because of Raja Ram Mohan Roy's introduction of English into the syllabi of Indian educational institutions. Right? He is the maker of modern India, the father of modern India, right? And the father of the Bengal Renaissance. This word needs to be dealt with. Renaissance. See, Renaissance means rebirth. Up to the time of Raja Ram Mohan Roy, the same old thing was taught again and again for generations, hundreds of years, Vedas. But once he came, the mind was renewed. The mind of the people was renewed. They saw these are the possibilities that we have to control our lives. We can introduce a lot of comforts with science. Right? So the Bengal Renaissance. Right? Okay? So the Bengal Renaissance. Okay? Then, he lived during one of India's darkest social phases. Darkest, see, age-old traditions like sati, where the wife has to climb on the funeral pyre of the husband so that, you know, she doesn't become impure. This bond of marriage is sanctified even unto death. Right? See, he lived during one of India's darkest social phases. He introduced widow remarriage, but strived to his best to make his motherland a better place for the future generations to come. Right? As a result of which, you know, whatever we're wearing, our clothes, whatever we're traveling in, the vehicles, whatever we eat, the food, because of science, the green revolution, etc., because of the introduction of science, what has happened? Our motherland has become a better place for future generation. For his future, that's us. For us, it has become a better place. Right? Yes? Okay. born into a prosperous Brahmin family of Bengal. Prosperous, right? Well, landing, right? Prosperous family, Brahmin family of Bengal. He challenged, right? Born into a prosperous Brahmin family of Bengal. He challenged the traditional Hindu culture, such as in Norway, and unorthodox religious ideas at a very young age. Was against the establishment from a very young age. A multilingual and a visionary. Multilingual means he knew many languages, right? And a visionary. Visionary is he had an idea of the future, and he wanted to combine the righteousness of Western and Indian culture. Righteousness means what is right, what is good. What is good is essentially what is healthy. Healthy means our physiology, the physiology of our body, digestion, all that, is affected by our actions. If we do good actions, if we have good thoughts, the physiology is slowed down. On the other hand, you continue to be indulging in negative things. After a certain age, your physiology can keep up to it to a certain age. After a certain age, right, it will work against you. Right? So anyway, you see, he wanted to combine the righteousness of Western and Indian culture. Right? He was against traditional Hindu practices. Okay? And echoed his voice against sati system. Polygamy. Polygamy is, polygamy. Polyandry. There are two systems of marriage. Andros means man. Polyandry means one woman has many husbands. That's polyandry. Polygamy. Gamos is women. Many. Poly is many. Many women. You can marry many women. Polygamy. Okay? Caste rigidity. Age-old system of caste. Right? And child marriage. So, why did they have child marriage? Once you come of age, once a boy comes of age, the first instinct is that. So sanctified, have child marriage. The girl has to be younger than the boy. Child marriage. In fact, I'll tell you a fact. My own grandmother was married that was in maybe 1890 something like that. Not 18, 19, 1920 like that. See? And child marriage. He also wanted to modernize the education system, which he did actually. We are studying English now. Right? He also wanted to modernize the education system and set up a lot of English medium schools. Right? An extract from his writing taken from Ramchandra Guha's Makers of Modern India. So Ramchandra Guha is a living legend. He's one of the historians of India. Right? Ramchandra Guha's Maker of Modern India throws light on the abominable practices like sati, caste system, and gender discrimination. Okay? Throws light. Abominable practices. Abominable is hateful. People actually can't bear, should not be able to bear the wife walking up to the funeral pyre and climbing onto it with her hands folded in namaste. That's inhuman. Abominable processes like sati, caste system also, and gender discrimination. Right? Women, so now we come to the actual lesson. Right? Women are in general inferior to men in bodily strength and energy. Start off with a general statement. Women are in general inferior to men in what? In one particular thing, that is in their bodily strength and energy. Consequently, the male part of the community taking advantage of their corporeal weakness. Corporeal is physical. See, you have the mind, you have the intellect, you have the emotions, you have the physique. Out of this, which is the stronger? The body. Right? You can have very subtle thoughts. Okay? You can be very intellectually, very varied in your mind. Right? And your emotions can be refined to a very high pitch. Right? But once the general comes into the town with his army, what will they do? These are words of fact. Intellectuality versus, war. It's happened many times. Right? So, you see, this is the situation as it was. Okay. Women are is present tense. See, it's a fact. Women are in general inferior to men in bodily strength and energy. Consequently, as a result of this, the male part of the community, taking advantage of their corporeal weakness, have denied, present perfect tense, have denied. Have shows relevance to the present. Deny is a verb. It's in the past participle. They have been denied what? Those excellent merits that they're entitled to by nature. By nature, but the nature of woman is more refined. For example, virtue, goodness, all these things are essentially feminine, feminine character. Even if you say the quality of education family receives, it's because of the matriarch. It can be the grandmother, it can be the mother, or it can be the aunt. Hardly ever you will find the father doing education. Right? So you see, they have been denied what? Those excellent merits they are entitled to by nature. Okay? And afterwards, they are apt. They may. Are apt means they may say that women are naturally incapable of acquiring those merits. They refers to the men. Once they subdue them, once they suppress them, they'll say they're incapable, naturally incapable of acquiring those merits. It's a situation. All of this is in present tense. It may have been so in the time of Raja Ram Mohan Roy. That's what we're told. And it's relevant today mainly because of what? The present tense used in the sentence. Have denied, are apt, are in general inferior. Means what? To you. So what? You recognize that you have excellent merits entitled to by nature. Whatever excellent merits you may think of. Okay? And once they're suppressed, if conditional, they'll say, what's the problem? You haven't acquired those. Right? But if we give the subject consideration, now here we come to the, what are we talking about? We're talking about women's rights, right? Okay, nowadays it's feminism, feminine equality, all the same. It's not so. See, in the very first sentence denies equality. They are what? Corporeal, that is physically they are weaker. That will never change. Unless you have, one or two bodybuilders, which, right? Equality is what? You can prove it. But the very first sentence proves it, right? Okay. So now we're talking about women's rights, I think. But if you give the subject consideration,
we may easily ascertain whether or not your accusation against them is consistent with justice. Your accusation. Whose accusation? The men's accusation against them. See, look at this. Causing this problem, causing that problem. The woman is the reason. Right? Your accusation on them is consistent with justice. Again, we have to look at the psychology of the women. Women, by nature, they are, one thinker says, they're like, birds, cats, okay? At best, they're like cows, right? That's what one thinker says. I can show you the quote. The very same thinker says, women have a part of the nature which is wants revenge, right? In fact, he says, men may be evil. Men may be merely evil. But woman is, I say something about women, okay? It's a between, they slowly take the life out of you. It's part of feminine psychology. So, because of all these reasons, right? Women have been suppressed. Okay? Because of their nature. You must also recognize that. So it's not actually as though everything is affection, everything is... Because up to a certain point, giving affection and love works. Once it comes to doing the duties, then you need some strength, which love cannot. Love means, okay, fine, you do it, no problem. I'll take care of it later. Do everything, and relax. That's love. You give it, okay? Women, the nature is to demand that affection. You do everything, fine. Right? Same time, you do something wrong, say something wrong. And, the whole business of marital discord comes in. Right? So these, so why they have a good reason. Whoever did this, did what? Did this. Right? Okay. So, now, but if we give the subject consideration, right? We given the subject some consideration, we may easily ascertain, we may easily find out, ascertain means to find out, whether or not your accusation against them is consistent with justice. See, if you take it to the extent of you must perform sati, then it's of course injustice. That is what is visible at that time. But nowadays it's not like that. But nevertheless, maybe, there were exceptions. Right? Not all women committed sati. But that was a visible, glaring fact. So it says, is it justice to treat women like this? Right? As to their inferiority in point of understanding. Now here we must, sort of demur. Demur means you must agree with hesitate. As to their inferiority in point of understanding. Are they incapable of understanding all these facts about, the spirituality of, for example, Shiva? No. Are they incapable of understanding? Look out the window. You see that shine. Is it not bright? Is it not what? What is the word? Is it not glowing? Is it not cheery? Is it not like sun shining? Is it not like God is looking down on the aspect of God is spiritual? Are they capable of understanding? No. As to their inferiority in point of understanding, when did you ever afford a fair opportunity of exhibiting their natural capacity? Right? Natural capacity can be seen once, especially when the upbringing of their children. No compromises on such things. Right? But here also there must be circumspection exercised. See, when a child learns, it's mother tongue. Mother tongue. What it learns from its mother, the way to speak. It's the mother tongue. Everybody can speak. What about the father term? That which is given by a father. Father's love is true love. You think the father will say, chalta hai, no, will just, play a musical instrument. Whether he educates you or not is different. Just plays the musical instrument, right? You understand? Isn't it? The father tongue. How will you learn the father tongue? You have to be born again to realize the father tongue. Born again. You die within this life and you're born again. You come out of the ashes to learn the father tongue. Mother tongue, we learn it of our mothers like the brutes. Mother says, this comforting, caring. See? Education. Very fine line, right? So, did we ever afford them a fair opportunity of exhibiting their natural capacity? Yes, nowadays we have. See what Rajana Mohan Roy brought about in those days. The question of women's equality. Nowadays, most of the Montessori teachers are women. Most of the people who children come into contact with are women. Montessori teachers. Right? And if you look at the majority of women teaching in schools, not in colleges, maybe also in colleges.
Yeah.
See, that's what, see. Have we, at that time he's asking the question. Now, when we say, when it is said, when did, see the past tense is here, when did you ever afford them a fair opportunity of exhibiting their natural capacity? At that time, have you done it now? He's asking. But because of that question, now, their natural capacities are being showcased, right? How then can you exhibit their natural capacity? How then can you exhibit? Can, it's a modal auxiliary. Can is a modal, doesn't have tense. You could have asked it then, you can ask it now. Future, his future. How then can you exhibit the natural capacity? Okay, how then can you accuse them of want of understanding? How then can you accuse them of want of understanding? You can, again, modal auxiliary. You asked it then, it's relevant now, doesn't have a tense. If after instruction in knowledge and wisdom, a person cannot comprehend or retain what has been taught him, we may consider him as deficient. Right? So you see, now he's using the masculine pronoun. He's not using the feminine pronoun, he's using the masculine pronoun. What is that? If after instruction in knowledge we see a child, a male child, boy. If after instruction in knowledge and wisdom, a person, that's a common gender, cannot comprehend or retain what has been taught him now it comes to the masculine. Right? We may consider him, again masculine, as deficient. Okay, by passing the them. Him, her. Right? As deficient. But as you keep women generally void of education, see? Void means empty. You don't give education to them, right? As you keep women generally void of education and acquirements also. Nowadays it's different, you have CEOs of global multinationals, so sales run into billions, trillions of dollars, PepsiCo. Right? And acquirements. You cannot therefore in justice pronounce on their inferiority. Now it becomes a common gender, their inferiority. First it was him, now it becomes their. Their means it can be a male or a female child. If you instruct a female child, that's how we are led to believe from the previous sentence, right? If we instruct a female child, you're giving the female child, then you come to the message, him.
Then come there. Include both. Okay, you follow it. Secondly, you charge them with want of resolution. You is the men. You charge them with want of resolution. You're not resolved, you're not decided. They are unable to make up their minds. Their minds are always on fine things. They want shiny clothes, they want shiny things to wear. They want to do something else. Look attractive okay? You charge them with want of resolution, at which I feel exceedingly surprised. See? At which I feel exceedingly surprised. Present as I feel exceeding. But for we constantly perceive in a country where the name of death makes the male shudder, the female from a firmness of mind offers to burn the corpse of a deceased husband. See, the thought of death makes the male shudder. Shudder means it trembles, the thought of death. Trembles, he's afraid to fight. In that time, they didn't fight with the people. But that's different. See, the name of death makes the male shudder. That the female, what is the female doing? From her firmness of mind, makes up her mind, right? So is described as firmness of mind. Or it could be a state of resignation. If I don't go on the fire, everybody else will push me, I have no option. Right? Which is described as firmness of mind. Offers to burn with the corpse of a husband. She's talking to those people then. Offers. Right? Of a disease. Yet you accuse those women of deficiency in point of resolution. Yet you, that is a male, yet they accuse them, the women, of deficiency, lack of want of resolution. You say they are unresolved, you say they are undecided, you say they do this. But look at that, look at this fact, this glaring fact, they're ready to climb on the finger of fire. Yeah? Okay, anyway, see. Okay? So we'll stop there. Okay? Thank you. Yeah? So good morning, Chaitra and everybody. Today we're going to do the chapter on direct, indirect speech. Right? It is also known as reported speech. Right? Now, to understand what we mean by direct speech and what we mean by indirect speech, I'll give two examples. So the first example is, the first sentence is, John said, right? I write letters, right? I write letters today. Okay. Now, let's say John said to Tom, right? Now, Tom reports what John said. And Tom says, John said that he wrote letters that day. Right? Now, you see, if you look at the two sentences, they both mean the same. There is no change in meaning. Yet, there are changes. What are the changes? First change we do is, we remove the punctuation. The punctuation is the comma after said and the inverted commas. Opening inverted comma and closed inverted commas. Right? We remove the punctuation. Then we see that I has been changed to E. Ride has been changed to wrote. Today has been changed to that day. Right? And also we have this word that John said that he wrote letters that day. So, now what exactly are the changes we have made? So, first,
label them, right? The word that is called a connective, right? The word that is called a connective. Then we change the pronouns from I to he. Then we made a change in the verb tense from right to wrote, present to.
This verb tense, you said convert it in some continuous tense like
Yes.
that?
So I will come to that. Here, right is in the past tense, we change it to wrote. So we change the present tense to the past tense, right? And then we made a change in the adverb, right? Today is called an adverb. We change today to that day. So basically, what we do when we change from direct to indirect is we make changes in 3 parts of speech. 3 parts of speech, right? They are the pronouns, verbs, and adverbs. Now, that means you have to recognize what a pronoun is, you have to know what a verb tense is, and you know what an adverb is. Pronoun, verb, and adverb. So, now, we'll go over the information again, right? Pronouns, right? Pronouns. What is the definition of a pronoun? The definition of a pronoun is a word used instead of a noun. A pronoun is a word used instead of a noun, right? So there are 7 to 8 groups of pronouns. We'll look at 2 of them. The first group we'll look at is the personal pronouns, and the second group we'll look at is called the possessives, right? So pronouns. We're looking at the personal pronouns first, right? Now, pronouns have 3 characteristics. One is called the person. The second is called the number. And the third is called the case. So, the 3 characteristics of a pronoun are person, number, and case. Now, by number in grammar, we mean singular or plural, right? And by person, we mean first person, second person, or third person, right? So, we mean first person, second person, or third person, right? Now, first I'll write the examples. So we say I, you, he, she, it, we, you, they. These are the personal pronouns. Now, why do we say they're pronouns? Because see, instead of using my name all the time, Sundaresh this, Sundaresh that, I'll say I. Instead of using your name, Chaitra this, Chaitra that, I'll say you. Instead of using a third person name, he, Ram is there, Ram is here. I'll say he, she, it. Right? Similarly, we, you, they. I and Chaitra are in the room, we are in the room. All of you are in the
Sir,
room.
somebody says me and like that. We should
You
not
will
use
come to me, right? So we're looking at these first. So instead of using myself, my name, and the names of several other people, we'll say we, right? And if there are a number of people in the room, then we'll say all of you. So using the name, then they. Now, here I write the definitions, right? Of first person. First person definition is person speaking. Okay? Definition of second person is person spoken to. And the definition of third person is person spoken of. Right? Now what do these definitions mean? See, we two are speaking, me and Chaitra, right? So, you see, the person speaking, okay, the person speaking, that is I, will always refer to himself as I. If you are speaking to someone, you will refer to yourself as I. If anybody else is speaking to anybody else, they refer to themselves as I. So the person speaking is the first person, whereas the person spoken to is referred to as you. Okay? And there's a person over there speaking of him. Then we'll say he, she, or it. Right? So that is the person spoken of. Third person. Now, when we stop to look at it, only 3 categories are possible. Only 3 categories are possible. Either you can have a person speaking, a person spoken to, or a person spoken of. Literally, you cannot have any others. Okay? Literally, you cannot have any other persons. Whether you think of any story you read, any poem you read, any film you've seen, any novel you read, even in real life, right? You can only have a person speaking, a person spoken to, or a person spoken of, right? Now, these are the singular. I, you, he, she are singular. Now, see, instead of using your name and my name together, we will say we, right? So that is the plural form. Person speaking. See, we are speaking to all of you, right?
You are spoken to.
We are all speaking to, spoken to.
Okay. They spoken of.
They are spoken of. He is there, they are speaking of. Right? And so this is the what? This is the
3 categories.
person, singular and plural. Now we come to case. See, I, me, you. What does it mean? I have a book. The book belongs to me.
Possessive.
No, I comes in the beginning of the sentence. So it is said to be in the subjective case. Subject comes in the beginning of a subject comes in the beginning of a sentence. So it's subjective case. Me comes at the end of the sentence. It's said to be in the objective case. Objective means it comes at the end. I have a book, the book belongs to me. You have a book, the book belongs to you. He has a book, the book belongs to him. She has a book, the book belongs to her. It has a tail, the tail belongs to it. Talking about dog. We have books, the books belong to us. Okay? All of you have books, the books belong to all of you. They have books, the books belong to them. Right? So, this is the classification of the personal
pronouns.
Right? So now, okay. So we have subjective case and objective case, singular and plural, first person, second person, and third person. So this is the classification. Now we come to the second category of pronouns, which are basically called the possessives. Now, possessives, they show ownership. They show ownership. Now, I'll form sentences. I have a book, the book belongs to me. It is my book, the book is mine. You have a book, the book belongs to you.
Yours.
It is your book, the book is yours. He has a book, the book belongs to him. It is his book,
Hers.
the book is his.
His.
She has a book, the book belongs to her. It is her book, the book is hers. It has a tail, the tail belongs to it. It is its tail, the tail is its. Right? We have books, the books belong to us. They are our books, the books are ours. You have, all of you have books, the books belong to all of you. They are your books, the books are yours. Right? Their books, the books belong to them. They are their books. The books are theirs. Right? So these are called the possessives. Right? Again, they are divided into first, second, and third person. Right? Singular and plural, subjective and objective. Right? Now, okay. Then we'll go on to the verb tenses. Verb tenses. Right? So, tense means time, right? Tense means time. Basically, there are three tenses: present, past, and future, right? Present, past, and future. Now, present tense means present time. Past tense means past time. Future tense means future time, right? So, okay. Now, let's say present, past, and future are the three tenses. Okay. Before we go on to the tenses, we'll look at the classification of verbs, right? So you have a dictionary. Your dictionary, let's say it has 10,000 words, and the 10,000 words, of those 10,000 words, many will be verbs, right? Verbs definition: it is a word or action, or it shows a state of being, right? We'll see what that means. Now, of all the verbs in the dictionary, of all the verbs in the language, they are divided into two groups. The first group is called the main verbs. Examples of main verbs are sit, stand, walk, talk, etc. Right? So these are the main verbs. Example, you have a number of main verbs: run, move, eat, sleep, think. Okay? All these are main verbs. The second group of verbs is called the auxiliary verbs. Right? Auxiliary verbs are also called helping verbs. Right? Now, auxiliaries are divided into two groups. The first group is called the primary auxiliaries, and the second group is called the modal auxiliaries. Primary auxiliaries are three, right? They are forms of do, forms of have, and forms of be, right? So the do forms are do, does, did. And the have forms are have, has, had. And the be forms are is, and, are, was, were. Right? So these are well-known words. Do, does, did, have, has, had, is, am, are, was, were, well-known words. And you also know the modal auxiliaries. They are can, could, will, would, right? Shall, should, right? May, might, right? Must, need, and ought to, OUGHTTO, and dare. These are the modal auxiliaries.
So dare.
Dare, D-A-R-E.
What does that mean?
Dare, I dare you to do something big, you have the guts, so you have the
Oh,
guts.
okay.
Right?
How dare you?
How dare you, right? Okay. So this is the classification of verbs. Now we come to the tenses. So we saw that there are three main tenses: present, past, and future. Now among these three we have the simple forms: simple present, simple past, and simple future. Then we have the continuous forms: present continuous, past continuous, and future continuous. Then we have the perfect forms: present perfect, past perfect, and future perfect. Then we have the perfect continuous form, continuous tense: present perfect continuous, past perfect continuous, and future perfect continuous. Right? Now present continuous. I'll write three sentences as examples. I am watching TV now. He is watching TV now. They are watching TV now. Right? So this word now shows what? Shows the action. Watching is going on continuously in the present. I am watching TV now. He is watching TV now. They are watching TV now. So if we look at it, we have is and are, right? Is and are. Plus we have a main verb like watch to which you added ing. Now before we go on, we should come back a bit and see what is the tense of the primary occasions. See, what I mean is, suppose I ask you, what is the past tense of sit? Sat is the past tense. What is the past tense of stand? Stood is the past tense of stand. Now, similarly, if I ask you what is the tense of am, you will say what? These are verbs. Primary auxiliaries are verbs. Is, am, are, was, were, do, does, did, have, has, had are also verbs. They should have a tense. What is the tense of am? Or if I ask, what is the tense of does?
Did.
Not did. I ask the tense of did, does.
Does is
Tense, present, past or future.
present.
You can guess. So what we should do is, we should form simple sentences. If I say, I am, and I compare it with I was. I am shows present, was is past.
With the I, this comes. I was, am.
They are, they were. He is, he was. Right? I do, I did. Right?
Present past.
Present past. They do, they did.
Present past.
He does, he did.
Present
Right?
past.
Present past. I have, I have.
I have, yeah.
He has, he had. Right? So by putting them like this, you'll immediately understand which are present, which are past.
Yes.
Right? So now, if I say is, am, are, you see they are the present tense forms of be.
Yeah.
Present tense forms of be plus verb plus ing. Is watching, am watching, are watching. That shows the present continuous tense. And is or am or are plus verb plus ing is called the structure of the present continuous. Right? Now, simple present. I watch TV. He watches TV. I move the chair. Right? He moves the chair. Right? Now, watch is the main verb to which you added es. Move is the verb to which you added s. So what is the structure? We get verb plus s or es. Verb plus s or es is the structure of the simple present. Okay. Okay, now one more thing we should have done is, okay, we should have looked at the four forms of the verb. Four forms of the verb. Now we'll do that. So we're looking now at the four forms of the verb. Right? And so the first form is the simple present tense form. Right? The second form is the simple past tense form. Right? We'll look at examples. The third form is called the present participle form, also known as ing form. And the fourth form is called the past participle form. Okay? And we recognize the past participle by the spelling. It ends in
D, E, D, N, E, N, or T. These are the four forms of the verb. Now, we look at the examples. If I say watch is the present tense, watched is the past tense, you can add ing to any verb. Watching is the present participle. Watched is the past participle. Right? So here you added ed. Right? Now if I take a verb like move.
So you also watched a simple past, it comes to go.
Okay, so here simple past and past participle are the same.
For that word.
For that word. Now if I say move, the past tense becomes moved.
Moving is possible.
The ing form is moving.
So present continuous is also.
No. We're
Present
going back.
participle.
We're going back. We're going back. Okay?
Yes.
So now we come to the past participle, which is move. Right? Now, as you said, the ing form is called the present participle. Right? Now, here we've added D and D. Now, let's take one word like speak. Right? Past tense becomes spoke. Present participle becomes speaking. And the past participle becomes spoken. Now, the past tense is spoke, the past participle is spoken. Okay, they're different. Here they're the same. Watched, moved. So, if the past tense and past participle are different, they're called irregular verbs. And if they're the same, they're called regular verbs. Right? Now, similarly, even the primary auxiliaries have these four forms. So if I say is and are, okay? Have, has, do, does. These are all present tense. If I say was, were, had and did, these are past tense. And if I say being, doing and having, these are the present participles. And now we can add been, had and done. These are the past. Right? Okay. Now, see. Another name for present tense is V1. Simple present tense form is called V1. Simple past tense is called V2.
And past participle is V3.
Right? So as I said, see, in the present continuous tense, is or am or are plus verb plus ing. So we can describe it like this. We use the present tense forms of be plus present participle of the main verb.
For present continuous.
Present tense forms of be plus present participle of the main verb. That is the present continuous. Okay, now we come to the present perfect. Right? Now, I'll write the two examples. I have watched TV. He has watched TV. Right? Now I'll draw what is called a timeline. Timeline. This is a line. You have two arrows at the end of the straight line. The right side goes off into the future, the left side goes off to the past. Now this is the present moment. In the middle of the line. The action started in the recent, in the past. It continues up to the present. But in the present moment it is over perfectly.
It has just over perfectly in the present moment.
In the present moment it is over present perfect. Right? So I have watched TV, he has watched TV. Now if I ask, what has he done all morning? Now the time is 12 o'clock. What has he done all morning? He has watched TV all morning. Means he started watching TV at 8 a.m. Now at 12, it's over. Present perfect, has watched. Okay?
have watched. Now, if you were to analyze this, you say have or has plus watched. Watched is not V2, watched is V3.
Past participle.
Past participle. So it means that if you have or has, this should not be V2, it should be V3. Have spoke, has spoke is wrong.
Have spoken,
Have spoken, has spoken. Right? So this is the present perfect. Then we come to the present perfect continuous.
So this, okay.
Present.
We can use here. For
I have
continuous.
been watching TV.
He watched.
He has been watching.
He
has been watching TV. Right?
This
Present
is
perfect
perfect.
continuous. What does it show? A draw timeline. We have a straight line.
It
The
has
right
been
side
started in the past and it is still continuing
continuing after the present.
present.
Still continues after the present. What has he been doing all morning? He has been watching TV all morning. At 8 he started watching TV. At 12 he's still watching. At 1 p.m. he'll still be watching. So here the structure is have or has plus be
Less
plus verb
word
plus ing.
plus ing.
Right? So this is the present tense forms. Right?
Or is plus word plus ing, we can use present participle.
Present participle. Exactly. So here, okay, we'll use present participle.
If you say present participle, some people will won't understand it.
You can say ing form, just ing. Right? Now we come to the past tenses. Simple,
Past tense.
past, right? Then we have,
So can I say this?
yeah, past continuous.
Past
Then we have
perfect.
past perfect. Then we have past perfect continuous. Right? So this is very simple. See, here we have the present tense forms of be plus the present participle forming the present continuous. If we change the present tense forms of be to the past tense forms of be, that is
Primary
was or were plus verb plus ing. As in, I was watching TV. They were watching TV. Now, this is the past tense.
Past continuous.
Right? A broad timeline. So you see, this is a timeline straight line. Right side goes on to the future, left side goes on to the past. This is the past continuous.
It was continuing in the past.
It was continuing in the past. Similarly, this one is the present continuous. Right? Now,
That just over and that is it has done just done over in the present moment.
it is over in the
Present moment, that is
present perfect.
present perfect continuous. It is still continuing in the future. It has started in the past.
Yes. So
This
simple
is still
one.
continuing in the present is present continuous.
Name itself indicates.
Yeah. It's present continuous.
This is past.
Past continuous.
Right? Now, simple past. I watch TV. If I say I watched TV,
Just
that is past tense.
past tense.
I moved the chair, that is past tense. So here you have a verb like watch to which you added ed. Here you have a verb like move to which you added d. So it becomes verb plus d or ed.
Only the no past participle, sir.
No past participle for this. Okay?
I learned and if I say
No?
I learned something.
And that is a past tense. Learn, V1. Learned ed, we do. Learned, see you're adding P. Strictly speaking, learned is V3.
V3, yeah.
But usage it becomes learned also is V2. Okay, should be learned, ed.
Learned, I-N-E-D.
Yeah, strictly speaking. But in usage, say I learned, right? So this verb plus D or ed. Then, if I have a verb like run, and I change it to ran, U becomes A. It's a change in vowel, right? Change in vowel. That's how we form simple past. Okay? Now, present past perfect. See here, you have or has plus V3. If I change have or has to had plus V3, I had watched TV. This is the
Perfect.
past perfect.
Past perfect.
Right? Past perfect continuous, if we change have or has to had plus be
plus were plus ing.
So I had been watching TV. Right? So these are the past tense.
Past perfect continuous tense.
Past. These are the past tenses. Okay. So we come to the future. Simple future. Right? Future. Okay. Continuous. Okay. Then future perfect. Right? Then we have future perfect continuous. These are the four forms of the future. So I'll just give the structure. I will watch TV. I shall watch TV. So will or shall plus verb. Right? I will be watching TV. I shall be watching TV.
TV is
Will,
continuous.
future continuous. Will or shall plus be plus verb
Plus ing.
plus ing. I
Sir,
will have
Sir, I will be watching. That's all.
I
This
will,
one, past. I will have done like
I will or I shall have watched.
I shall have watched.
Will or shall plus have plus be. That is the
Yeah,
future.
past participle.
Future perfect. Right?
I will
Future
have
perfect.
been watching.
Will or shall
I shall have been doing.
plus have plus be
Plus ing.
Right?
Continuous comes ing. That comes for perfect. We have to use V3 everywhere.
So once have or has comes or had, then you must use be.
V3.
Okay? So these are the verb tenses. Right? Then we come to adverbs. Right? This is the third part of speech you need to know. Adverbs show time or place.
Yes.
Now you say, now is a time. Here is a place.
Yes.
Then is a time. There is a place. Today is a time. That day is a time. Right? Yesterday. Okay? The day before. Right? These are all times and places. Right? Now, we'll come to direct and indirect speech. Right? So we saw this sentence. John said, I write letters today. John said that he wrote letters that day. Now, what are the changes we made? We changed I to he. First person becomes third person. Present tense becomes past tense. Now, today is an adverb which shows nearness in time. But that day is an adverb which shows distance in time. Okay? I write letters here today. I write letters here today. We wrote letters there. Time and place. Here becomes there, today becomes that day, now becomes then.
Here is place also.
Okay? So these are the changes. Now, we'll take it for the different tenses. If I say, John said, I am writing letters. Okay? I am writing is present continuous.
Yeah.
So it becomes John said that he was writing letters. Now what happens? The present continuous becomes a past continuous. John said, I have written letters.
Perfect.
John said that he had written
Past.
letters. Past.
Perfect.
John said, I have been writing letters.
Continuous.
John said he had
And be
been
past
writing
perfect.
letters. So, simple present becomes simple past, present continuous becomes past continuous, present perfect becomes past perfect, and then present perfect continuous becomes past perfect continuous. Now, suppose it's already in the past. John said, I wrote letters. Wrote is in V2,
Past.
past tense, simple past. John said he had written letters. Right? So, here, wrote is past tense, had written is past perfect. So, past tense changes to past perfect. Okay? Now, these are the changes we make for what sort of sentences? These are assertive sentences.
Assertives.
I am writing letters, he was writing letters, I have written, he had written. All these are assertive sentences. Now, one more point about these assertive sentences. See, thus far we said John said. Said is called what? Said is called the reporting verb. Now, suppose we change the tense of the reporting verb. John says, right? John says, I write letters. Now, this is saying it's said in the present. So now what happens? John says that he, I changes to he, but this doesn't change to wrote.
Right.
Writes become writes. Write letters, writes letters. Right? So if the reporting verb,
Plural.
no, it's singular.
The letters.
He is singular, writes is singular. Now, says is called the reporting verb. If the tense of the reporting verb is in the present, the tense in the quoted speech does not change.
Okay.
But if the tense of the reporting verb is in the past, John said, then the tense of the quoted speech
Will
changes.
change.
Because said, this is past.
Past.
So this will also become past.
Past.
But this is present, so this stays present. John says no. So John says that he writes letters. Okay?
So here, John said, I am writing letters. John said that
He was writing.
letters. Okay.
Okay?
So means like sir, I am writing. It means here this is present. It will become
Past.
past.
Present continuous
Continuous
becomes
will
past.
become past.
Present perfect will become past perfect. Present
So
perfect.
can it become future also? No.
Future also, yes.
That's
So see, John said, I will write letters. Will becomes would.
Yeah.
John said he
I
would write letters.
Yes.
So if you look at the modal auxiliaries, can, could, will, would, shall, should, may, might. These can, will, shall and may are the present and could, would, should and might. These are taken as past tenses.
Yeah.
So will becomes would, shall also becomes would.
So
Okay.
like in the exam, you might ask the questions like convert it into like if you are given in a past continuous tense.
Then that becomes past perfect continuous. See like this. John,
Can it become future perfect continuous? Future
No, no.
continuous.
see, no, you said it's past continuous, right?
Yeah.
No, John said, I was
past continuous?
Past continuous.
No. Was is a form of be. What are the forms of be? V1 is and are. V2 is was were. Right? Then present participle is being. Right? And V3 is being. Now, if it's past tense, you change it to past perfect. Now, past perfect is had plus V3. Had been. Right?
Yeah.
Had been writing. So what happens? Past continuous becomes past perfect continuous. Right? I was writing becomes I had been, he had been writing.
I was writing is continuous.
Had been writing is past perfect.
Past perfect continuous tense. Like that can be read, sir.
You have to.
Oh, this I was, it is a past continuous.
Out of this was is past tense.
Yeah.
So that becomes had been. Had plus V3. That had been. Right? Now.
John said that he had been writing letters.
So that's how you change the past continuous. Then this is simple future. I will write, I shall write, you would write. Will be writing, shall be writing, would be writing. Will have written, would have. Will have been writing, would have.
Would have been writing.
So you change, what do you do exactly? We change the present tense, okay, to the corresponding past tense. It's simple present becomes simple past.
Corresponding tenses it will become.
Present continuous becomes past continuous. Present perfect becomes past perfect. Present perfect becomes past perfect.
Correspondence of the past.
Corresponding.
Okay, sir. Then this is I was writing is a past continuous, right, sir? It's already the past continuous. Then can we make it present continuous?
You can't make it present.
Yeah. Then we have to make it in past perfect continuous tense. What about this? Okay. When if anybody uses present continuous, it will become present perfect. Past perfect continuous.
Okay.
If anything comes present continuous,
Past
continuous. Oh, for present this row, if it's already the past continuous, it will become past perfect continuous.
Okay. So these are for assertive sentences.
Assertive sentence.
Now we go on to the second type of sentence, which is called interrogative sentence. Now, interrogative means that basically questions. Okay. So, if I say, John said, right? Are you here? Are you here? It's a question. Now, are is the verb, you is the subject. So it's a question because you can see the question mark, are you here? So this reporting verb said becomes asked. Then the connective becomes if or whether. John asked whether he was there. He was there.
John asked
if he was there.
If he was there.
See, present
whether
tense.
or else whether he was there.
Or whether he was there. So present tense becomes past tense. Second person becomes third person. So the rule is if in the pronouns, right? In the pronouns, either first or second person is usually changed to third person. Verb tense, present tense becomes corresponding past. Adverbs from nearness
to distance
to those showing distance. Right? So these are the changes. Right? For what is this?
Interrogatives.
Interrogatives. right? Then, now, let's suppose this is a WH question. John said, why are you here? Why are you here? Now this is a WH question. Why? WH word. Why, where, what, who, which, whether, okay? All these are WH words. If the WH word comes, then you will say, John asked. Okay? There is no if or whether now. Why he was there. Okay? Are you here becomes, John asked if he was there. But if a WH word comes, there is no if or whether. Okay? Now, the third type of sentence is called imperative sentence. Imperative means it's either a request or an order. Right? Now, John said, right? Come here. John said, come here. Now this is a verb. It starts with a verb. So it's an order, right? The subject is implied, you. It's not stated. John said, come here. How do we change this? John ordered him to come there. Come becomes to plus verb. To come. So verb becomes to plus verb. Right? That's how you change it to. And one more point about the assertive sentences. Now, John said to me. Now he's saying to me. Usually, John said to Tom or John said to Harry. This third person. Now he's saying to me. Okay? John said to me, you write letters. Right? Now what happens? Saying to me, you becomes what? John said to me that I write letters. Right? You becomes I. Second person becomes first person, not third person. So it depends on the speaker, listener. If it's a third person, Tom is he. Harry is also he. Then it becomes he. If it's me, then it becomes first person. Okay?
So the B-I-N-G form, that one?
B-I-N-G form, that will depend, that doesn't change. Okay?
You had taught that also, it's a being.
No, being doesn't change to being. Now we'll work out the examples. Right? So we'll go to the quizzes. Okay?
This won't get changed. Say to be, that you will become I will. Second,
So, we'll go to the quizzes, right?
yeah, yes. First person singular, second person singular, third person singular. This first person will become second person. So, second will become first. You is the second person, you will become first.
John says to me. Right? Now we'll work out a few questions on from.
So you had taught some being one will come that you people won't understand that you said it, sir.
Huh? Which one?
Some being will come.
Me.
I heard that.
No, John said to me. Not me.
God said to me.
B-I-N-G will come, right, sir?
Being doesn't change. That is in passive. So now, look at some questions. So we are
Passive,
on,
sir, is that active?
that is different.
Active voice and passive.
That is also related to verb. When you use a verb tense, you must be in touch with all of these.
Okay, sir.
Okay, now we'll look at the pro-props quizzes, direct and indirect speech quizzes. Alright? So we'll take the 10 questions, we'll answer them. Right? Sorry. So, Maria said, right? It is my car. Right?
Present.
Now,
Simple
see.
present.
Now, it, if it's third person, it doesn't change.
Yeah.
Is becomes was.
It was.
Now, my changes to third person. Her
Her.
car. Maria said that it was her car.
Yeah.
So this one. Maria said that it was her car. Both option. Right? So it is correct. Right? Next question. Martin said, I work here every day. Right?
Marty said that he works there.
No, said is past tense, so you can't work. He worked there every day.
Means this is present only, sir. He works.
This depends on the tense of the reporting verb. Said is
Yeah.
past tense.
Yeah.
So this becomes past tense.
Okay.
He worked there
there
every
every
day.
day.
Right? So he worked there every day. So that he worked there. So this is second one.
Which was said he worked there every day.
Huh? Okay.
That is a full sentence.
Okay. Now it's the correct answer. Right?
Marty said that he worked there every day.
Okay.
So said means it's already past.
Okay. So there are only 10 questions. Monica said, I have finished my homework.
Okay, present perfect.
Present perfect. How do you change it? See?
Monica said that. Okay, sir, one minute. She has. Monica said that.
Have becomes
Had.
had.
I becomes the third. She had finished her work.
Her homework.
Her work.
Monica said that she had finished her homework. Okay, yes? Right? Okay? So it's correct. Right? Okay. Next. My daughter said to me, I can sleep alone. So, who is I? I refers to my daughter. So this is,
No. I refers to my daughter said to me. I can means refers to my siblings.
no, I refers to my daughter. So this, my daughter becomes she.
Yeah.
Can becomes
Could. I could.
no. My daughter said to me. Is a daughter speaking?
Said to me, it won't get changed.
Ah.
My daughter said to me, I will become. You can sleep.
No, she could. See, my daughter is third person.
Okay.
She. So I refers to my daughter. She could sleep alone.
Oh, sir, one minute, sir. My daughter said to me, I can sleep alone. ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಅವಳೇ alone ಮಲ್ಕೋಬಹುದು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು.
Nane. So she.
Send in you, it won't become she could. Okay. Sir, here he has said I ಅಂತ ಅವರು ಅವನು ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ it will become you.
It depends on the relation between
Yeah.
the speaker and the listener. John said to me. So me refers to you refers to me, so it becomes I. But here I refers to my daughter.
Okay. She could sleep alone.
So is this one, right? Or said to me or told me.
Said
So said to
to
is
me,
equal
to
to
me.
okay, told.
Told us, sir.
Said to is equal to told. See, my daughter said to me, my daughter told me.
Okay.
Huh? Now check it. Okay? No, it's correct. So said
Sir,
to is
you said this word changed. Do you?
me changes. But
V
here,
changes. Oh.
see, John said to me, John told me. Said to is equal to told.
Told. Okay, okay, sir. V what change? Said to is told.
So, Leo said, my friend may come tonight.
Leo said that my friend, sir, his friend,
May becomes,
sir,
may becomes,
yes, sir. Oh, Leo said that my becomes his friend might come tonight.
tonight becomes,
No, he'll come
night becomes.
that night, sir.
John Leo said that his friend might come that night.
Okay.
In this one, right?
No. That night. Oh.
Okay, it's correct. So, how many more? 4 more. John said to me,
God told me, I have to leave this gate. He has to,
Julie.
she has to win.
Have becomes,
He had to win that game.
she had to win that game. Julie to win that game. Okay?
Win that game.
Okay.
Okay.
Next. He said, I am a man. Now, this is a fact. You don't change it to was.
Indirect space.
He said that he is a man.
He said that he is a man. It's already in indirect space.
So don't change it to was. I am a man is a fact.
Okay. He is a man.
We will see now. Yes. He said that he is a man.
It's a fact. If I am comes, it's a fact. Then there no, it won't get changes.
Fact means honesty is the best policy. Honesty is a fact. Can't say honesty was the best policy. Right? If it's a fact or a truth.
I am best.
Okay, we'll see.
Mary says I am hurried.
Mary says I am coming here.
Says
Says come then that doesn't change.
that doesn't change. What is it? Mary says that she is coming here.
Mary says that she is coming there. Okay? That's the one, right?
Correct answer. So it could be options.
Oh.
Wrong.
Okay, anyway, that's an option,
Mary
right?
says that she was coming. She is a present continuous.
So this is actually
become past continuous.
The
But
rule-
only says won't mention.
okay. So that's an option. Well, now see here it says my brother said I went to school yesterday. Now when is V2? See, go goes V1. Went is V2. Going is present tense. Gone. Right? Gone is V3. Now went is past tense. So you must change past tense to past perfect.
Past
And
perfect.
gone.
Okay. When past comes, it has to convert into past perfect. My brother said that he had gone to
School. Yesterday becomes
he had gone to school previous day.
this one.
Yes.
That one. Okay. Now you are choosing, right?
Correct.
Right? Okay. Matthew said I will go to school next year.
So future tense they have here.
Will becomes
So in future tense will becomes would.
would. I becomes
He would go to.
next year becomes. What are the choices?
Okay, sir. Following day. As he said that he would go to school the following year, but he would go to school the year this will be following correct.
9 out of 10. That one is optional because it varies,
When
right?
it comes past, it will convert into past perfect. When says comes, then it says won't change. Then the whatever the if it is in continuous, present continuous, past continuous.
Yes, anyway, you got 90%.
Is it, sir? Wait.
Thank you, Chaitra.
Thank you, sir.
Good morning, everybody. Today we're going to do the lesson relations between men and women. So this is a continuity of the previous episode in which we had the introduction to the lesson. You may remember the lesson is by Rajaram Mohan Roy, okay, one of the founding fathers of, one of the architects of India, modern India, okay. So he's a very deep thinker and he has brought about many reforms for the good of society, for the good of our society. One of the reforms you remember is the introduction of English education into the society of into Indian society. Now the result of that is what we are doing right now, because Rajaram Mohan Roy introduced English education into India. We are reading a lesson in English. What was done 300, 400 years ago maybe, has its after effects now across the country, right? Anyway, we'll continue with this. We're on page 57 of the PDF counter. Thirdly, with regard to their trustworthiness, let us look minutely into the conduct of both sexes, and we may be enabled to ascertain which of them is the most frequently guilty of betraying friends. Right? So here the third quality of women, which is being discussed, men and women both. The third quality, the third characteristic of both sexes, both men and women, the third quality is trustworthiness. Who can you trust more in general? Can we trust a woman more or can we trust a man more? So the author says, let us look minutely. Minutely means in detail, in great detail, let us look into the conduct of both sexes, so that we can ascertain. Ascertain means we can understand. Okay, we can gauge, we can measure which of them is the most guilty of betraying friends. Right? So trustworthiness, who betrays his friends? Is it the man or is it the woman? Now, it continues. If we enumerate such women in each village or town as have been deceived by men, and such men as have been betrayed by women, I presume that the number of deceived women would be found 10 times greater than that of betrayed men. So here, betrayal. What do we mean by betrayal? Loss of you cheat them, right? Now the particular form of cheating, there are many forms of cheating, money and so on. But the particular form of cheating which is being discussed here is marital infidelity. Marital infidelity. That is having the paramour. Paramour is like, the third, tisra form. Right? So, anyway, he says, if we enumerate means list. If we list how many of these liaisons, these connections in each village. Okay? And as have been deceived by men, and such men as have been betrayed by women. Right? Such men as have been betrayed by women. I presume that the number of deceived men would be found to be 10 times greater than that of the betrayed men. Okay? So, which is higher? The number of deceived women is higher than the number of deceived. The number of deceived women is higher than the deceived, right? So, what it means is men are more likely to cheat on their wives. 10 times more men are likely to cheat on their wives than women, right? So women's mind, psyche is grounded. Grounded means it's built on the solid foundation of, the household, the looking after the children, the cooking, the cleaning. They have some work to do. In short, they ಕಟ್ಟದಲ್ಲಿ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ ಏನೋ ಕೆಲಸ ಇದೆ. ಸೊ ಇವ್ರಿಗೆ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡೋ ಕೆಲಸ ಇರಲ್ಲ, ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಇದು ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಓಕೆ, ಸೊ ಸಿ no, okay. So the number of women who have been betrayed by men is 10 times higher than the number of men who have been betrayed by men. I presume, okay, men are in general able to read and write. In general, if you take a broad perspective or broad point of view, men are in general able to read and write and manage public affairs. Public affairs means they go to the office, they go to the work, the company, right? They're able to manage public affairs, by which means they easily promulgate such faults as women occasionally commit. Now, it's not as though women are totally not guilty of committing such faults. Occasionally they do commit, right? Occasionally they do, go astray, take the wrong path. But men, because they are in control of the public affairs, all the things which go on in society, they are in the control of men. So what do? They promulgate, easily promulgate such faults as women occasionally. So they highlight, see this woman done that, and this and that and that. So the woman gets the lion's share of the blame. Men are doing everything, right? But because they're in charge of the publicity, the publicity, how people see it, isn't it? See, like, for example, if you see an advertisement for a cake of soap, you see a cake advertisement for a cake of soap, 10 times, 15 times, then what will you do? You will actually go out and buy the soap. You will believe that soap is good. So if people are continuously told in the news, everywhere, women are there, this woman did that and that, 2 or 3. Then what do people believe? People will believe women are such and such, so and so. They get the negative point of view, they get the negative attitude. Okay, people, because men are in charge of what? They are in charge of public affairs. So they control so many things. So they put the lion's share of the blame on women. Okay. One fault they have, it must be acknowledged, which is by considering others equally void of duplicity as themselves, to give their confidence too readily, from which they suffer much misery, even so far that some of them are misled to suffer themselves to be burned to death. Now, one fault they have, They refers to the women, right? One fault they do have. What is that fault? It must be acknowledged. We must acknowledge that fault. What is that fault? It is by considering others equally void of duplicity. Duplicity is the intention to deceive, the ability to cheat. They are void of duplicity. Women are like they are more innocent than, right? They are void of duplicity, void of the intention to cheat. Right? To give their confidence too readily. So what do? They trust others too easily. Give confidence means what? They place their confidence in others. Somebody talks about, yes, immediately the thing goes on. Right? So they give their confidence too readily, from which they suffer much misery. So it's not as though the world is a very, what? It's not a field full of flowers. There's so many thorns, so many problems, so many stones on the path. The world is not it's not filled of roses, is it? So people are there who will intentionally do things. Right? So women, they give their confidence to others. As a result, they suffer much misery. Right? So they're led to believe one thing, something else happens, third thing follows, and the thing goes on. Right? So for that, some of them are misled to suffer themselves to be burdened at that time. Okay, the idea was floated, if the woman survives the husband after the husband passes away, right? If the woman survives, then what will happen to the name of the family if she goes astray? As a result, she should climb the funeral pyre, commit suicide. Women believe this. In large numbers actually climb the funeral pyre. When the flames were burning, folded hands in prayer, reduced to ashes. They couldn't fight back. See, you have one or two warriors, Rani, Lakshmi, Bhayatanasi, one or two warriors, Vidura Rani. Others, heads, modesty, humility, all these qualities which are good in peaceful time. When it comes to a difficult situation, they become negative. Right? So they actually suffer themselves to be burned to death. Right? They believe, my soul will go, live in heaven with my husband after we pass away. See? Okay, so this was, and what did Raja Ramohan Roy do? He abolished the system of sati. Right? He abolished. So that it doesn't exist now, right? No. Next, in the fourth place, with respect to their subjection to their passions. Subjection to their passions. Who are most of the scientists? See, there's a joke, right? The husband and the wife are arguing, right? And the husband says, most of the scientists are men. Most of the presidents of countries have been men. Most of the people in power are men. Right? Woman replies, most of the criminals are also men. So, you see, men, how are they able to become presidents and people in power? Because they are passionate. See, passion is a quality which people must possess. But to direct the passions, actually to direct the passions into a certain channel. You see, if you say, instinct. Instinct is happiness. Instinct is happiness. Instinct to eat. If you don't satisfy that instinct to eat, for example, you'll be in trouble. Hunger, sleep, thirst, all these you have to satisfy. All the instincts. Okay. Now, instinct is happiness, right? But for a man to give in to his instincts is bad, right? Totally become animal, right? No thoughts, only like. Eventually, what happens if a person gives in to his instinct? You'll find what is happening in society. Men are moving hungers and fevers and thirst. You see them, they're walking, moving hungers, fevers and thirst. So it is not, I'm not saying it, it's a quotation from books. Right? Now, we are talking about what? We're talking about the subjection to the passions. Right? Subjection. Passions. You give it to your passions. Right? So, the subjection to the passion, this may be judged by the custom of marriage as to the respective sexes. Right? So, how does a person actually stop this instinct? All the instincts. He gets married. The wife cooks, the instinct of hunger is satisfied. The wife does everything and everything is satisfied, right? Now, what is the custom of marriage spoken of here? What are the advantages of marriage spoken of here? Okay, so here we're talking about the custom of marriage, right? One man may marry 2 or 3, sometimes even 10 wives and upwards. This was common in those days. This was common. Yes, it's called polygamy.
In China, one person, he had got married near 100 wives, I think. Right, sir? He died recently, 2 or 3 years.
Wives. I'm talking about 100 wives at the same time for the same man. Called a harem. That custom is also prevalent. It's called polygamy.
Okay.
Gamos is women. Poly is many. One man having many wives.
Polygamy.
Right?
Polyandry.
So see, the other is also that was also prevalent but not as widespread. Polyandry. Andros is men. One woman having many husbands.
Andros.
Polyandry. Andros is men. See? Okay. So, both the customs were prevalent. Okay. Polyandry and polygamy. But polygamy was visible. Right? If you take an emperor like Akbar, he had a harem, polygamy. So, sometimes even 10 wives or upwards. While a woman who marries but one husband desires, it is said, to follow him, forsaking all worldly enjoyments. Okay? So a woman who marries once, okay, that's it, the moral instinct comes in, right? Desires at the death of the husband to follow him, forsaking all worldly enjoyments. No more life, no more worldly enjoyments. When he dies, I should also die. That's what they thought at that time. Or to remain living the austere life of an ascetic. They used to enter the temples, pray to God, fast, sleep on the, what do you call it? The
floor,
stone,
bare floor,
stone, bare floor, yes. Stone
and
floor.
eat bare floor.
Eat bare food, yes, all these aspects. Right? So they had to remain leading an austere life of an ascetic case.
Strict, simple living life without any.
Like without any worldly enjoyment. Next, fifthly, the accusation of the vast and the want of various virtuous knowledge is an injustice. So men do all the, infidelity. They accuse the women, right? So they have this accusation of want of virtuous knowledge, right? Observe what pain, what slighting. Slighting is the insults she receives, the complaints she bears. What slighting, what contempt. You are such and such, so and so. Being treated as inferior, that is being treated with contempt. And what afflictions their virtue enables them to support. How much they have to undergo, how much they have to bear. Because they are women. Right? Okay. How many Kulin Brahmins are there who marry 10 or 15 wives for the sake of money? This, maybe it's, so I heard this sort of story in the news recently.
Is it so?
I think
So
it was
everybody
on
does
serial.
nowadays. Only few men are.
Not serial, not news, serial. Goes to the wife, one wife for the money, then runs away after getting the dowry. Second wife somewhere else, one in Karnataka, third in Andhra, fourth in Tamil Nadu, like that. It's a serial, right?
Easy Brahmin
Why
search.
it's a serial and it's sort of a criminal thread or story, criminal story thread, right? This actually happened. It was custom in older India. How many Kulin Brahmins are there who marry 10 or 15 wives for the sake of money? That never see the greater number of them after the day of marriage. After the day of marriage, take the dowry and go elsewhere. And visit others only 3 or 4 times in the course of their life. Right? So, they married 10 or 15 wives. After the day of marriage, they go somewhere else to some other wife. Visit others only 3 or 4 times in the course of their life. Still, amongst those women, most, even without seeing or receiving any support from their husband, living dependent on their fathers or brothers and suffering much distress, continue to preserve their virtue, and when Brahmins or those of other tribes bring their wives to live with them, what misery do the women not suffer? See, this was what was happening at that time, right? They lived without seeing or receiving any support from their husband, whether financial or otherwise, right? Living dependent on their fathers or brothers. A woman needs 3 men in their lives. First is the father, second is the husband, third is the son. Right? Fourth is a brother, right?
It is not optional. Brother can change at any time.
So they live dependent on their fathers or brothers and suffering much distress, right? They continue to preserve their virtue, right? And when Brahmins or those of other tribes bring their wives to live with them, what misery do the wives not suffer? So some guests come, make this, do this, everything. At marriage, the wife is recognized as half of her husband. The better half, which incidentally soon becomes the bitter half. Right? Bitter. Right? At marriage, the wife is recognized as the half of her husband. The whole concept of Ardhanarishwara. But in after conduct, they are treated worse than inferior animals. In actual life, they are treated worse than inferior animals. For the woman is employed to do the work of a slave in the house, such as in her turn, clean the place very early in the morning, very early. She has to clean the whole house. With the cold over it, whether it's raining outside, whether it's chilly outside, she has to clean the house, to scour the dishes, to wash the floor, to cook night and day. Night and day, see, this factory for the stomach, never ends. Morning over, afternoon over, evening over, and so on. And snacks in between, right?
Yeah, between snacks, pre-breakfast, okay, something to go.
Right? Night and day, to prepare and serve food for husband, father, mother-in-law, sisters-in-law, brothers-in-law, and friends and connections. See,
Then again, we have to wait for them to sleep. After that, we have to sleep.
Exactly. Not only that, they have to wait for them to come home and serve them dinner.
After all, everything, we still have to wait until they sleep.
Yes.
For all,
So this is how the factory
being
system
educated, some people do that nowadays.
But this is how the factory system came in. It's like a factory. So men are now working in the factory. They become the machines. If you deal with a machine, what do you become? You become a machine. If you deal with a like-minded person, you become like that person. But if you deal with a machine, you become a machine. Right? So, anyway, for amongst Hindus, more than the other tribe relations, long reside together, more common and brothers respecting the worldly affairs. Right? In Hindu society, what was prevalent at the time? Okay? They had the joint family system. Joint family system means division of property. Okay, at one time or the other. Okay. Now, the women have to be onlookers. Okay. When the brothers are quarreling among themselves about the worldly affairs, the women have to bear it. Right? And also they have to do all this work. So this is the life of the women. If in preparation or serving up of the victuals they commit the smallest fault, they put a slightly lower amount of salt, smaller amount of salt, or too much spices. If they commit the smallest fault in the preparation or serving up of the victuals is the food, right? Breakfast, lunch, dinner, snacks. If they commit the slightest fault in preparing food, what insult do they not receive from their husband? Right? Their mother-in-law and the younger brothers of their husband. Everyone starts berating them. Right? After all the male part of the family have satisfied themselves, the women content themselves with what may be there, whether sufficient in quantity or not. Where Brahmins or Kayasthas are not wealthy, their women are obliged to attend to their cows and to prepare the cow dung for firing. They used to paste this cow dung on the walls of the cakes. In the afternoon, they fetch water from the river or tank, and at night perform the office of menial servants in making the beds. In case of any fault or omission in the performance of those labors, they receive injurious treatment. So sound this thing, like all sorts of okay, from the husbands, right? Should the husband acquire wealth, suppose the husband becomes rich, he indulges in criminal amours. First effect of wealth is criminal amours. Amours are love affairs. To have perfect knowledge in her own presence, he will indulge in this, and almost under her eyes, and does not see her perhaps once a month. As long as the husband is poor, she suffers every kind of trouble, and when he becomes rich, she is altogether heartbroken. this pain and affliction, the virtue alone enables them to support. It's only the virtue that enables them to support. When a husband takes 2 or 3 wives to live with him, they are subjected to mental miseries and constant bickering. Okay? And then quarreling and this thing, okay? Even this distress situation, they virtuously endure. Sometimes it happens that the husband, from a preference for one of his wives, behaves cruelly to another. Okay? Amongst the lower classes and those even of the better class who are not associated with good company, the wife on the slightest fault or even on the bare suspicion of her misconduct is chastised as a thief. So what is this? Amongst the lower classes and even those of the better upper classes who are not associated with good company. So if they don't have good manners, whether it's the upper class or whether it's the lower class, they don't have good manners. What will happen to the wife? When she commits the slightest fault, or even on the bare suspicion, they only suspect, she may not have done anything. The bare suspicion of a slightest fault, she's chastised as a thief. Chastised means soundly scolded.
What's it?
Soundly scolded, roundly and soundly scolded, berated. Suspicion of a fault, right? The respect to virtue and the reputation generally makes them forgive this treatment. The virtue and the reputation generally makes them forgive even this treatment. If unable to bear such cruel usage, the wife leaves her husband house to live separately from him. Then the influence of the husband with the magisterial authority is generally sufficient to place her again in his hands. So suppose the wife is unable to bear the treatment given by the husband, all this, she runs away. Then the husband's influence with the magisterial authorities, the court, legal authority, they legally bring her back. Right? Okay? So, the magisterial authority is generally sufficient to place her again in his hand. When in revenge for her putting him, he seizes every pretext to torment her. So, for leaving him in revenge, he seeks every pretext. Small thing, small reason or big reason, he seeks every reason, pretext to torment her in various ways.
This is not possible nowadays. Women are very.
And sometimes even puts her privately to death. Private takes her behind with liquor and all. These are the facts occurring every day and not to be denied. What I lament is that seeing women are thus dependent and exposed to every misery, you feel for them no compassion that might exempt them from being tried and burned to death. Right? So this is the lesson, the relations between men and women. Okay? Good morning everybody. Today we're going to do the lesson Visionary Leadership by Kiran Bedi. Kiran Bedi is very famous in India. She is a living legend, right? And she is primarily a police officer, though she has other sides to her personality. So today we're going to find out about what makes a visionary leader. Visionary means a person who has a vision. Vision primarily means what you think of the future, right? So, when you realize your dreams, when you make others in your organization realize their dreams also, along with your own goals, then you are a visionary leader. So first we read about the speaker. Kiran Bedi, birth 9th June 1949. She was born in 1949, almost about 2 years after independence. Kiran Bedi is an Indian social activist, former tennis player who became the first woman in India to join the officer ranks of the Indian Police Service.
the administrative services, that is the bureaucracy in India has got various branches. One of them we all know is the Indian Administrative Service, the IAS. The other is the IFS, the Indian Foreign Service. Then the Foreign Service, then you also have the Indian Forest Service, and you have the Indian Police Service, IPS. So up to the time of Kiran Bedi in India, no woman had become an officer in the IPS, but she was the first to join the officer ranks of the IPS in 1972 and was the 24th Lieutenant Governor of Puducherry from 28th May 2016 to 16th February 2021. So after she left the Indian Police Service, she became the Governor of Puducherry, what was formerly known as Pondicherry. She became the Governor of that territory, Lieutenant Governor, and she was the Lieutenant Governor of Puducherry up to 2021. She remained in service for 35 years before taking voluntary retirement. In 2007 as Director General, Bureau of Police Research and Development. Right? So her final posting was a very high one. She was the Director General of the Bureau of Police Research and Development, and she left public service in 2007. In May 1993, Bedi was posted to the Delhi prisons as Inspector General. Right? She introduced several reforms at Tihar Jail, which won her the Ramon Magsaysay Award in 1994. Right? So Tihar Jail is a very famous jail which has housed many well-known criminals. There was Charles Sobraj, who was incarcerated in Tihar Jail. So she introduced many reforms. Reforms means, see, these prisoners, they are outcasts. They are actually not wanted by society. To bring them back into the mainstream of society, you need to do things like educate them and give them a vocation so that they can be reintroduced into mainstream society. So she undertook such reforms in Tihar Jail. In 2003, Bedi became the first Indian woman to be appointed head of the United Nations Police and Police Advisor in the United Nations Department of Peace Operations. So that's yet another very high post that she held, right? She was appointed the head of the United Nations Police. The United Nations means, as we know, it's an organization whose members are all the nations of the world, United Nations. So you have police forces in individual countries, but you have the police force in the United Nations, right? United Nations Police and Police Advisor in the United Nations Department of Peace Operations. So the United Nations, one of the functions of the United Nations is to see that no wars break out between countries. So if there is unrest or turmoil anywhere in the world, then the United Nations has sent in its forces to keep peace. So she worked in the Department of Peace Operations as a police officer. She resigned in 2007 to focus on social activism and writing. She runs the India Vision Foundation, right? During 2008 to 11, she hosted a court show, Aapki Kacheri. So that was a very popular show which was aired on TV. She was one of the key leaders of the 2011 India anti-corruption movement. Right? She reaches out to more than 10,000 people daily through her two NGOs, Navjyoti and India Vision Foundation. Right? So she
she has not only served society as a police officer, she's right now, and she's working, she's reaching out to more than 10,000 people from, probably from the poorer sections of society, uplifting them through her two NGOs, non-governmental organizations, Navjyoti and India Vision Foundation, which provide education, training, counseling and health care to the urban and rural poor, right? So she serves the cause of society by uplifting the rural and urban poor. Through her two NGOs, India Vision Foundation and Navjyoti, she provides training, counseling and health care, right? Training in the sense of vocational training, training in agriculture and so on and so forth. Counseling. So, it's not that these poorer sections of society are free from traumatic conditions of the mind and body. So she counsels them on how best to deal and achieve inner solace and peace. Counseling, right? Advising on how to become a better person, right? So she offers counseling and healthcare, right? She sees to it that, medicines and hygienic conditions are given to all those urban and rural poor. For example, the urban poor live in slums, right? So she gives them health care because of and she sees that they live in tolerably clean surroundings, right? So she advises them, counsels them, offers them health care and so on. Her latest initiative, Mission Safer India, right? Now this is the latest project of hers, Mission Safer India, aims to ensure the police log and address citizen complaints. So she's not lost touch with her former organization. She sees to it that the police log in and register and respond to complaints from the public. Sees that timely action is taken by the police on any problem that they face, right? Her life is the subject of the 2008 documentary Yes, Madam Sir, narrated by Helen Mirren, right? So yes, Madam Sir, that's how you, Madam Sir, that's how you address, lady leader, right? And so see, in Britain there was a TV show called Yes Minister, and then it became Yes Prime Minister. When the minister became a Prime Minister, Yes Minister. So that's what all people's, everyone, yes sir, yes sir, yes sir, right? So yes is a term of what? It's a term which is used by ordinary people towards those in authority. We can't say no. Okay. So yes, madam, sir. That term yes is a famous of many famous, TV shows, and it's in fact used by many people in society. Yes, yes, right? Yes, madam, sir. Narrated by Helen Mirren. Helen Mirren is one of the leading, actresses in Hollywood, right? So from Hollywood to India, there's a connection, right? Speech. Now I'm going to give you a story, right? So this is Kiran Bedi as well speaking. Now here in this lesson, we're told about the formative influences of Kiran Bedi, how she was born, how she was brought up, what her, economic situation was like, what her social situation was like, schooling. So with that foundation, she achieved all this. She became, went to the UN, right? So it's a foundation. The childhood is a foundation, right? Now, it is an Indian story about an Indian woman and her journey. So her whole life is an Indian story about an Indian woman and her journey. Journey in the sense of her path in life. I am a product of. Let me begin with my parents. So, the first formative influence on her was her parents, right? I am a product of this visionary mother and father. I have told you the word visionary means one who has a vision or a dream about the future. So both her parents, mother and father, they were visionaries. And they saw to it that she, along with her siblings, reached very high places in life. So it's the mother and father who formed her life, right? Uh, many of this visionary mother and father. Many years ago, when I was born in the 50s, right? 50s and 60s didn't belong to girls in India, they belonged to boys. So, in those days, it was still a very orthodox and orthodox sort of society. Women are not supposed to go to the office. Women were not even supposed to be educated, right? They were not even given a chance to read and write. Often the schooling was limited to some, tallying of the budget, like grocery list. That's all it was limited to. But her mother and father in that time, okay, they had a vision, right? So in the 50s and 60s, they belonged to boys. Boys were the people, among children, the boys were those who went out into society and became globetrotters and traveled the world and so on and so forth, right? They belonged to boys who would join business and inherit business from parents, right? So, and girls would be dolled up to get married. Dolled up means once they reach, a suitable age, they would be, dolled up. Dolled up means made up like a doll, right? And paraded in all the parties, right? So that they get a suitable husband, right? So, okay, so they'll be dolled up to get married, right? My family in my city and almost in the country was unique. So, her own family, Kiran Bedi's own family, in that city in which she was born, and almost in the whole country was unique. Unique means special. In that, why was it unique? We were four of us, not one, and fortunately no boys. We were four of us, there were four sisters. Kiran Bedi was one of four sisters, and no boys, right? And she says, fortunately. Because if there had been a boy, then he would have gotten all the attention, right? So, see, fortunately no boys. We were four girls and no boys, and my parents were part of a landed property family. So where do you need an income? Where did they get the income from? From landed property, right? So every year they sold the crops, and and in the city they lived in a mansion, sort of cosmopolitan, going around the city in all the high class places, clubs and so on, going across the world, right? They belonged to a family which had landed property, right? My father defied his own grandfather, almost to the point of disinheritance. So the grandfather of Kiran Bedi wanted his four granddaughters to be paraded in the parties, in the clubs, so that they could get dolled. They should have been dolled up and offered in marriage to various suitable boys who came from business families or who had wealth, right? But his father, her father, Kiran Bedi's father, rebelled against the grandfather, almost to the point of disinheritance. Means the grandfather almost wrote a will which said, I won't give my property to my son. Almost to the point of disinheritance. So there's a clash of views between the grandfather and the father, right? So this is the thing. Because why did this happen? Because he decided to educate all four of us. Mere fact of educating the four sisters was enough to make my grandfather see red. See red means the term, which is when you have a bullfight, bullfighting, you wear the red cloth, sees red, So grandfather saw red only because Kiran Bedi's father decided to educate all four. Nowadays, he sent us to one of the best schools in the city, right? So no compromise on this, right? He sent us to one of the best schools in the city and gave us the best education. As I've said, when we are born, we don't choose our parents. Okay? When we are born, we don't choose our parents. And when we go to school, we don't choose our school. Right? So the parents choose a school. Right? Children don't choose a school, they just get the school which parents choose for them. Okay? So this is the foundation time which I got. This is a foundation. Foundation time means foundation of her whole life, right? Which she got, right? Okay. I grew up like this, and so did my other three sisters, going to the best schools, meeting the best people of that time. Hobnobbing means mixing, exchanging views, playing also as children, right? Get the best society in that time for a child, right? So, as I said, as I told you, maybe about education. What does one thinker say about education? See, tuition forms a high part of the fees. Tuition that you get forms a high part of it. But what is offered for free in your educational institution is the company of your friends. You get to mix with the best, right? That is free. The tuition takes up a great part of the budget, but the company of your friends, who you can network with later on, perhaps, the views you exchange, the way you discuss things, all these, they are free, right? So this is what, Kiran Bedi went to one of the best schools of that place, and her mind was shaped like this, right? And my father used to say at that time, I'm going to spread all my four daughters in the four corners of the world. Right? When they were still young, one is going to go to this place in the world, another is going to go to that place, and so on. Four daughters in the four corners of the countries. Right? I don't know if he really meant that, right? But it happened. So that's what happened. I am the only one who's left in India. All the other three are elsewhere, in different countries. One is a British citizen, another is an American, and the third is a Canadian. Right? So we are four of us in the four corners of the world. The father might have meant it light-heartedly as a joke. But education is the passport to the world, where you go out, right, and see the world. And since I said they are my role models, I follow two things which my father and mother gave me. So the parents were the role models. She looked up to them for their behavior, for comfort, for all things, right? So she kept two sentences of what they said in her mind, right? One, they said, life is on an incline, right? You either go up or you come down. And the second thing which has stayed in me, which became my philosophy of life, which made all the difference is 100 things happen in your life, good or bad. Out of 100, 90 are your creation, they're good. They're your creation. Enjoy it. If they're bad, they're your creation. Learn from it. 10 are nature, sent over which you can't do a thing. It's like a death or a relative, death of a relative or a cyclone or a hurricane or an earthquake. You can't do a thing about it. You've got to just respond to the situation. But that response comes out of those 90 points. Now, the two sentences she kept in her mind. What were they? One is, the first thing the parents told her was, life is on an incline. Incline is like a road which goes up. So life is like walking up. See, if you can't sit still on flat ground, on level ground where you know everything, you're still, you're not doing anything. But when it's on an incline, you either go up or you come down, right? So, and one more thing is, another thinker like Albert Einstein, who is Albert Einstein, says, life is like a cycle. You have to keep moving to keep even balance, right? So, life is on an incline, right? You either go up or you come down. That's the first sentence she kept in mind, right? So she decided to go up, right? And the second thing which has stayed in her mind, even after the parents passed away, this is the second saying of her parents. What is that? 100 things happen to you in your life. So many things happen to us in life, right? Out of the 100, 90 are your creation. Okay? Out of the 100, 90 events are made by you. You do them, right? They are good. If they are good, the result will be good, including your thoughts. What you see? Okay, they're good. They're your creation. Enjoy it, right? Because you have created it, you should enjoy the fruits of what you've done, right? If they are bad, suppose something by chance, not intentionally, by chance something bad happens, learn from it, right? So you've done 90 things, 100 things have happened, 90 are your own, right? The other 10 are not your own, you're not responsible for. It could be something like the death of a relative, or a cyclone, or an earthquake, right? You just got to respond to that. You just respond to that situation, right? So, but that response comes from the other 90. What you learned, what you know, all these, the other 90 decide your response to the 10 which are not in your control, right? So, these are the two sayings of a parent she kept with her even after they passed away. And that's become her philosophy of life, right? So, you see, there is a saying, all those great men of ancient times have long away molded with their bones. When the great minds of the ancient times, Albert Einstein, Isaac Newton, Aristotle, Socrates, Euripides, all the great men, even the great people they have passed away. They have long ago molded away with their bones. Even their bones have become dust maybe. All that remains is their words. Their words are all that remain. Said by Lao Tzu. Lao Tzu is one of the thinkers of ancient China. He is the founder of Taoism. All those great men of ancient times are long away molded with their bones. Their words are all that remain. Right? So here she's kept in mind what her parents said. Right? And she's acted upon that. Okay? And this is where she has reached. Okay? Okay. Since I'm a product of this philosophy, okay, following it closely, that philosophy, doing 90 things which she wants to do, which are her creation, the results of which she enjoys, right? 90 are a product of this philosophy. Her whole life is a product of this philosophy. Of 90 out of 10, and secondly, life on incline. That's the way I grew up to be valuing what I got. So, because she actually made an effort to do something, she valued what she got. Right? Okay, I am a product of opportunities. Rare opportunities in the 50s and 60s, right? Which girls didn't get, and I was conscious of the fact that what my parents were giving me was something unique. So she was aware that what was going on in her life, her schooling, all that was something unique. So that set her apart, right? If you are aware that you have something special with you, right? So for many people, it's like something like a big jewel, right? Something sets you apart. So it's as precious as that, right? Because all of my best school friends were getting dolled up to get married with a lot of dowries. The girls were giving them. And here I was with a tennis racket and going to school and doing all kinds of extracurricular activities. She's there with a tennis racket and wearing the skirts, or maybe it's the saris or something. And she's going with the tennis racket to school and doing all sorts of extracurricular activities. I thought I must tell you this. Why I said this is the background. This is the background to her life. Okay. So we'll stop there. Okay. Thank you. Good morning, everybody. Today we're going to do The Wolf by Farooq Sarwar. Right? So, in the very beginning of the lesson, we have a quote by Nelson Mandela, which says, I learned that courage was not the absence of fear, but the triumph over it. Right? So, it's not that a person is called a courageous person because he doesn't feel afraid. It's not the absence of fear. Everyone, at every time, for whether it's a short period of time or a long period of time, they all feel afraid. So no one can be absolutely called absolutely courageous. It is not an absence of fear that makes a man courageous. But what makes a man courageous is when he feels the fear, how to triumph, how to overcome it. So that whatever causes the fear has been handled, right? So that is a courageous person. So courage is not an absence of fear, it is a triumph over it. The brave man is not he who does not feel afraid, but he who conquers that fear. So you cannot avoid, there's no way any person can avoid being afraid for any reason, for some reason or the other. But how you overcome it, that is what makes a man courageous. This is said by Nelson Mandela. And what did Nelson Mandela overcome? He got freedom for South Africa. Yes, his whole country was afraid of the colonizer. He struggled to make the whole country free from it. So, it's a very famous quote, right? So, next, many a time we create a comfort zone and prefer to stay in it, right? So we're good in one thing or we're good in another thing. All of us are good in something or the other, and we pursue that, right? And we reach a comfort zone. We can do that thing for a long time. For example, a comfort zone, like,
So some children may be good in sports, and they prefer sports. Some children may prefer mathematics, and they prefer mathematics, right? And they choose a career in mathematics. They enter the comfort zone. So that's what we're told. Many a time we create a comfort zone and prefer to stay in it. Never venturing with courage and constantly fearing the non-existent threat. Right? So the student who likes mathematics, he may not venture into sports, even though it's good for him. He may feel, that something may happen if I pursue sports and maths. So we prefer to stay in the comfort zone. We fear a non-existent threat. So that threat may be non-existent. See, many times what happens is we're afraid of the imaginary. We're afraid 90% of our fears, they will not materialize. They will not happen. 90% of our fears, they are not founded on fact. See, you can spend your whole life, you can spend years together in fear. Right? None of it will materialize. Something else may happen. Okay? Something totally unexpected may happen. Okay? That will make all those fears vanish. Okay? So, many a time, what are we told? We fear a non-existent threat. Okay? Thus, never realizing one's potential. So, many people, they are afraid of something non-existent. I gave that example. How a student who is comfortable with maths doesn't venture into sports. Sports is something that will help him with maths. If he gets a good physique, then he'll be able to study maths to a greater extent because he's healthy. Right? So you see, many people, they don't realize their potential. They don't taste the delicious fruits of freedom. See, okay, they don't taste the delicious fruits of freedom and success. He who is not courageous enough to take risks will accomplish nothing in life. Right? So, we're often advised, come out of the comfort zone. See, if you always do what you know, see, for example, a housewife, she can cook anna sambar every day of her married life. Right? I'm giving a very ordinary example. The same anna, the same sambar, every day. It's very comfortable for her. She finishes within 5 minutes. What happens as a result? She doesn't realize what else she can make, what her potential is. Like that, many people, they're comfortable. Nothing else required. Nothing else. Okay? So if you're contented, what else, what can you want? So if you're contented and satisfied, what else can you want? Nothing, right? That's a state of mind. Contentment. That's what it means. You're satisfied with what you have. Nothing else you want. Right? That is the effect of a comfort zone, entering the comfort zone. Okay, so now, anyway, we're told, apparently, that if we come out of our comfort zone, we'll realize our potential. Okay. So anyway, he who is not courageous enough to take risks will never accomplish anything in life. Okay? So this is not, this is conflations. Okay. So now we read the note on the author. No, before that, we have to answer a couple of questions. These are searching questions. Searching means, what do you fear the most in life? See, commonly when a person is young, right, is afraid of many things. 1 minute. Sorry about the interruption. We will now continue with that lesson. 2 searching questions people must ask themselves. We should ask ourselves. What do you fear the most in life? Right? Now, whatever you fear, it can be a subject or it can be something like imaginary, or real as you think, like a curse. You did something wrong, okay, and you're afraid of the consequences. Something, it may be serious or it may be small, right? What do you fear the most in life? Now, why should we name it? See, if you name something, what you fear the most in life, then you have something like a hold. Just as you climb up the stairs with the help of the railing, you have a hold on it. If you name what you fear, then you have a hold on it, right? You can come to grips with it, right? So if you don't name it, if there's no word, it's only a feeling, right? Then it may persist for a long time and stop you from taking any action. Okay. So what do you fear the most in life? You must name it. That's the first step. Is the fear imaginary or real? Then you must categorize it. Is it something wrong I did in the puja and it's not going to happen at this time? See, many functions are held according to the proper times. See, there's a strong belief. Don't say the belief is wrong or it's imaginary. For some people, this belief is real. If they don't carry out a function at that time, then the consequences will be negative. But if you're of a different, if you are rational, for example, okay, is the fear imaginary or real? Right? If I don't study today, what will happen tomorrow in the exam? Now it's a very real fear. You agree? Right? So, and if I don't get this, carrying it a bit forward, not that I'm trying to make you afraid or anything, carrying it a bit forward. If I don't get this percentage in this year and the next year, what will happen to my job prospects? So you can think about it. You can actually plan. It's a way of planning. If I don't get this job in this company, then what will happen? See, it's a way of planning. Okay, so naming what you're afraid of, that is the first step. Second step is deciding whether it's real or imaginary. Third step is doing actual planning to overcome it. Okay, so this is the way that you must think about something emotional, something irrational like fear. Right? These are all, what we learn about, what scares us. Right? Okay, so now we have to come to the note on the author. Farrukh Sarwar is one of the Pakistani writers who writes in English. Okay? Urdu and Pashto languages. He also writes in Urdu and Pashto. He belongs to Quetta. Quetta is a territory in Pakistan. He is a noted columnist, lawyer, novelist and short story writer. He's a great author. He has authored 12 books. He has won literary awards from Academy of Letters, Pakistan, Government of Balochistan and Pakistan Television. So he won many awards for his literature, Okay? And so now we come to the story. I have taken shelter on a tree for quite some time. Now it's an imaginary situation, or it may be a real situation. When does a person take shelter on a tree? Hardly ever. Unless you build a tree house, there's no way you can take shelter on a tree, unless you live in the forest. So this situation, I have taken shelter on a tree for quite some time, right? It can be an imaginary. So you see, we'll read. I am tired and want to come down, but the vicious wolf is standing below. And so wolves can't climb trees. Some canines are animals like lions, tigers, cheetahs, leopards, wolves also, okay? Some canines, they cannot climb trees. The wolf is one who cannot climb the tree. Now, the poet or the author apparently has climbed the trees, taking shelter there. He would like to come down because he's been there for quite some time. But the wolf is vicious to tear him apart. Vicious means cruel. Dusht is bad. Vicious is, it will rip you. Lacerate. It will, okay, the paws, the claws. Right? But the vicious wolf is standing below, looking at me threateningly. Right? So what will he do? Will he come down? Will I have my next meal? Like that. Right? Huh? He is waiting for me to get down when he can tear me to shreds. Shreds is like you have a piece of paper and you rip it up in shreds. That's what the wolf will do to him. Right? The tree that harbors me is a strange one. The tree that is sheltering him, harbor is a place where ships take shelter, especially from storms. The tree that shelters me is a strange one. I could even call it a magical tree. Right? Here, all my wishes are immediately fulfilled. So wherever he is taking shelter, whatever he wants, all he has to do is wish for it and immediately comes true. Right? I think, if I think about a soft, warm bed, I find it lying beside me the next moment. So it's obviously an imaginary story. But, okay, so all his wishes materialize on that tree. Right? He can get whatever he wants. For however long he wants, he can stay there with whatever he wants. But what is the fact? Another fact is he wants to come down. Right? So, see, if I think about a soft, warm bed, I find it lying beside me the next moment. When I feel bored, I find a magnificent TV set before me with stereo speakers and worldwide channels. Any food that I wish for appears in there in no time. So he says, I want this dish, and poof, in a puff of smoke, the dish appears. Right? I have everything here, all sorts of comfort, but what I lack and for which I am pining away is freedom. So he wishes to move. He can't move. On a tree branch, how much can you move? How long can you move on a tree branch? So the one thing that he doesn't have, that's what he's pining away for. Pining away means, see, we all breathe, right? We all breathe, inhale and exhale. Now, when you exhale, all the air that you have inhaled should be exhaled. All the inhalation should come out. If you inhale while you are exhaling, half your exhalation is inhaled again. Then all that carbon dioxide and whatever is mixed again. That's when you pine. You breathe your own breath again. You can get the idea of the feeling I'm saying. The feeling, it's a feeling, pining. Right? So, and also it's a longing. See, longing means you cannot have it, but you want it. Right? You cannot have it, but you want. That's pining. Okay, see? You see, Freedom is the one thing the author was pining for, but he can't have it, right? I have everything here, all sorts of comforts, but what I lack and for which I'm pining away is freedom. This freedom demands its price. The present case, it demands that I get down and kill the wolf. If he wants to stretch his legs or if he wants to do anything else, apart from staying on that branch, he has to get down and face the wolf. But I don't have the courage. I'm afraid of the wolf as he's stronger than me. Okay, wolf has got the power of 10 people. Sometimes when I remember that time the wolf was chasing me, I got into a cold sweat. See, he's already faced the wolf. He's been on the ground. The wolf was chasing him through the woods, through the trees. He was chasing him. He's climbed up the tree, and there on the tree he gets whatever he wants. Right? So how was it when the wolf was chasing him? When the wolf was chasing him, he got into a cold sweat. When he remembers how he had almost lost his life, breaks into a cold sweat, right? I feel a peculiar sensation coursing through my body and my heart begins to sing. Peculiar sensation. See, they can't name that feeling. Okay, it's a feeling of fear, it's a feeling of something, right? Something, that feeling you can't name. It's a peculiar sensation. Coursing. Coursing means flowing from the tips of his toes throughout his body. Coursing through his whole body. And then his heart begins to sink. See, this would have been the end. See? No more. His heart begins to sink. He becomes discouraged. When you have a sinking feeling, you're feeling discouraged, right? I thank God for finding the tree that gave me shelter. Right? Otherwise the wolf would have killed me long ago. I would have gone long ago. In the enveloping gloom of despair. No. See, this is the danger he's facing. Feeling gloomy. Gloomy is like if you switch off the lights also and close the curtains in a room, close the windows, you're in gloom, state of mind. In the enveloping means covering, covers the whole mind, covers the field throughout the body, the darkness. In the enveloping gloom of despair. Despair is feeling you can't go out, you can't get down, you can't stay there. Feeling of hopeless, right? I often take solace from the thought that the tree is a tall one. So I take solace. Solace is comfort. He finds comfort in the thought, tree is a tall one. Right? So the wolf cannot easily climb. So for the moment he is safe. Okay? Tree is a tall one. That I am totally safe here and the wolf cannot harm me in any way. Right? During the day I manage rather well. So when it's sunshine, manages rather well. All the, enjoying all the food, lying on the comfortable bed, watching TV. All this is what he does, right? During the day. During the day I manage rather well, doing one thing or the other. So he keeps himself occupied, doing this or that. But as the night comes, my sufferings begin. Right? Can't see what he's doing. So at night, if I fall asleep, nightmares trouble me. See, nightmare is a bad dream. When do you get a bad dream? When you have a wish, when you have a desire and it's unfulfilled and it enters the subconscious, then you will begin to dream about it. So the nightmares trouble me and I go through hell. Wakes up, goes to sleep, wakes up in a cold sweat, every limb of my body aches badly, as though someone had thrashed me with a whip. I feel totally exhausted. Okay. Often I wonder how long I'll have to undergo this agony. How shall I wait for the wolf to die from hunger? The wolf can't stay there forever. When will it leave or when will it, okay? But, okay. Instead of dying, he now looks stronger than before. Somehow the wolf has found sustenance, that is strength, in the thought that he'll eat the otter. Right? One morning when I open my eyes, I sense somebody else is hiding in the foliage. One morning, he opens his eyes from sleep, sees that someone else is hiding in the foliage. Foliage is the leaves of the tree. He says that someone else is hiding. I scream in fright. How on earth thinks it's the wolf? How on earth did you come in? I scream in fright, thinking that the wolf has eventually succeeded in his motive. What is the motive of the wolf? What is the wish of the wolf? To eat the poet. So he's looking at the poet through the leaves. Somehow he succeeded in his motive. However, I am amazed to see that he is a man like me. He's not a wolf, it's another man. Worried and afraid, he has taken refuge in the tree to escape from another wolf that is standing below the tree, growling and clawing its trunk. So that man is also there, and he is also afraid of something else, and that thing he is afraid of is growling. Growling is making a deep voice in your throat, like that, and clawing with its paws the trunk of the tree. The wolf, however much it tried, is not able to climb up the tree. So both of them are quite safe. We too are afraid of the wolves pursuing us. Both of them are afraid of the wolves pursuing them. We have all means of comfort here, but we are not happy. The feeling of boredom and oppression is eating into us. Boredom and oppression. When you get whatever we want, it's good. At the same time, you want freedom also. You want everything. Not most of what you want all of what you want. He's unable to move from that place. Right? The feeling of boredom and oppression is eating into us. Literally, if you give in to it, you'll become thinner, it will eat into you. Right? Every passing day, we cannot sleep at night. The moment we close our eyes, the frightful image of the wolf haunts us. Right? It has eyes, it has even entered our dream, so that there is no peace for us there also. Right? The wolves usually keep sitting at their places quietly. However, often a kind of madness overtakes them and they attack the tree, cutting their teeth in its huge trunk. Right? So they actually bite the tree. They cut their teeth in the huge trunk and clawing it with their paws as they growl furiously. They growl, right? Making deep guttural noises in the like that. Right? This sudden fit of insanity. Actually, the wolves are caught, they can't think. The sudden fit of insanity. Insanity is madness. The sudden fit of insanity in the wolves frightens us more. However, there's one thing that's rather strange. The wolf in my pursuit relates to me only. His wolf relates to him. It doesn't relate to the other person. The author's wolf relates to him only. The second wolf relates to the other person. Similarly, other wolf relates to the other fellow. My companion's wolf doesn't bother me, doesn't even look at him. And my wolf doesn't bother him. Something that amazes us even more is the fact that the wolves themselves do not relate to each other in any way. Even the wolves do not, they don't attack each other, for example. They're only looking at the author and his companion. Each wolf is looking at the author and his companion. After long deliberation, one day we decided that we would get down and face our wolves. Now he's got a companion and he talks with him. And what does he decide? They both decide we'll get down and face the wolves. Right? They talk about. If he had no one to talk to, he just stay there. Right? But now he's got, let's do it. Let's do it. Right? Like that. We get into that idea. Right? They decide to confront the wolves. We're not ready to put up with our oppressive lives anymore.
Okay. We decide to close our eyes and jump. My companion jumps down but covered that I am keeps sitting where I am. Right? His wolf leaps at him as it finds him on the ground. My wolf is also alerted by this and pricks up its ears, but when I don't get down, it goes wild with rage and attacks the trunk of the tree with all ferocity. Right? Before his wolf can get him down on the ground, my companion hits it with the small branch that he has broken from the tree. The wolf falls down and dies in a few moments. His companion overcomes the wolf. He's got some weapon and the wolf is... My friend is free now. He's achieved his freedom by the dint of his courage, by means of his courage. But I am still undergoing the pangs of my life and cursing myself. My wolf has grown more desperate now. The wolf has grown even more desperate now, striking at the trunk of the tree all the time. Probably thinks that if he keeps at it, either he'll fall down from the tree or the tree itself will fall. He wants to break down the tree. Right? I clutch the branch of the tree firmly. In my whole body is bathed in sweat because of fear. I curse the wolf day and night, but he does not let up. Right? My companion keeps on calling out to me encouragingly. Come down, the wolf can't do anything. He's really very weak. You can kill him easily. But I can't trust his words and keep shivering in fear. So afraid of whatever is in his mind. Then several incidents begin to occur that definitely signal to me that I'm going to die. Suddenly, the tree begins to shake. I look down to see if the wolf is shaking it, but I see him lying down in his place. Then I'm startled to see the tree shrinking smaller and smaller. Frightened, I begin to jump on the big branches of the tree in an effort to restrain its movement, but in vain. Another specific spectacle frightens me. I see the wolf getting bigger and bigger, and in seconds it grows as big as a bull. I yell and scream, running up and down the tree, but there is no relief. Right? So eventually, if it keeps doing nothing, all these means of comforts will vanish. Right? So whatever he's afraid of will become larger and larger. I prepare myself for the imminent death, bidding goodbye to everything around me. The wolf and I are getting closer to each other with every passing moment. All the comforts will vanish, his fears will multiply in his mind, and he gets ready to pass beyond the curtains of life. My mind has gone numb, now I can't even think. My eyes are closed, and like a criminal about to be hanged, I am greeting death even before the hangman's noose is being put around my neck. So he can't do anything, he just greets death. Welcome, friend, he says to death. Right? I'm waiting for the time when the executioner will pull the lever. So when they have a person who is being executed, the person who's all his mind is focused on the moment of his passing. When the hangman pulls the lever and the trapdoor opens and he falls through the trapdoor with the noose around it, he's waiting for that moment when the trapdoor lever is open, right? The only sound I can hear now is that of my companion who is desperately urging me to come down, saying that I am stronger than the wolf. The wolf is just an embodiment of imaginary fear. It's like the windbag that you can remove from your path with a single kick, like a football. You can remove it from your path. Eventually I gather courage and jump down. My wolf leaps at me, but before he could kill me, I strike at him with a small and delicate twig. He got a small twig, small branch, it strikes at him. That I ripped from the tree. The wolf, which had reached elephantine proportions, comes like a huge elephant, huge proportions, tumbles down on the ground and right before my eyes dies. Right? Now I am free. What a beautiful world is freedom. And how pleasurable is the feeling of being free. Freedom from fear, it's a relief, it's a feeling of utter and absolute relief. I cry out in joy and begin to dance. Right? And I dance like one gone mad. After some time my enthusiasm cools a bit. I look for my companions and thank him. is not to be found in this place. I'm amazed as I look around. I find innumerable trees all around me. One human being has taken shelter in each tree and a wolf is growling beneath each tree. So all the human beings are afraid of something which has no hold on them whatsoever. Right? I break into a peal of laughter, I go on laughing and advancing towards those simple, innocent people who are afraid of the wolves for no reason. Right? So don't be afraid of your whatever scares you. You should face the yes. That's what the author says. Okay? Thank you. Good morning, everybody. Today we're going to do Wings of Fire by Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam, who, as we know, was the former president of India and one of the most famous scientists this country has produced. Right? He was known as the missile man of India. Right? And so now we'll read a bit about the author before we go on to the lesson. So Abul Pakir Jainuddin Abdul Kalam, 15th October 1931 to 27th July 2015, better known as APJ Abdul Kalam, was the 11th President of India from 2002 to 2007. He was a scientist turned statesman. So he was actually scientist in the DRDO, the Defense Research and Development Organization, and later he became the President of India. Born and brought up in Rameshwaram, Tamil Nadu, he studied physics and aerospace engineering. Rameshwaram is a small island off the coast of Tamil Nadu. He was born and brought up there, and he studied physics and aerospace engineering. He studied aerospace engineering at the Madras Institute of Technology, as it was known then. He left his footprints as science administrator at DRDO and ISRO. So his legacy, the work he has done, is still relevant today. And the work he has done, the corpus of his work, is there in the Defense Research Development Organization and ISRO. And he was also instrumental in setting up the internet, what we have today as 5G networks. It was pioneered by, APJ Abdul Kalam. Right? He worked in India's space program. He came to be called the Missile Man of India. So the Missile Man of India, he was responsible for setting up of missiles like BrahMos and so on. Those are nuclear missiles. ICBMs, intercontinental ballistic missiles. They can travel across continents. He played a pivotal role in Pokhran 2 nuclear test in 1998. So in Pokhran, they carried out a nuclear test, primarily as a warning to our neighbor, right? So he played a pivotal role in the Pokhran test in 1998. This extract is taken from Wings of Fire, an autobiography of APJ Abdul Kalam with Arun Tiwari. He worked under Kalam for over a decade in Defense Research and Development Laboratory, Hyderabad. This extract gives us an introductory insight into Kalam's life, his childhood and the people who influenced him, his family, his upbringing and early days of struggle. Also could be noticed the cultural and religious milieu Rameshwaram offered young Kalam. So in this story we're given the childhood and youth of APJ Abdul Kalam, the people who influenced him, his family, his upbringing and the early days of struggle, right? And in this lesson we also learn about the cultural atmosphere of Rameshwaram and the religious upbringing that he had in Rameshwaram. And so here we're told, now we come to the actual lesson, Wings of Fire. I was born into a middle-class Tamil family in the island town of Rameshwaram in the erstwhile Madras state. Erstwhile means the former Madras state. What is now called Tamil Nadu was then known as Madras state. My father, Jainuddin, had neither much formal education nor much wealth. So, he was not educated and he had not inherited too much property. Despite these disadvantages, he possessed great innate wisdom and a true generosity of spirit. So, despite not having an education, a formal education, a good formal collegiate education, nor having inherited any wealth, he still had two qualities which set him apart from the others in Rameshwaram. Those two qualities were a great innate wisdom. So he was born with wisdom, right? Innate. It was latent in him, and a true generosity of spirit. He liked people. He liked to, guide people, and he had an ideal helpmate in my mother, Ashiyamma. So a helpmate is a wife, right? So he had the perfect helpmate in his wife, that is Ashiyamma. I do not recall the exact number of people she fed every day, but I am quite certain that far more outsiders ate with us than all the members of our own family put together. So in those days, it was a custom for people to drop in at any time of day or evening, and they would be treated to some snacks or to some lunch or some meals. So, and that was the custom then. So the author says he does not recall the exact number of people his mother fed every day, but he is quite certain that far more outsiders, many more people from outside, ate at their own house every day than all the members of the family put together. Right? My parents were widely regarded as an ideal couple. So, ideal couple, in the sense there was a harmonious bond between them, and they never quarreled, for example, right? So they were regarded as an ideal couple. My mother's lineage was the more distinguished. Lineage is her parents, her grandparents, the forefathers of the author's mother. They were far more distinguished, right? One of our forefathers having been bestowed the title of Bahadur by the British. So, one of the forefathers of his mother, the author's mother, was given a title of Bahadur by the British. So, they were more distinguished. I was one of many children, a short boy with rather undistinguished looks. So, the author, when he was growing up, he was just like any other child. And he was born to tall and handsome parents. We lived in our ancestral house, which was built in the middle of the 19th century. 19th century means around 1850, 1860, like that. So this house that he was lived in was built in the middle of the 19th century. It was a fairly pakka house made of limestone and brick on the Mosque Street in Rameshwaram. So in those days, many houses were not pakka houses, they were kacha houses. So the author's house was a fairly pakka house made of limestone and brick. My austere father used to avoid all inessential comforts and luxuries. So, for example, he did not have too much to eat or did not have too warm clothing. He avoided all inessential comforts and luxuries. However, all necessities were provided for in terms of food, medicine, or clothes. So, if nobody went hungry in the household, and if anybody fell ill with a fever or cold, they were given treatment immediately. And the clothes were also suitable. So the necessities were taken care of. In fact, I would say mine was a very secure childhood, both materially and emotionally. So it was a very secure childhood. No problems as far, no traumas or no things like that. Or it was a very secure childhood, both materially and emotionally. I normally ate with my mother sitting on the floor of the kitchen. She would place a banana leaf before me on which she then ladled rice and aromatic sambar. Ladle means that in Kannada it says sautu. Right? She would ladle rice and aromatic sambar. The sambar used to have a delicious fragrance, a variety of sharp homemade pickles, and a dollop of fresh coconut chutney. So, a delicious meal used to be served every day. The famous Shiva temple, which made Rameshwaram so sacred to pilgrims, was about a 10-minute walk from our house. So, Rameshwaram is famous for the Shiva temple. So, Rameshwaram means Rama plus Ishvara, right? Rameshwara. This temple was sacred to pilgrims, was about a 10-minute walk from the house. Our locality was predominantly Muslim, but there were quite a few Hindu families too, right? Living amicably with their Muslim neighbors. So there was no communal tensions, nothing of that sort. All communities lived harmoniously in that community, right? They lived amicably with each other. Amicably means on friendly terms. There was a very old mosque in our locality where my father would take me for evening prayers, right? I had not the faintest idea of the meaning of the Arabic prayers chanted, but I was totally convinced that they reached God. So, deep-seated belief in God was instilled in the author by his father from a young age, right? He believed that his prayers reached the feet of God or Allah. When my father came out of the mosque after the prayers, people of different religions would be sitting outside waiting for him. So, many of them offered bowls of water to my father, who would dip his fingertips in them and say a prayer. This water was then carried home for invalids. So, his father was regarded as sort of imam, right? So, imam is the head of a mosque. So, after the evening prayers were over and his father was coming out of the mosque, many people would offer bowls of water. The author's father would dip his fingertips in them. That would make the water holy, and that water would be taken to the respective homes and given to the invalids, those who were ill, right, or had fever. I also remember people visiting our home to offer thanks after being cured. So, the people's belief was strong that if this holy water was given to an invalid, to an ill person, suffering with fever, for example, then that fever would be cured. My father always smiled and asked them to thank Allah, the benevolent and merciful. So there's a strong belief that God came directly to earth through some people, for example, like the author's father, right? So he's regarded as a sort of holy person. The high priest of Rameshwaram temple, Pakshi Lakshmana Shastri, was a very close friend of my father's. So the high priest of Rameshwaram temple, the name is Pakshi Lakshmana Shastri, was a very close friend of my father's. One of the most vivid memories of my childhood is of the two men, each in his traditional attire. Traditional attire means the traditional clothes. The author's father would probably wear the clothes of the Pathan, the Pakistani clothes, and the priest, that is Pakshi Lakshmana Shastri, his father's close friend, would wear the dhoti, the kache panche, the holy ash, the nama, and other such signs of their religion, each in his traditional attire discussing spiritual matters. Right? When I was old enough to ask questions, I asked my father about the relevance of prayer. So he used to, he used to absorb all this sort of atmosphere, right? And when he was old enough to ask questions, he asked, what is the significance or the relevance of prayer? What is the importance, or how is prayer relevant to our lives? My father told me there was nothing mysterious about prayer. It's a fairly obvious thing according to the author's father. There's nothing mysterious about prayer. Rather, prayer made possible a communion of spirit between people. Communion means communicating. Now, communicating not only in the sense with words, but communing with the spirit, establishing a bond, right? So rather, prayer made possible a communion of spirit between people. Why you pray? When you pray, you transcend your body and become part of the cosmos. See, when you establish a bond with another person, right, and you go on like this and you see God in all parts of creation, you're establishing a relation with the cosmos. You're essentially saying that anything else is not separate from you, okay? Anything else is dependent. For example, a tree is dependent. It depends on you, for example, not to cut it down or to harm it, or it depends on you to water it. Similarly, all people are dependent on us. We should not harm them. We can help them. So, you see, anything you see is relevant to us. It is part of ourselves. So, essentially, if you look at not only the practical aspect, for example, if you have a shelter, you know, the relation between you and the shelter is it keeps you warm. The main reason why we need shelter is to keep ourselves warm, is to not expose ourselves to the cold rain or the cold snow and ice, especially the cold rain here, right? So, you see, if you can establish not only the practical aspect, but also the other aspects. For example, the window is like the eyes and kitchen is like the stomach, right? And all these places where how you establish a relation between things, your shelter, your food. A relation is possible between the food and the eater, and people and nature. Essentially, you're establishing a relation between yourself and you see yourself as part of the cosmos, which knows no division of wealth, age, caste or creed. It knows no division of wealth. I am richer, you are poorer. It knows no such division of wealth or age, right? I am older, you are younger. Caste, I am this and I know that. Creed, right? My father could convey concepts, complex spiritual concepts in very simple, down to earth Tamil, right? Down to, so very ordinary vocabulary he used to convey complex spiritual concepts. He once told me in his own time, in his own place, in what he really is, and in the stage he has reached, good or bad, every human being is a specific element in the whole of the manifest divine being, right? So we can take the example of ourselves, in our own time, the time here and now, in our own place, here and now, in what he really is, in whatever we are doing, in whatever we are thinking, in however we are interacting with others, in whatever we do, in what he really is, and in what stage he has reached. Has he reached his potential? Has he reached his ultimate, what he's capable of? Is he still developing? In whatever stage of development we really are, good or bad. It can be good or bad. So it's no need to say that that person is wicked and we should avoid him. Because you see, if you see the wicked person, then you become alert, right? As you are not alert with your friends. With your friends, you're comfortable, you're relaxed. But with the enemy, you are alert and you are on your toes and you're excited and like that, right? So whether a person is good or bad, they both depend on each other, right? And every human being is a specific element within the whole of the manifest divine being. So the whole of what we see is part of the manifest. Manifest is something that is there, something that we have brought about. Manifest divine being. So why be afraid of difficulties, sufferings and problems? See, difficulties, you say that a difficulty is an opportunity in disguise, right? So not all opportunities will come to us or like they will not be served to us. Many times they'll disguise themselves as difficulties, and even suffering, it is a sign of health, the health of the body. Actually, they say, ultimately, the more you suffer, the healthier you are. Because you see, unhealthy man, he is not capable of great deal of suffering, but a healthy man is, right? So anyway, you see, that is one of the sayings. Not necessarily that you should suffer to be healthy, but even sufferings are a sign of health. So why should we be afraid of? Why should we be afraid of difficulties, sufferings, and problems? When troubles come, try to understand the relevance of your sufferings. So you see how when troubles come, then you're in a problem. Your mind is, let's say, you're undecided about what to do. but that actually puts you on your, like you become like a soldier. You have to fight the problem, right? Like you're essentially you are facing an enemy. It can be any problem, right? So essentially you're like a soldier who is alert and he's on his toes, right? So that he doesn't get overpowered by the problem, right? So try to understand the relevance of your problem. Adversity always presents opportunities for introspection. So many times we do know the problem. For example, if you're in the exam and you studied well and a question comes up and we are not able to remember the answer immediately, it is like that. We do know the answer to the problem, but we are not aware of it. So we make an effort. So you see, adversity, like not being able to answer the question in the exam, it actually presents opportunities for introspection. So you must think, you must remember, try to remember what the solution is. Maybe some great author has offered a solution, maybe you will read about the solution, maybe the solution is obvious, but all the time it provides opportunities for introspection. How to overcome? We debate within ourselves. We introspect. We inspect means to look, and intro means inward. So look inwardly. How can I overcome this problem? Do I know the solution? Who can I ask? How can I read about it? Such things, right? Why don't you say this to the people who come to you for help and advice? I asked my father. He put his hands on my shoulder and looked straight into my eyes. For quite some time he said nothing, as if he was judging my capacity to comprehend his words. He's judging his capacity to understand the words, because he's an adult and the author was still a young child. So can a young child try? And then he answered in a low, deep voice. His answer filled me with a strange energy and enthusiasm. Whenever human beings find themselves alone, as a natural reaction, they start looking for company. Whenever they're in trouble, they look for someone to help them. Right? Whenever they feel alone, they want company. Whenever they're in trouble, they look for someone to help them. Whenever they reach an impasse is something they cannot overcome. They look to someone to show them the way out. Every recurrent anguish, repeated problem, longing and desire finds its own special helper, right? So the solution is waiting for us. Only thing we have to, search for it. It is a means of coming into touch with ourselves, right? For the people who come to me in distress, I am a go-between in their effort to propitiate demonic forces with prayers and offerings. So he's a go-between. The author's father was a go-between. See, if a person was ill in those times, it was commonly thought that person was possessed by a demon. So essentially, they would call the author's father, who was the imam, and the author's father was a go-between between the demons inhabiting the ill person's body and health, right? So this is not a correct approach of all, and should never be followed. It's not a demonic force. It's only an imbalance in something, right? One must understand the difference between the fear-ridden vision of destiny and the vision that enables us to seek the enemy of fulfillment within ourselves. So there's a difference between a fear-ridden vision of destiny. What will happen to me in the future? Will I be able to manage? If we think like that, then we begin to feel fear. Will I be able to manage? Will my strength hold out? Will I be able to continue to do what I'm doing? So we should not have a fear-ridden vision of the destiny. There's a difference between the fear-ridden vision and the vision that enables us to seek the enemy of fulfillment within ourselves. So how can we, as individuals, deal with the problem? So how can we deal with it? There you're looking for a solution. But if you say, I can't, how on earth will I manage? Then the very words themselves show that you are unsure. So you must look positively at a problem, right? So essentially, what the author is saying is that, next. I remember my father starting the day at 4 a.m. by reading the namaz before dawn, right? After the namaz, he used to walk down to a small coconut grove we own about 6 kilometers from home. He would return with about a dozen coconuts tied together, thrown over his shoulder, and only then would he have his breakfast. This remained his routine even when he was in his late 60s. I have throughout my life tried to emulate my father in my own world of science and technology. So his father was a religious person, the author was a scientist. He tried to imitate. Emulate means to imitate in the author's own field of science. I have endeavored to understand the fundamental truths revealed to me by my father. And feel convinced that there exists a divine power that can lift one above from confusion, misery, melancholy, and failure. So only if you're in touch. See, there are three paths to overcome problems. One is a path of bhakti, the other is a path of work, and the third is a path of knowledge. And in these, path of bhakti, praying or supplicating before a God is the easiest. Path of knowledge, how to overcome the problem with these rules, with these methods, that is the most difficult. Path of work, working to overcome, you do your work routinely, then the problem is over. So the path of bhakti, the path of yoga, and the path of jnana. And those are the three. So here you see, the author has tried to understand the fundamental truths revealed to me by my father and feel convinced that there exists a divine power, yogic power, path of bhakti, path of jnana, path of yoga. A divine power can lift one up over from confusion, misery, melancholy, and failure and guide one to one's true place. Right? And once an individual severs emotional and physical bondage, he is on the road to freedom, happiness, and peace. So oftentimes the enemy is ourselves. We are overcome by things like anger, but they're not actually enemies as such. There's no need to treat them as though they're different from you. They're a part of you. So you must recognize that even things like anger, jealousy, hatred, all these negative things are also a part of ourselves. We cannot be dissociated until perhaps after we become a bit more mature, they will die down on themselves. A part of a person's life. And many times these emotions they stop us from helping others, or things like compassion, sympathy are lacking in some periods of our life. So recognize that they're part of ourselves. Right? So anyway, once that physical and emotional bondage is removed, he's on the path to freedom and happiness and peace of mind. Right? I was about 6 years old when my father embarked on the project of building a wooden sailboat to take pilgrims from Rameshwaram to Dhanishkodi, also called Setukarai, and back. His father became a ferryman. Ferryman means he works on the boat. He worked at building the boat on the seashore with the help of a relative, Ahmed Jalaluddin, who later married my sister Zohara. I watched the boat take shape. The wooden hull and bulkheads were seasoned with heat from wood fires. My father was doing good business with the boat when one day a cyclone with winds of about 160 kilometers per hour carried away our boat along with the same some of the land mass of Central. So even the beach was swept away in that cyclone. The Pamban bridge collapsed with a train full of passengers on it. Until then I had only seen the beauty of the sea. Now its uncontrollable energy came as a revelation to me. Right? By the time the boat met its untimely end, Ahmed Jalaluddin became a close friend of mine, despite the difference of our ages. He was about 15 years older than I and used to call me Hassan. We used to go for long walks together every evening, and we started from Mosque Street and made our way towards the sandy shores of the island. Jalaluddin and I talked mainly of spiritual matters. The atmosphere of Rameshwaram, this flocking pilgrims, was conducive to such discussions. So they would merge with the crowd and they would have the spiritual discussion. Our first halt would be at the imposing temple of Lord Shiva, circling around the temple with the reverence and each pilgrim from a distant part of the country felt the flow of energy pass through us. So they became touched by the holy atmosphere. Jalaluddin would talk about God as if he had a working partnership with it. Working partnership means every day he communicated with God and God told him this and he replied. And Yazoo is a working partnership with, he presented all his doubts to God as he was standing nearby to his God. So, I know some people talk to statue of an idol. Some people even talk to plants about their problems. Some people talk to the pets. Right? So, Amaja didn't talk to God. So as he was standing nearby to this person, I would stare at Jaluddin and then look towards a large group of pilgrims around the temple taking holy lips in the sea, performing rituals and reciting prayers with a sense of respect towards the same unknown. Unknown, right? So it's a spirit with whom we treat as a formless Almighty. I have never doubted the prayers in the temple reach the same destination as the one offered in our mosque. Right? So they were both, whether they were prayers offered in the mosque or whether they were prayers offered in the temple, they would reach the same formless Almighty. I only wonder whether Jaluddin had any other special connection to God. Jaluddin's schooling had been limited principally because of his family's straitened means that they were short on money. Right? This may have been the reason why he always encouraged me to excel in my studies and enjoyed my success vicariously. Vicariously means putting himself in the feet of the shoes of the author. Whenever the author passed an exam, Jaluddin would also feel happy for him. Right? Never did I find the slightest trace of resentment in Jaluddin for his deprivation. Right? So he never felt sad, I couldn't study, I couldn't be educated, never felt resentment. Rather, he was always full of gratitude for whatever life had chosen to give him. Incidentally, at the time I speak of, he was the only person on the entire island who could write English. He wrote letters for almost anybody in need. Did letters of application or job application. Nobody of any acquaintance, either my family or neighbor, even had Jaluddin's level of education or any links of consequence with the outside world. Okay? So we'll stop there. We are on page 1 minute. We are on page 47 of the PDF counter on the PDF. So we'll stop there, we'll continue in the next class. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Today we're going to continue with the Wings of Fire by Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam. We've gone halfway through the lesson. Okay, so you remember this lesson. In this lesson, he speaks about the influences which formed his later work, right? You must remember that the influences we have during our childhood, the influences a child receives during childhood, they will shape his adult life. It's not as though just because we become adults, we are free of our childhood. Childhood is a foundation on which later life and later reactions to situations, okay? How we react to situations, okay? Those are shaped by the influences we receive in childhood. So as we know, Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam is a world famous scientist, right? So how did he become world famous? What were the formative influences of his childhood, right? That enabled him to do what he did, achieve so much, such a tremendous amount of output in later life, which shaped, the lives of the country, the whole nation, right? For example, I told you that his pioneering work in the internet in India, his pioneering work. He was among the first to work on the setting up of the internet in India. That has resulted in the 5G networks we have today. What we can access right? The 5G networks, those were, the foundation for such things was, for such a thing was laid by Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam, and of course he has achieved a lot more than you can describe. So anyway, now coming to the lesson, we are on page 47 of the PDF, last paragraph. Incidentally, at the time I speak of, he was the only person on the entire island who could write English. He was the only person. Who is the he we're speaking about here? We're speaking about, APJ Abdul Kalam's boyhood friend, Jalaluddin, right? Jalaluddin, because of his circumstances, he could not be educated, but, he was well read, right? And he was the only one on the island of Rameshwaram who could speak English. He wrote letters for almost anybody in need. Be they letters of application or otherwise. In those days, in certain communities, for example, in a village community, you had only one or two people who could read and write, right? The whole village, the whole town would be without, they could not read or write, they were illiterate, and you had one or two scribes, they were called scribes. This situation, incidentally, was present during the medieval times. Medieval times also, in 14th and 15th century England, you find that scribes, that is the clerks, they could write down the official documentation. The rest of them could not. So, Jalaluddin was like one of those ancient scribes in Rameshwaram, right? The entire island of Ramesh. He is the only one, who was the only scribe who could write English. He wrote letters for almost anybody in need, be they letters of application. Suppose somebody wanted to apply for a job, then they would come to Jalaluddin to, get help with the, formatting of the letter or otherwise. Any other letters that had to be sent were also written by Jalaluddin on Rameshwaram. Nobody of my acquaintance, either in my family or in the neighborhood, even had Jalaluddin's level of education. So, as I said, we're told that Jalaluddin had dropped out of high school. He had dropped out, he discontinued his education because of the circumstances of his family. But nevertheless, he continued to read and write on his own, right? So he had a certain amount of education, which was higher than that of the rest of his contemporaries, the rest of the people on the island. They did not even have Jalaluddin's level of education or any links of consequence with the outside world. The outside world, remember, Rameshwaram is an island. It's not part of the mainland. So nobody on the island had any links of any consequences or anything in the outside world. That is, in Tamil Nadu or India, they did not have any links of any consequence, right? So what Jalaluddin told them about what was going on by reading in the newspapers, by such things, that those were the only source of information they had about that. They were an isolated community, right? Jalaluddin always spoke to me about educated people. See, this is how, the former president, the boyhood worship, his friend, right, Jalaluddin, spoke to him about educated people. So you speak to a child, right, about what you want. You continuously, catch the interest of the child's mind in the direction you want it to, you want it to take, right? You continuously, speak to it, you continuously show him pictures, Nowadays we can play music, so many things we can do for the education of a child, right? So we can use, so Jalaluddin spoke about the educated people, he spoke to him of scientific discoveries, right? Around that time, radium had been discovered by Marie Curie and Pierre Curie, and maybe the pneumatic tire had been invented The sulfur had been mixed with rubber to make it, malleable, for a car and things. So around that time, Jalaluddin spoke to, the author about scientific discoveries of contemporary literature, whatever literature was current at that time, right? And of the achievements of medical science, right? So maybe there were 1 or 2 hospitals set up in Tamil Nadu, and all such goings on, right? So remember, child's mind is like an empty. You can think of it as an empty picture, Pitcher, and you put into the child's mind what you want it to know, right? And there's one more thing. It's a term from computer science, GIGO, G-I-G-O, garbage in, garbage out. You put garbage into a child's mind, you get garbage out. Okay, you continuously harass it and you continuously beat and scold it, right? I'm talking about, in general, and you'll get a violent child, right? But on the other hand, you continuously feed it suitably, okay, information, emotions, that's what you get out, right? So you see, this is the input, as we're talking in computer science terms now, we're talking about the input that, the author had, okay? It was he who made me aware of a brave new world beyond our narrow confines, right? So, remember, the child, once it grows up and becomes an adult, it has a desire to fructify the field of the world. That is a term from one of the essays, right? There's a desire to fructify the field of the world. Just as we fructify a field by making crops grow in it, a child has a desire not to stay within the confines of the home or the community. It wants to go out and contribute or make its own, place its own imprint on the world, right? So Jalaluddin was a person who made the author aware of a world beyond the narrow confines of Rameshwaram. Imagine being stuck in a village, okay, with the village people, the same things. Everybody knows everybody else. Everybody knows what everybody else has, what everybody else does at what time of day. After some time, it becomes sort of monotonous, and the temple, the tank, things. You cannot be stuck in one place. Okay? So, anyway, in the humble environments of my boyhood. So, it's not saying his environments, the surrounding environment was very lavish and modern. In the humble environments of a world-class scientist of his boyhood, books were a scarce commodity. They could not get access to books. Nowadays we read books on the mobile. We are reading a book on a mobile. But in those days, books were a scarce commodity. What is a book? See, a book now, there are many points of view of a book. For example, here, we are reading about APJ Abdul Kalam's childhood, which took place long before we were born. We're traveling in time. We're finding about what shaped his mind, the psychology, the child psychology of this personage, right? See, books allow us to travel, right? We're not going by walk, or we're not going by a vehicle, but nevertheless we are not confined, right? We are where our mind is, right? So anyway, in Rameshwaram at that time, books were a scarce commodity. So what was the effect on most people? Everybody knows everybody else, everybody does this at that time, and so on and so forth. Routine. By local standards, however, the personal library of S.T.R. Manikam, okay, that is another personage, right, in Rameshwaram. The personal library of S.T.R. Manikam, a former revolutionary or militant nationalist. So here we have, not a staid, not a routine character, but one who is strongly influenced by his emotions. So he was a militant nationalist, right? Now he had a library, right?
So how do you have to feel that, you should do something. If you just think about it, it's not enough. So here we have an emotional person and he has got a library, right? Maybe that library was a path, he wanted to find a path on how to act and how to behave, right? But nevertheless, it is a way out, right? So he was a very emotional, right? He was a militant nationalist. It was sizable. Many books, many tomes, TOMES, volumes of, great literature, right? He encouraged me to read all I could, and I often visited his home to borrow books. See, it's a friendly gesture. He visited the child to visit his home and borrow all the books he wanted, right? So this sort of thing, these are the shaping, these shaped the personage we know today as Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam, right? Another person who greatly influenced my boyhood was my first cousin Shamsuddin. He was the sole distributor of newspapers in Rameshwaram. You see here, we're not talking about coming into contact with who was the president. We're not talking about him coming into contact with people like Jawaharlal Nehru or Vinoba Bhave. We're not talking about that. We're talking about how he came into contact with ordinary people like you or I meet, and if we're lucky enough to meet such people, right? Okay? And this is the path, right? And so he was a sole distributor. Shamsuddin was a sole distributor for newspapers in Rameshwaram. The newspapers would arrive at Rameshwaram station by the morning train from Pamban. Pamban bridge, the Pamban Setue, all that we have nowadays, right? Shamsuddin's newspaper agency was a one-man organization, right? Catering to the reading demands of the 1,000-strong literate population of Rameshwaram town. So, what was the daily, intellectual fodder? Fodder is food. What was the daily intellectual fodder of the people in Rameshwaram? It's not books, it's the columns of the daily newspaper. You read the newspaper, that's it, right? Okay, I know what is going on in the world. I am a cosmopolitan. I have an international outlook because I read the newspaper. That is the feeling that many people have presented and had also. Even today you find many people, if they read the newspaper, that's it. Nothing else to be done. The rest of the day is whiled away. Right? Whiled away means passing time. Right? And so these newspapers were mainly bought to keep abreast of current developments in the national independence movement. At that time, the independence movement was a very strong movement, right? So keep abreast, to keep with the national independence movement. For astrological reference, so some calculations based on the Panchanga, right? A few, or to check the bullion rates prevailing in Madras. Bullion is gold bullion, that is the price of gold in those days, right? So should we buy or sell gold, things like that, right? A few readers with a more cosmopolitan outlook would discuss Hitler, Mahatma Gandhi and Jinnah, right? So those were the national leaders at that time. Almost all would finally flow into the mighty political current of Periyar E.V. Ramaswamy's movement against high caste Hindus. Periyar, that is in Tamil Nadu, he was a force to reckon with, right? E.V. Ramaswamy movement against high caste Hindus, right? Dinamani was the most sought after newspapers. Dina is daily. The daily pearl of wisdom. Mani is wisdom, pearl, right? Daily wisdom sought. Okay, Dinamani was the most sought after newspaper. And since reading the printed matter was beyond my capability, maybe the script was in Tamil or something like that. So reading the printed matter was beyond the author's capability. I had to satisfy myself with glancing at the pictures in the newspapers before Shamsuddin delivered them to the customers. Okay? The Second World War broke out in 1939. Okay? When I was 8 years old. Right? Now,
now what happens? For reasons I have never been able to understand, a sudden demand for tamarind seeds erupted in the market. Unse bija, right? That was a great, that suddenly came into demand. Right? I used to collect the seeds and sell them into a provision store shop on mosque
What
street.
should they do with that, sir?
That I don't know. It's for some reasons he could not understand. A sudden demand for tamarind seeds erupted. Erupted means like a geyser erupting, or a geyser in the natural spring, or a volcano. It suddenly erupted in the market. Right? A day's collection would fetch me the princely sum of 1 anna. You used to go around collecting tamarind seeds and sell them to the shop on Moss Street. You get 1 anna, that's around 25 naya paise, or something like that. Jalaluddin would tell me more stories about the war, which I would later attempt to trace in the headlines in Dinamani. So you could read the headlines. So whatever Jalaluddin said, you would verify. Right? Did this go on? Okay? Our area, being isolated, right, was completely unaffected by the war. So it's an island, it's off the coast. Right? So the war going on it's actually going on in Europe. India is far away from Europe, right? And Rameshwaram is off the coast of India. So our area being completely isolated was completely unaffected. But soon, India was forced to join the Allied forces. Allied forces are those of England, France, and the US. The Axis powers were Germany, Italy, and Japan. 3 versus 3, Allied versus Axis, right? So India being a member of, colonized by the British, was forced to join the British. Forced actually.
England,
They didn't want to fight.
Germany, Italy.
They would have asked them to, quit Europe, but okay. Anyway, it was forced to join the Allied forces. Something like a state of emergency was declared, right? Okay. The first casualty came in the form of the suspension of the train halt at the Rameshwaram station, right? So trains, they are government controlled by the government. So the train to Rameshwaram station over the bridge from Tamil Nadu was stopped, right? So essentially they could not move, right? Then the newspapers now had to be bundled and thrown out from the moving train. On the Rameshwaram road between Rameshwaram and Dhanushkodi. Okay? So the train driver or one of the people in the train, the guard, would throw the bundles of newspapers on the road as the train passed on the mainland. This forced Shamsuddin to look for a helping hand to catch the bundles, and as if naturally, I felt the slot. Right? Shamsuddin helped me earn my first wages. Half a century later, okay? Now this was written around 1989. You can imagine. 1939 is speaking of half a century plus 50, 1989, 1990. Half a century later, I can still feel the surge of pride in earning my own money for the first time. Every child is born with some inherited characteristics. Now here again, so here is speaking about himself. Every child is born with some inherited characteristics. So every child is different from the other. Some are inherited, some are acquired, and so on and so on. Into a specific socio-economic and emotional environment. Socio-economic means whether you're rich or poor. Society means what culture you're born into, right? Emotional. Is the environment of the childhood, is it conducive to peace, or are there quarrels going on in the family? In his school, is he being, right? The emotional environment. So that's a formative, see. You must ensure what? A stable emotional environment. And trained in certain ways by figures of authority. Figures of authority means
the teachers, the parents, the grandparents, right? So they're trained to behave in certain ways by figures of authority. I inherited honesty and self-discipline from my father. So he's not saying, see, his father didn't say, see, this is how you spell honesty, H-O-N-E-S-T-Y. This is how you spell discipline, D-I. He's not teaching him. He's not giving a bookish, he's being the role model. He's that. Right? And so, he learned honesty and self-discipline from my father. From my mother, I inherited faith in goodness and deep kindness, and so did my 3 brothers and sisters. But it was the time I spent with Jalaluddin, see? But it was the time I spent with Jalaluddin and Shamsuddin that perhaps contributed to most to the uniqueness of my childhood and made all the difference in later life. Right? Okay? So, as you can see, they are only positive influences. We never hear of someone scolding APJ Abdul Kalam as a child. We don't hear of him being beaten. We don't hear of him, so many things going on in the family, in society. Always being exposed to the TV channels, what goes on in the TV channels. We don't hear any such things. And what happened as a result? Became the President of India. Right? So you see, right? To the uniqueness of my childhood and made all the difference in later life. The unschooled wisdom of Jalaluddin and Shamsuddin was so intuitive and responsive. Right? They could sense what he felt. They could answer his questions. No, it was a bond. Right? Bond between an elder person, an older person and a child. Right? It was the intuitive and wisdom of Jalaluddin and Shamsuddin, which was unschooled. Unschooled means nobody has taught them. They did not go and learn things in a routine fashion in school. It's unschooled wisdom. Right? They learned by themselves. It was so intuitive and responsive to non-verbal messages. See, verbal of course is when you ask, when you say something. Non-verbal is the way you sit, the body language. The way you look at a person. Is it a tone of inquiry? Is it, what are you feeling? Right? So like that. And to non-verbal messages that I can unhesitatingly attribute my subsequently manifested creativity to the company in my childhood. It speaks about what? The subsequently means after. The creativity which was manifested. What do we mean by creativity? All the things he did with the Brahmas, ICBM, the 5G networks, all the rest of it. He worked at ISRO under Dr. Vikram Sarabhai. The creativity, the unmanifested subsequent creativity, he unhesitatingly attributes to their company in his childhood. Right? You see? Okay. So on the whole, the small society of Rameshwaram was highly stratified. Stratified means it was, they had levels, caste system, right? And very rigid in terms of segregation of different social groups, right? However, my science teacher, Shiva Subramanya Iyer, though an orthodox Brahmin with a very conservative wife, he was an orthodox Brahmin with a very conservative wife, was something of a rebel. He says, no, if I want to do something, I'll do it. That's the attitude he had. He was very orthodox. He had to follow certain rituals at certain times. When the prescribed mantras had to be chanted at the prescribed. Very orthodox, with a very conservative wife. But he was something of a rebel. Can this go on for long? What is the use? I've done it for 30 years, 28 years. What's the use? Nothing has happened. I want to do something new. He was something of a rebel. He did his best to break social barriers so that people from varying backgrounds could mingle easily. Right? So he tried to break, this caste system. So he says, why don't you come and sit in the class, for example, as a science teacher. He asked children to sit next to each other of different castes.
break social barriers so that they could mix easily. Right? He used to spend hours with me. See, the science teacher used to spend hours with him and would say, Kalam. See, you can imagine, right? The young boyhood. Kalam. I want you to develop so that you are on par with the highly educated of the big cities. Right? So this is the motivation. Right? One day he invited me to his home for a meal. His wife was horrified at the idea of a Muslim boy being invited to dine with her in a ritually pure kitchen. Ritually pure. Right? Rituals they do in the puja. The ritually pure kitchen. Muslim boy who eats meat, who slaughters the chicken in the kitchen. Isn't it? See, you can understand, right? She refused to serve me in a kitchen. She said, no, a person who eats meat.
Here, this teacher called him to his house.
Yes, for a meal. Shiva Subramanya Iyer was not perturbed. So the husband was not in the least worried. Nor did he get angry with his wife. But instead served me with his own hands. So they saw something special. Remember, the author APJ himself feels he had undistinguished looks, nothing set him apart. But those people could sense. Right? And sat down beside me to eat his meal. His wife watched us from behind the kitchen door. Right? Very modestly. I wondered whether she had observed any difference in the way I ate rice, drank water, or cleansed the floor after the meal. So, ate rice with the, hands, the forefingers, drank water, and cleansed the floor. So, wiped the floor clean with the cloth. Is there any difference? No. Right? When I was leaving his house, Shiva Subramanya invited me to join him for dinner again the next weekend. Observing my hesitation. So I said, sir, maybe observing my hesitation, he told me not to get upset, saying, once you decide to change the system, such problems have to be confronted. Where does he start? Starts in his own home. How does he change the system? In his own home. Right? When I visited his house the next week, Shiva Subramanya Iyer took me to inside the kitchen and served me food with her own hands. So it persuaded her. Right? Then the second World war was over and India's freedom was imminent. The Second World War was over and also India was not a colony anymore. Indians will build their own India, declared Gandhiji. The whole country was filled with an unprecedented optimism. Optimism is, hope for the future, a bright outlook. I asked my father's permission to leave Rameshwaram and study at the district headquarters in Ramnath. I was to go to the mainland. He told me as a thing around Abul, I know you are told you have to go away to grow. Does the seagull not fly across the sun alone and without a nest? You must forego your longing for the land of your memories to move into the dwelling place of your greater desire. So now, he has a desire. See, that's the feeling, the emotional component. He wants to achieve. He wants to fructify the field of the world. And he can't do it in Ramesh. So, you have to follow the heart. That's what his father is saying, right? You must forego the longing for the land of your memories, where you spend the place where you spend your happiest years, childhood. You must forego your longing for the land of your memories to move into the dwelling place. Dwelling place is the place where you live. Place of your greater desires. Okay? How to realize your dreams. Our love will not bind you, nor will your needs hold you. So, they could easily say, Kalam, don't go, Abul, don't go, right? But, he quoted Khalil Gibran to my hesitant mother, your children are not your children. They are the sons and daughters of life's longing for itself. They come through you, but not from you. You may give them your love, but not your thoughts, for they have their own thoughts. So these lines of Khalil Gibran are from his poem called On Children. What does it say? Your children are not your children. See, the mother, especially the mother, wants to think the child belongs to her. It cannot move
beyond the walls of the house. But what about the child? Does it feel like that? It may be confined to, but eventually your children are not your children. They have their own desires, they have their own aptitudes, they have their own wishes. And the world is a place where they fructify them, right? So your children are not your children. They are your children, but they're not your children, right? They are the sons and daughters of life's longing for itself. Now life here, life. I have life, you have life, everybody else has life. All life has a longing for itself. That is what? To recreate life like its own. That's why people get married, right? So this trees want to recreate trees, right? All that business of pollination, right? And animals procreate, humans also. All life, what? Has a desire, has a longing to create more life. So who are children? They are the children, they are the products of life's longing for itself, right? So this is the common thread, life going through the generation, passing through the eons, the thousands of years, the millions of years, right? They come through you but not from you. So children are born to the parents. Parents are the medium to which children come onto the earth. They come through you but they're not from you. See, you say this arm is part of you. But children are not a part of you. You cannot take them, they come through the parents. They're not like the parents, right? You may give them your love, but not your thoughts. So what the most you can offer a child is your affection. Don't tell them what to think. See, you can do it scientifically. You can train a child from almost the time he's able to understand in mathematics. Keep talking to him, show him pictures. You talk to the child in the level of his own vocabulary, you make him understand. You can actually make him go into a rigid caste. This is what we shall achieve. Okay. Don't tell them what to think. Let them find out for themselves. That is more nice. See, this you are training the mind. When they want to do what they do, what they want to do. When they do what they want to do. Is what they feel like. It's always the emotional component, okay, which is the master, right? Stronger, right? Intellect sooner or later becomes like a balloon, like holding a balloon. You're doing this, but there's no foundation, right? So don't tell them what to think, for they have their own thoughts, right? He took me and my 3 brothers to the mosque and recited the prayer, Al-Fatiha from the Old Holy Quran. As he put me on the train at Rameshwaram station, he said, this island may be housing your body but not your soul. Your soul dwells in the house of tomorrow. The house of tomorrow is the future. And of course, see what, even this 4G network or this 5G network is a product of that. Poem is a product of that. What we are holding right now in our hands, the mobiles. Right? This dwells in the house of tomorrow, which none of us at Rameshwaram can visit. You cannot see the future of your children. Could they ever have foreseen the possibility of us holding the mobile? No, it's impossible, right? None of us at Rameshwaram can visit. They cannot visit, not even in our dreams. Right? Dreams are some of the subconscious. You can actually, sometimes they say you can train, like you suggest to yourself what will happen, that thing will happen. Right? So auto-suggestion, manifestation, all that. But not even in your dreams can you visit the future of your children. Right? May God bless you, my child. Okay. Shamsuddin and Ahmed Jalaluddin traveled with me to Ramnathpuram to enroll me in Schwartz High School. Schwartz is a German name. And to arrange for my boarding there, hostel. Somehow I did not take to the new setting. The town of Ramanathapuram was thriving. Many things are going on, businesses, okay, thriving, factious town of some 50,000 people. But the coherence and harmony of Rameshwaram was absent. Right? People come and go, people come and go, people keep coming and going. There's no coherence. Right? I missed my home and grabbed every opportunity to visit Rameshwaram. Vacations. Right? Ur Arama. Like that. The pull of educational opportunities at Ramanathapuram was not strong enough to nullify the attraction of bozi, a South Indian sweet my mother made. So he kept going back for bozi, the sweet his mother made. Right? In fact, she used to prepare 12 distinctly different varieties of it, bringing out the flavor of every single ingredient used in the best possible combination. So when you taste the food, each ingredient that goes to make it should burst with flavor on the tongue. That's how his mother prepared. Right? So 12 different varieties of that sweet, and you just forget everything else. Right? Despite my homesickness, right? I was determined to come to terms with the new environment. So I made up his mind. The new environment, because I knew my father had invested great hopes in my success. Once his father sent his prayers and his hopes and all that. My father visualized me as a collector in the making. Collector, this is an IAS officer. Right? And I thought it my duty to realize my father's dream, although I desperately miss the familiarity, security and comforts of Rama. See, as a child, you cannot easily, but he made a conscious decision to overcome that pull of the home. Right? Jalaluddin used to speak to me about the power of positive thinking. See, you suggest things to yourself, that thing will manifest. Right? So Jalaluddin used to speak to me about the power of positive thinking, and I often recalled his words when I felt homesick or dejected. So what's saving him? It's not money or it's not some other comforts. It's the words his friend spoke. Right? Right? I tried hard to do as he said. So you must also act upon what you are told. I tried hard to do as he said, which was to strive to control my thoughts. If you give your feelings utter sway, they'll carry you off with their power. Should be ruled by the head. Should be ruled by the intellect. Right? So this is the one Hasi. Thoughts in my mind, and through these to influence my destiny. Influence is destiny. Right? Ironically, that destiny did not lead me back to Rameshwaram, but rather swept me farther away from the home of my childhood. So I took him further, and we went on to the Madras Institute of Technology. We went on to, work under Vikram Sarai. We took him over, he became a globetrotter. Worked in all the famous organizations. Right? So this is how, the struggle, things of his formative years have been various. Can you switch it off, please? Everybody, today we're going to have a small class on essay writing tips. Right? Essay writing. Okay? So this one, you will have a competition for Christmas in which you can submit your essays and they will be displayed on the walls, right? Or in the classrooms. So now, essay writing, right? As you all know, an essay consists at most, of around 5 paragraphs, right? So it consists of around 5 to 6 paragraphs, right? But each of these paragraphs contains about 4 to 5
sentences, right? 4 to 5 sentences, right? So you have 4 to 5 sentences in one paragraph, 5 paragraphs, so that makes the essay, right? Now we'll go over each of these, right? First we'll look at how to construct the sentence, then we'll look at how to construct a paragraph, then last we'll see how that fits into the essay, right? So basically, what do you mean by sentence? A sentence is a group of words which makes complete sense, right? A sentence is a group of words which makes complete sense. Now, when you say a group of words, okay, usually that group of words will fall into the 8 parts of speech, right? They'll fall into the 8 parts of speech. As you know, the 8 parts of speech are noun, pronoun, verb, adverb, adjective, conjunction, preposition, and interjection. You have the 8 parts of speech. So whenever you form a sentence, you have to use one of these 8 parts of speech, right? Now, English is a language which has what is called a word order. A word order, right? Now, if you take a regional language like Kannada or any of the other regional languages like Malayalam or Tamil and Hindi even, right? You find that you can put the words in any order, right? For example, if I say in English, Rama goes to the forest. Rama goes to the forest. You cannot say the goes forest round. You cannot change the word order. But if you take a regional language like Kannada, Rama Kadige Hodanu. Hodanu Kadige Rama. Kadige Hodanu Rama. Kadige Rama Hodanu. You can put any of the 3 words in any of the 3 positions. What are the 3 positions? Beginning, middle and end. Sentence has a beginning, middle and end. Right? So if I say Rama, okay, goes to the forest, right? Here you cannot change the word order, right? Now you see, if you look at it in terms of the 8 parts of speech, what do you find? You find the noun comes first, then you have the verb, then you have the noun, right? So basically what we're saying is, it has a subject plus verb plus object. This is one of the basic sentence structures, subject plus verb plus object. So what is the subject? Subject will usually be a noun or a pronoun. He goes to the forest, right? He goes to the forest. This thing. No. She's not. Body. Okay? I will tell you in some language, special language. Okay, so see, okay, so you see that, okay, the sentence has this structure, subject plus verb plus object, right? Subject can be a noun or a pronoun. For this sentence, Rama goes to the forest, you can say he goes to the forest, noun or pronoun. Plus you have a verb, plus you have a noun or a pronoun, right? Now, forest is a noun, there is a pronoun, right? So this is the basic structure of a sentence. Now, these are only a few parts of it. See, 1, 2, 3 parts of speech. You have the other 5. Now, how do you, if you were to say, you have a noun like boy. Now what we're doing is, we're looking at the structure of a typical sentence, which uses all the 8 parts of speech. Right? This is, okay. So this is a typical sentence you're going to form from this word. So you see, now boy is a noun. It's a common noun. I can add an adjective. I can add an adjective like young. Okay? I can add an adjective like young. Right? So then I can say, I can add an article. Right? Okay? Okay. Then I can add a verb. I can add a verb. Right? So then I can add a noun. Then you have an adjective. Then you have an article. Right? So what is the structure become? So this is called a noun phrase. What is a noun phrase? Noun phrase consists of a noun, an adjective, and an article. Right? And this also consists of a noun phrase. You have a noun, an adjective, and an article. Right? So now you have noun in the beginning, noun at the end. Right? Now I can modify, this is a verb. I can modify it by a adverb. Remember, adverbs end in ly and they modify verbs. Right? So you have a verb and an adverb. Okay? Now we must add what? We must add a preposition. Right? We must add a preposition. Okay? Now what happens? You use most of the 8 parts of speech. So you have adjective, noun, adverb, verb, okay, preposition, then adjective and noun. Right? So you see, this is the basic structure of a sentence. Right? This is the basic structure of a sentence. Now, you see, then if I were to add a conjunction, right? And add a conjunction, then you want to, here comes another sentence, then he goes home. Right? Okay. Now what do you see? You see, you have a sentence with this word, then you have a conjunction, then you have, okay, one more part of the sentence, and it has what? Pronoun, verb, and noun. Okay. So you see, okay, now what are we saying? We're saying that English as a language has a strict word order. You cannot change the word order. I told you. You have a sentence like Rama goes to the forest. The word should come as noun, verb, and noun. Subject plus verb plus object. You cannot say the goes forest Rama. It doesn't make sense. Right? So when you say this is the, what is, you understood this, right? You have a noun phrase and a noun phrase, and you have a verb phrase and a preposition. Right? So basically, okay, you have what? A basic sentence. Right? Now this is an assertive sentence. I hope you remember from your high school that you have 4 types of sentences called assertive sentences, interrogative sentences, which are questions. Then you have exclamatory and imperative. You remember those 4 types. Right? Now see, this is an assertive sentence because it just asserts or states, makes a statement. A young boy quickly kicks at a round football. It's a statement. It just asserts or declares. It is an assertive or a declarative statement. Right? Now, if you, okay, so this is what this is the structure of an assertive sentence. Okay, now you can also view this in terms of the parts of speech. So you have noun, adjective, determiner, adverb, verb, preposition, determiner, adjective, noun. Right? So where does adjective come? Usually it modifies a noun. Where does adverb come? It usually modifies a verb, and adjective verb. Okay, so you know the definitions, right? And we've gone over all the definitions in the class. We've gone over all the definitions in the class, isn't it? So you remember we've gone over prepositions, for example. Then we've gone over adjectives, verb tenses. You remember verb tenses, right? So all the 12 verb tenses, right? Okay. Now, when you say verb, when we say verb, okay, it's not just one word, isn't it? So you know this is a verb in the simple present tense. You can put it into the simple past tense, kick, or you can put it into the present continuous, is kicking, am kicking, are kicking, right? So you remember all that, right? All the 12 tenses. So verb includes all the 12 tenses. Then it also includes this matter of subject-verb agreement. These are not small matters, right? If I say Rama go to the forest, okay, it's different from saying Rama goes to the forest, right? Okay. So this S, that is the criterion in subject-verb agreement, whether the verb takes the S or not, right? If the subject is singular, the verb takes the S, right? So when you say verb, it mostly indicates 3 or 4 characteristics. One is the tense. Tense is one of the 12 tenses. Then you have subject-verb agreement. Then you have the passive voice, right? Then the 4th characteristic is direct indirect speech, right? So when you say verb, it's just like, okay, all those 4 characteristics, isn't it? So for many of you have done all these characteristics, right, in the class, right? Now, then, okay, so basically for a sentence, learning English is what? It's about writing a sentence is about what? Writing a sentence is about getting the verbs in the proper form, right? Tense, number, and voice. Tense, number, and voice. Okay. Okay. So then, so this is the structure of an assertive sentence, right? Now we want to form an interrogative sentence. Interrogative sentence is a question, right? So how do you change, okay, a sentence like, I have eaten dinner, okay? This is an assertive sentence. How do you change it into an interrogative sentence? What you should do is, you remember this is called an auxiliary verb. Interchange subject and auxiliary, you have an assertive. Have I eaten dinner? Right? So, okay. So these are, these are the 2 main types of sentences, right? These are the 2 main types of sentences. Okay? Okay? So these are the 2 main types of sentences, assertive and interrogative. Okay? Now, if you can get the idea, if you can get the hang of forming an assertive sentence, if you can get the hang of forming an interrogative sentence, right, much of your sentence construction is over. Much of your sentence construction is over for a, okay, paragraph, right? So, this is the basic. First you have the 8 parts of speech, after which you form 4 or 5 sentences, right? To form the paragraph, right? To form the paragraph, right? Okay, okay. you following? Anyway, those who came in late, don't worry. Your friend is making the recording. I'll forward to all the groups. Right? Okay? Now, okay. So this is the basic of a sentence structure. Now we have to form 4 to 5 sentences to form a paragraph. Now, how do you form this paragraph? It's not just you take random sentences and put 4 to 5 random sentences and you say you have a paragraph, right? Before we actually write essay, we have to be sure of the sentence, then we have to be sure of the paragraph structure, right? We have to be sure of the paragraph structure. Now,
5 sentences in each paragraph.
why do sentences?
In each paragraph.
Yeah, that is the general rule. You can have a sentence or more or fewer sentences. It's a general rule. Okay. Minimum it should be 3 to 4. Yes. Okay. So it's not a hard and fast rule that a paragraph consists of exactly 4 or exactly 5 sentences. It's not a hard and fast rule. Okay? Okay? Now, okay, now, so remember for the next half an hour, or let's say 15-20 minutes, keep a lid on it. I hope you know what it means. It's an idiom, I know. Keep a lid on it. Okay. Huh? Okay. So this is the basic structure of a sentence. Now we look at the basic structure of a paragraph. For some of you, I have done this, right? So okay, please remember to maintain decorum. Okay? No small talk for the next 15-20 minutes, please. Okay, because it's recording. Right? So now, what are we looking at? We're looking at the construction of a paragraph. Right? We're looking at the construction of a paragraph. Right? So as I said, a paragraph is not made up of 4 to 5 random sentences. Right? There must be what is called coherence. Coherence. Now the word coherence, the base of the word coherence is cohere. Cohere means they stick together. See, what it means is, if you write 4 or 5 sentences, the second should follow from the first. The second sentence should follow from the first. The third should be related to the second. The fourth should be related to the third. And the fifth should conclude. Right? So what is the first sentence about? Now, you're going to write an essay. What you can basically do is, first, you're given a topic, right? You're given the topic, right? Now, about the topic, you can say a number of things. But these number of things are not in order in your mind. They are not in order in your mind. What you have is a set of random points about the topic. Now you can come across these random points. Either you already have a basic understanding of the topic, you will have a basic understanding of the topic. You can also do some reading. Now reading means you have the whole worldwide, the web resources, all the web resources, including what? Not only print material, not only articles, not only essays on your topic, you can also have videos, you can have audiobooks, you can have music, right? So basically what you have is all the resources of the web to write your essay, right? So about the topic you can access all this information. Now you have a number of points, okay? Point 1, point 2, point 3, 4, 5, 6 main points. Now about point 1 you can have 2 ideas, right? About point 2 you can have a few more ideas. About this you can relate it to other things, right? Other things. So about all these you will continue like this indefinitely, right? So this is called a spider diagram, right? This is called a spider diagram, right? So first you have a topic and you must get all the points of the topic that you can think of, right? Now, this stage is called brainstorming. Now, see, brainstorming doesn't mean your brain goes into a storm, right? There's nothing going on in the mind. All you're doing is you're trying to get as many points about the topic as you can get, right? So you put the points in this random order, right? So random order. Now you have to order it. So you're going to write, okay, you have a number of points, right? And you're going to write 5 paragraphs, right? 5 paragraphs, right? In your essay. Now, the essay has got a topic. Just as the essay has a topic, each of these 5 paragraphs has what is called a topic, right? Topic sentence. It's called the topic sentence, right? So you have 5 topic sentences, right? 5 topic sentences. Now, about the topic sentence you can write 3 to 4, right? What are these 3 to 4? See, the second sentence is what is called a supporting statement. It supports what you say in the topic sentence, right? The third sentence can also be a supporting sentence, right? Second and third can be supporting sentences. The fourth sentence can be an illustration, right? And the fifth sentence will conclude, right? Will conclude what we said about the topic, about the paragraph. You follow what you? So this is the structure. You see, it's not just you go to write and you start writing. It's not that. See, there's a saying: think before you ink, right? Before you ink with your write, before you write, you have to think about what you're going to write. There were a few great authors like Sir Bertrand Russell, who never wrote a second draft of their works. He wrote voluminously. Sir Bertrand Russell. He wrote volumes and volumes of literature on logic, on philosophy, on pacifism, so many subjects. He never wrote a second draft apparently. What he wrote first, that was the final draft. Right? What he wrote first, that was the final. But very few are capable of that. Right? So you must always edit, proofread your writing. So you see, okay, now, so you have to order your writing according to this general outline, right? Think of a spider diagram. Think of the first paragraph. Think of the topic sentence of the first paragraph from those points. Think of a supporting statement 1, supporting statement 2, illustration, and a conclusion, right? So then you have 5 topic sentences, okay? 5 topic sentences, 5 supporting statements. Now when you say supporting statements, it doesn't necessarily have to support. It can also contrast. It can show the opposite point of view. This is what this author says. However, okay, however is a contrast, isn't it? So you can support or you can contrast. You can agree or disagree, right? So this is the structure of a paragraph. Just as you have a topic sentence and supporting statements and a conclusion in a paragraph, you have what for an essay, you have an introduction, you have a 3 paragraphs which show what you're writing about, and the 5th paragraph which concludes your essay. Right? Now, these are given various names. See, I told you this second sentence follows from the first, third one. That is called coherence. Coherence means it sticks together. Now, one of the ways you can do this, you can use, what you can do is, suppose you have a phrase in the first sentence. Suppose you have a word in the first sentence. In the second sentence, you can expand upon that word or phrase. You can expand upon that, right? So that it supports. And in the third sentence, you can expand upon a phrase or a word in the second sentence. I hope all of you follow it, right? So you can expand upon each, right? So that there is what? Coherence. And then you should have unity. Unity means what? Unity means that one paragraph or one essay should deal with one topic. One paragraph or one essay should deal with one topic. That is unity, coherence, and logic. Logic means there is this relatedness between the sentences, right? This relatedness between the sentences. So these are the 3 characteristics of a good essay, right? So I told you, right? The basic thing you have to get right, okay, is your parts of speech, from which you can go on to the formation of sentences, especially verbs. Then you go on to the, paragraph. Then you go on to the essay, right? So this is a general outline, right? So you can sort of fill in whatever you want, right? So you will have an essay writing competition for your exhibition, right? All of you, if you want, you can contribute, right? And your essays will be displayed prominently, okay, all across, okay? Have you started the online classes? Oh God, no, tell them I'm going to record. Okay, from there, I'm recording. Go there, please, go there. Okay. So, now, we'll do what is called brainstorming. Now, topic for the essay, you decide. I will suggest one, right? I will suggest one. How I can make my writing more interesting than that of an AI, right? See, now we're in a competitive world. We're not competing against others. We're not competing against others. We're competing against machines, right? Isn't it? So if you're going to progress in any way, you have to make yourself better than a machine. That means you have to start thinking, okay, how I can surpass the output produced by a machine. Artwork, you know all about artwork, PDFs, essay writing, all these, everything has got an app. So to set the ball rolling, how I can make my writing better than that of an AI. Okay? How will you do it? Is that okay? All of you agree to that? We'll use that as a topic. Okay? And so I'll announce it in the groups. Right? Now I'll also give a few pointers. Right? See, we have practically the resources of the web on our mobiles, isn't it? At our fingertips. Right? Literally it's at our fingertips. So if you're going to write an essay, Shreyan, where's Shreyan? Where's Shreyan? Shreyan, yes. So he's going to model, okay? This is the model answers for it. So if you're going to write an essay, right? We're going to use, okay, all the resources of the web, including what? Videos, right? We're going to use videos, we're going to use music, and also audio versions of that essay, right? If you want, okay, so that's basically the general idea, right? So if you're going to write an essay in Microsoft Word, for example, you're going to make it according to 4 or 5 paragraphs, right? But on that Microsoft Word page, you're going to have links, right? For example, I'll tell you what I did, right? In the second PU textbook, I was a lecturer in this PU college. In the second PU textbook, you have an extract from William Shakespeare's Romeo and Juliet. William Shakespeare's Romeo and Juliet. So what I did was, much after I retired, what I did was, I saw the video, the film version of Romeo and Juliet, and I said, from this time to this time you have stanza 1 of that lesson. From this time to this time you have stanza 2 of that lesson, right? Then then I put up a link. It's on my Facebook page. You have to scroll down really deep, right? So, and then I put up a link which showed the city of Verona. The whole play, Romeo and Juliet, is set in the city of Verona, right? So, you see, you can do a number of things. You can have an audio version, Romeo and Juliet audio version, and you have so many film versions of Romeo and Juliet, right? Okay, it's on my Facebook page. Okay, if you want something better to do, I did all that. Okay. Now, you can also, okay, do that. How I can make my writing better than that of an AI, right? Okay. And we'll also give one more subtopic. Cuisine I like. Okay? Okay, the essay you're going to write about is cuisine. I hope you know what cuisine is. Cuisine is the type of food. Okay? There are a number of cuisines available. You have to make that essay interactive. Okay? If you want, you can project it. Okay? Share. Cuisine I like, how I can make my writing better than that of an AI. Okay? So, that is it about the essay writing tips. I hope all of you, and there's a recording, I will forward it to you. Okay? Thank you. Thank you.